Weird. Okay, I think it. Hopefully this worked. Let's see.
We'll get to have our own little experiment with theocracy soon here in America.
So sorry about that disturbance. Yeah, so we're back. So kind of start with this.
Eclipses have to do with Mashiach. Solar eclipses are events that happen at times that are already we could figure out mathematically when they will happen, and seemingly just a regular part of nature. Yet we know that everything in nature has meaning, is by divine providence. The Gemara discusses that a solar eclipse shows a negative tidings. And all eclipses, whether it's solar or lunar, show on negative things. The Gemara discusses it in the Parsha𓂋𝐵. And more particularly, the Gemara says that a solar eclipse represents a not good sign for those nations which set their calendar based on the sun, whereas a lunar eclipse represents not good tidings for those nations who base their calendar on the moon, which is the Jewish people and some other nations. But in general, it's considered something which represents something not good, and the Gemara discusses what it means. There's a lot of discussion in commentaries. How could it be that something which is a purely natural event, which has a certain sequence, which could be figured out in advance, comes about due to the actions of people? And the way the Rebbe explains it is that during that time of a solar eclipse, there is negative energy that is orchestrated in the world that could lead to negative consequences. Doesn't mean that this is an automatic or definite consequence, but there is a more of a energy that leading in that direction in the world, and therefore we have to be careful to do good things to overcome it. Now, the connection that it has to Mashiach, there is obviously, there are many solar eclipses. I'm going to discuss the concept in general of a solar eclipse and its more general meaning and how it's connected with Mashiach. Many verses speak about the coming of Mashiach in different terms, connected to the sun and the moon. On the one hand, we have the verse in Prophet Yoel in chapter Gimel, which he's discussing the Yom Hashem HaGadol V'Hanor, the great and awesome day of Hashem, which refers to, according to some commentaries, the day of the war of Gog and Magog, and he says that the sun returned to darkness and the moon returned to blood before the coming of Hashem's great and awesome day. There are other verses as well that speak about the sun and the moon dimming and
that good old astrotheology.
And yet there are other verses that speak about the coming of Mashiach as a time when the sun and the moon will shine very brightly. It says that the light of the moon will be like the light of the sun. The light of the sun will be 7 times, sevenfold as it is today, like the light of the 7 days of creation. And these verses are a topic of discussion of a number of commentaries. The Rambam famously in his Midian-Num interprets these verses in a very basic, basically in a non-literal form, an allegoric form. He says at the point of these verses, he says that when a person is having a bad day, he looks at it, the people describe it as the sun is gloomy, the moon is gloomy. He looks at it in metaphoric terms. He speaks about it as if the sun and the moon have decreased their light. On the other hand, when things are going good, so allegorically, metaphorically, we refer to it as if the sun is shining brightly, the moon is shining brightly. These are all terms that are not to be understood on a literal sense. Rather, it means that good things happening, when things are good, so people associate it, the way they talk, is they speak about how the sun and the moon are shining brightly, and when negative things happen, they say that the sun and the moon are dimming, and when good things happen, they say that the sun and the moon are shining brightly. So when it comes to Mashiach, there are 2 aspects. When Mashiach will come, obviously, that will be a very good thing.
Okay, yeah.
This is about the sun and the moon shining very brightly.
Basically, I thought he was going to connect this to, let's see.
You know the old Joseph Campbell rendition of that song, that old time religion. He said, "Let's worship Zarathustra just the way we used to. I'm a Zarathustra booster. How about you? Let's worship Aphrodite. She's beautiful but flighty. She doesn't wear a nightie, but she's good enough for me. Just give me that old time religion. That astrotheology is what he's kicking now."
Interesting. I wonder, maybe this is what.
There's so much in the Parsha that is so overwhelming.
No, this is connecting it to something else.
You guys see the opening ceremony of the Olympics? Or hear about?
That already started?
Yeah, it's basically big kind of Luciferian, satanic, really somewhat Illuminati ritualistic stuff all through. They kind of went way past woke into weird and creepy. And one of them, they depict the Last Supper with what seems to be mostly drag queens. And then there's this big, what they're going to eat. They lift the dome off of it, and it's this blue Bacchus figure guy in a thong with just a couple of berries in front of himself.
That sounds like a
And
reference.
he gestures to it looks and gestures at his crotch a couple of times. Sings this kind of, he's in French, so I can't tell what he was saying. But there's just all kinds of things. They had like a random threesome breakout in a library is one of the little montages they did, like with strangers that meet up in a library and go in the back room to bang. It's all the uproar, and I did a little post about it, how being caught between 2 types of zealots, these kind of Illuminati, as I call them, and kind of intimating cannibalism and everything, and then the fundamentalists who are, of course, all reacting mightily and crazily about the one world government and all that.
Well, who doesn't expect some sort of Illuminati occult ceremony at the beginning of end of the Olympics? That's what they've done since as far back as I can remember.
Yeah, in 2022, there was the Commonwealth Games in the UK. This guy, I saw a video and clipped an image out of it, where they're talking about the kind of, not suffragettes, but like women that were oppressed making the chains for the slaves, and they haul in this huge bull, this kind of flaming bull, and then there's a transformation, and it's like the bull is oppressed, and then they take the armor off the bull, and it becomes an icon of light, and they're all like around worshiping, and then the woman who tames him gets on his back, like the beast on the woman on the back of the beast. They're totally playing. They also did the pale horse in this new one, where the pale horse runs across water, across the river Seine, and then walks in. There's a robot horse initially, and then they kind of transition it where she comes in on a white horse, and it's a goddess figure and everything. I mean, they're just really poking in the eye the whole religious right thing, and it's well beyond some kind of fun mockery into what's going to kick up freaking holy war. But they also had the golden bull at this year's, so they keep doing the bull worship thing where they're all surrounding it with candles and shit.
Anyway, check this out. I found what I was looking for.
Hello, this is Rabbi David Eidenson, author of the book Secret of the Scale on Marriage and Human Relations. Our website is secretscale.com. Our topic today is Ruth. The book of Ruth in the scriptures is about a Moabite woman who was a widow and accompanied her widowed mother-in-law back from the land of Moab to Israel. And she was a princess of Moab, and she gave up everything to be kind to her mother-in-law, who was a widow and had to return to Israel. The kindness of Ruth, the Moabite princess who went to Israel, is the book of Ruth, and she merited to be the progenitor of the line of King David and the Messianic seed. Why did she merit this? Because of her extraordinary kindness and her sensitivity, that she gave up her own life so that an old widowed woman would not return to Israel bereft of everything. It is an extraordinary thing when we hear about people who do superhuman kindnesses, and we say, how can we compare? Who are we, or who am I, with my level of kindness? Maybe I'll put a nickel into the pushkin, into the charity box, and maybe I'll say hello to somebody who's not in a good mood. But to give up your life, for a young woman to give up her life, when she's a princess of Moab, and go live in Israel, and she went, there was no money. And she went, and she was a beggar, she gathered in the fields. She had to go to the fields, and the Torah law is that when you gather your crop, when you cut the wheat and the grains, some of it falls down, that you leave to the poor. And this is how she lived. What a shame a person could go beg and live like this for a mother-in-law. This is an extraordinary thing. We're all embarrassed, and this is exactly why she merited to be the progenitor of the Messianic and the monarchy of King David of the Jewish people, because of this extraordinary kindness that she did. And therefore, our topic is kindness, and there are different levels. And we'll come to the other world, and they're going to talk about kindness, and we'll see Ruth, and she gave up a young woman, gives up her life, a princess of Moab, to go live to be a beggar in Israel. And we're going to say, well, what do I have to show? What is there? Recently, I read a story about a girl who was having a hard time getting married. A year went by, another year, an Orthodox girl, and her friends were getting married, and she wasn't getting married. And this was going on and on. And she had a friend who was even older than she was. And finally, the day came that she became engaged. And her older friend came to her and said, oh, I'm going to help you. I'm going to be with you the whole time. We're going to go shopping together. No matter how much time you need, I'm here to help you out. And they did. They went out together. You have to buy this, you have to buy that, prepare and make lists and whatever. And the friend was with her the whole time. The wedding comes. And even before the wedding, people were a little bit astonished that the girl that got engaged, her father had money. But the invitation was the most simple of all that you could imagine. People said, this is not the way people send out invitations. After all, this is a girl that waited many years to get married. And then we thought that the father would go all out, or the father and mother would really splurge and print beautiful invitations with the fanciest, the bossy. Not simple as simple as simple. Well, they couldn't understand. They come to the wedding. Simple hall. Simple this, simple band, simple food. And there was one man there. He and his wife were very close with the parents of the girl. And he went over to him at the wedding. He said, I'm very upset. Why didn't you tell me? Father of the girl said, what are you talking about? He said, look at this. Obviously, you don't have any more money. You should have told me. I would have helped you. We could have had a beautiful wedding. I didn't know you lost your money. I didn't understand. That father laughed. I didn't lose my money. So why didn't you make a nice wedding? For so many years, you waited for this moment, and you don't make a nice wedding. Father said, well, I wanted to make a nice wedding. I wanted to go all out. My daughter wouldn't let me. She says, I have an older friend who'll be embarrassed because she's not married. So I want it to be simple. This is a story. We have to understand that what we think is kindness, maybe by us it is kindness. Maybe by us it is kindness. Sometimes I can do something when I'm in a bad mood, and instead of throwing a rock, so I only throw a pillow. So to me, that's a nice level, you know. But then you'll go and see what Ruth did and see what this girl did to give up the big day in her life to make it so simple so that her friend wouldn't be embarrassed. There are people out there that do things that we don't understand. People give up their lives. People make commitments to help people. Their whole lives are being drained. There was in Israel, there was a famous woman. There's a book about her, the Holy Woman. And she had no children of her own. And one day, somebody comes to her and says, here's a child nobody wants.
Henrietta's old.
But there were reasons for it. This was a very big problem, a very special child. She took in the child, took care of it. The child could have beat her up. It was a big, strong kid. But mentally, it wasn't there. And in our time, such a child would have been committed. But this was in Israel years ago, and people didn't really throw people into commitments. And they saw this righteous lady say, here's the child. And another person brought a child, another person. And these are people that they gave their lives to these children that they were dangerous children. They were dangerous. And they taught them love, and they taught them affection, and even though no one could do anything with them, but the love and the warmth changed their lives. And we'll come to the future world, and someone's going to, the heavenly court will ask us, what did you do? What kindness did you do? What am I going to say? I see people like this, I'd be embarrassed of my mouth. I did kindness. What kind of kindness? If I had 10 slices of cheesecake and I gave away one, so that's kindness. But there's people that gave away their lives, not the cheesecake, not the 10th piece of cheesecake. They gave away their lives. But of kindness, there are people in the war, they could have escaped. They didn't escape. They said, I can't leave this one, I can't leave that one, I can't leave the community. We're going to look with embarrassment with what people are capable of doing, the kindness and the goodness that people are capable of doing. There's another lesson here in the book of Ruth. Not only was she kind, and she merited to be the progenitor of the Jewish monarchy because she was kind, but there's another lesson here, a very important lesson. She was a Moabite. Moab actually is related to the Jews because they are descendants of Lot, who was a nephew of Abraham. So they're related. But the Moabites don't have a good relationship with the Jews. When the Jews came back from Egypt, the Moabites were not happy to see them and did everything they could to discourage the Jews. So the Moabites, the Jews did not get along. And yet this woman, a princess of Moab, a nation that is hated in Israel for the bad things they did when the Jews left Egypt, she goes to Israel to be a beggar. Who would have pity on her? They would spit at her. Moabite, get out of here. And she went anyway. But there's another thing here. Well, we already mentioned about the kindness. There's another thing. Yes, she's a Moabite. Do you know what Moabite is? Moab was a boy born of the incest of Lot with his daughter. There's a whole story in the Bible when Sodom was destroyed. So the daughters of Lot thought that the world was destroyed, like God destroyed the world at the time of Noah. They thought the world was destroyed again, and they thought they were the only people alive. So they said, if we're the only people alive, there won't be a human race. So therefore, they got the father drunk, and they had children from him. So this is a disgusting thing, a product of incest. Who was to marry to such people? Precisely from such a woman, born from such a pui, comes out the holiness of the Messiah, of King David, of Solomon, of all the great monarchs that came from the Jewish people. The line of monarchy came from this woman, a product of incest. And this tells you that in Torah, we don't look who your father is, your mother is. Who are you? What are you? That's all. It doesn't matter what your father was or your mother was.
Yeah, I really like that message. Any thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
How were they able to tell she was a Moabite?
I don't know. Maybe there's a Moabite look.
I don't know. Go ahead, Zero. Sorry.
They all got that one deformity from the inbreeding.
Yeah. It's like they have the Moabite jaw. Sorry, Habsburg jaw.
You get that inbred look,
Oh,
like
maybe,
certain counties when you drive through.
Maybe they all wore bread around their faces.
like somebody said, pulled into an area, try to go into the gas station, look around, everybody looks the same. Like, oh no, I think we better get out of here.
Let's see, what can I find? But yeah, it's definitely interesting because you have this idea that like the Moabites, you're not you're not supposed to marry any Moabites, but there's apparently a tradition where it's like, oh no, it says Moabites, it doesn't say Moabitesses. So technically, let's talk about a loophole.
Well, this ball worship, clear ball worship they're doing at the the Olympics, just
What do you
really
mean?
bringing everything. They've definitely like depicted basically ball worship at this event 2 years ago in the UK, and now they have the Golden Bull at this year as well.
Yeah, but
And
what about it is phallic?
they're clearly hearkening back to Canaan, the pre-biblical, and like, and they're kind of combining it, mostly these kind of sinister, they're glorifying ways, but they're kind of sinister ways. To me, it's not the helpful way to revive these pagan ideas. There's certain good things in some of the pagan ideas, and they seem to be just reviving some of the worst aspects. The hedonism, the
Yeah, but what makes you say that it's Baal is my point. Like I always hear people insinuating, oh, this sinister thing or that sinister thing. Oh, it must be Baal. But like, one of the things I've been talking with John Colette about is
that whole the fusion. I don't know. I guess it wasn't that Baal was ever depicted as a bull, but it's become a kind of a fused concept since the golden calf and the bulls that were mounted in. It wasn't Judea, the Northern Kingdom or whatever.
They had it in Judea as well. It was part of the laver, the sea, the molten sea. But see, here's the thing: people don't understand. Like a metal bull does not equal Canaan. Like it can if it's in Canaan, but like it just honestly, it kind of strikes me. And I'm not saying this is what you're doing because I know this isn't where your heart's at. But I feel like just this general narrative of trying to pin it on Canaan it feels anti-Semitic to me, if I'm going to be honest to me. I feel like it's the new socially progressive, well, except it's not, I mean, it's also like, it's also what people in the right wing, like it's people, like whether it's people on the left or the right, I mainly hear it from people on the right, but basically like, oh, it's not cool to criticize Jews anymore. But if you talk about what came before them, that the Jews ultimately descended from, then it's not anti-Semitic. Like I don't know.
Well, they seem to be the Illuminati sort are totally seem to be celebrating and wanting to go back to that and revive that. It's the Christian right that is all reactionary against it, and like I said, this blue Bacchus figure rises up out of the, like the pig that's on the plate, and all they can think of is Papa Smurf. They don't even understand that he's clearly Bacchus. He's got a wreath on, yeah. But they're so divorced from the true intricacies of the history of it that they don't even know how to critique it.
So what I'm saying though is, why are you saying that it's Baal? I mean, from what you're saying, it sounds like, I mean, you could interpret that bull as being representative of Zeus, and you could have the what?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what they kind of abbreviated into, and that's what I'm saying is that these pagan ideas have been turned into these little sort of cliff notes, and it's a whole broader concept. Again, back to the astrotheology, the Taurus constellation, the Mithras slaying the bull. I mean, and that fits more with what some of them understand, the more theological ones, the Luciferian symbology with the torch, with Prometheus, with Mithras, but like you get these different camps of these right-wing reactionaries that understand some sector, but they don't have the whole view.
Yeah. So, but again, like, why was it that you were insinuating that it was Baal? Was there anything specifically?
That's some of the main way that it's being interpreted by some of the right-wing reactionaries, and because of the bull,
Oh, wait. Have you heard the do you know the Super Bowl? It's actually Superb Owl, or alternatively Super Baal.
Yeah, there was the one games or whatever a little while ago where they were doing the depictions of the owl in sort of, I don't know if it was with drones or lighted drones or something, or holographics, like they were kind of doing with this pale horse. And the pale horse brings death. The rider is death, and like they're just leaning all the way into it. And this is just what the reactionary right in America is pointing to as, see, one world government, satanic takeover, gay woke equals Satan, the whole. I just don't, it's not helpful.
I mean, honestly, the thing that's just kind of pathetic is that they have all these different Canaanite gods they could choose from, and they choose to make Baal the bad guy. Like, excuse me? That just shows you that they're stuck within a biblical narrative, because, like, come on. You could choose Mot, you could choose Resheph, you could choose Choron. Like, there's all these menacing gods, and I mean, hell, even El. But the thing is, nobody wants to say that it's El because El is too close to the Abrahamic God. But like, from what I've seen, Yahweh was more associated with the goat, while El was associated with the bull. But anyway,
my question is, it's Baal. Which Baal? Baal Hadad, Baal Haman. Which one?
Oh, do you know about Baal? Wait, which one is it? Baal? Do you know about the tradition of Baal Peor?
Oh, what?
It's familiar, but I don't know. Go ahead, Zero.
Say it again. Ball, which certain ball?
Baal Peor.
Uh-huh. And yeah, what the reactionaries are mainly citing is Babylon.
Wait, what?
The reactionaries mainly refer to it all as Babylon. They don't even quite understand the pagan roots of Canaan very much, it seems.
I've never heard that.
They associate all of the kind of Illuminati thing with Babylon.
Oh, like Babylon.
Kind of like the Rastafarians have Babylon as.
Do you mean Babylon?
Well, that's part of what's playing in their minds, I'm sure.
All right, here, check this out. Let's see, which one? This should be good.
Remind people that we have learning tonight with dinner. Beginning 7:15 is when the learning is going to begin. You can come a few minutes earlier at 7 o'clock for some dinner this evening. Learning at 7:15. We have two different topics we're going to discuss tonight. One, I'm sure you have other things to do, other things to handle, so plan accordingly so you can join us for some beautiful Torah learning, and you can actually use your brain to connect to pure Torah thoughts. That's going to be this evening, beginning at 7 with dinner. 7:15 is when the learning begins. In Parsha𝓂, the beginning of Pinchas tells us the concept of tzaror Midian-Num. Tzaror is not just simply a command, which means to harass the Midianite people, but is actually a continual harassment of the Midianite people. And the 𐤐𐤉𝐿 means you're going to then smite them, you're going to then attack them. So there's an element over here within the concept of tzaror. Tzaror could be from tzor, which is that of a rock, but you're supposed to harass these people because of what they did to you. _𝐤𝐤𝐍𝐿 What is it that they did to you? So the Ohr HaChaim presents that concept over here that under leadership of Minyan, what their ultimate goal was not just simply for avodah zarah, but that was their main goal. They had a two-pronged attack. One attack was that for promiscuity, for lust, to get the Jewish people to be in a place where their desires are simply for immoral pleasures, and that would lead them to the worship of Peor. For those that are not familiar with the worship of Peor, the worship of Baal Peor was an idol where you had to defecate yourself in front of that idol. This was the famous one that most of us are thinking, I don't understand why, but maybe perhaps this is why people would refer to your laboratory as the throne. But the concept of Baal Peor is the concept where a person defecates in front of this idol. What is the concept over here of defecation? Why would anyone think that this is a proper form of idol worship? So just to present an idea, the whole concept of why the human being has to have this function in their life, obviously to remove waste from them. Prior to the eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, so everything was pure. Once they ate from it, now evil and good became intermixed one with another. When it came down to the eating of the mun was something that was so spiritual, they didn't have to go to the bathroom because of the fact it was so spiritual. There was no negativity within it. It was only something positive, only something holy. Therefore, they didn't have to use the facility as well while eating of the mun because it was something entirely pure, which means anything else that's not entirely pure requires one to release the waste from it. And this comes from the sin of the eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Come down to now Peor. When you get to Peor's entire worship is that of waste itself, which means there's nothing holy within it of itself. It's something that only relates to the waste matter that exists within the human being. So there is a concept here that what it's teaching us about the avodah zarah is something that's entirely purely evil, that represents, in the spiritual sense, that which is totally evil. There's no good associated with it at all, and therefore getting the Jews to use their quote-unquote waste, which means the negative side, the things that are not good for their neshama, using that entirely for the sake of worship, that is obviously considered a grave and terrible sin. So here, the Ohr HaChaim does explain the concept that the whole idea of attacking them is because of the fact that they're getting them to do something which is so heinous, which is the physical pleasures of immoral lust. That is something that we have to always fight against throughout our regular lives, and that leads a person to recognize that next level, which is that of pure waste, was used for the sake of avodah zarah. Something which we would consider to be negative is now something that they're using for their positivity, for their idol worship. That is why it seems to be that they have to fight against this so much against the people of Midian. Right?
Sort of Baal Peor.
Yeah, Baal Peor.
That seems that it could kind of relate to taking a psychedelic, doesn't it? Give you the shits?
I mean, maybe. On the other hand, have you ever seen Holy Mountain?
What is that, a movie or something?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
There's a part where the main character he's basically asked whether he's told, you are shit. Do you want to be gold? Or I'm paraphrasing, but he says yeah. And so he gets in this one machine. Well, first he takes a shit in this one, like, what was it, like a container, a glass container, and then that poop is taken and it's put in this device, and he's like in this, like, it almost looks like a hamster wheel, but it's just a hot box, and he's being hot boxed with the melting crap that he took, and that's causing him to sweat, and then it collects the sweat, and then it's like basically this like alchemical transformation where it's like turning his shit into gold. And it kind of seems like he was having a psychedelic experience from that. So it almost kind of seems like it's referencing some sort of like DMT extraction from feces.
So is that depiction of the pooping at the idol, is that just within the Jewish tradition? Is there any corroboration outside of that? Like archaeological pits of poop?
I think they found something maybe connected, but to say that's directly connected would be kind of like trying to fit it, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the things these right-wingers are connecting is that the two ways to worship Baal were sex with the temple prostitutes and sacrificing your children. And so they're saying basically modern pop debauchery and abortion as these kind of hallmarks of the left. I mean, they really got it lined up for their total black and white duality.
Hey, Cold Examiner. Let's see. What else are the ancient going to do but sleep, eat, do trippy plant stuff, have sex, eat again, then sleep? Don't forget, take a crap. Hot boxing every Saturday. Saying.
Boker Tov, good morning. We continue with our 3-minute daily dose of Torah. This week, looking at Parsha𝓂Pinhas. And the truth is that we can't really step into Parsha𝓂Pinhas without understanding what happens at the end of last week's Parsha𝓂Pinhas. There we're told the following. Vayeshev Yisrael b'Shittim, when Israel was dwelling in the place called Shittim, they were staying there. Vayachel ha'am liznot el.
That can't be coincidental.
Shittim. Seems like it'd be a good way to get some fertilizer for whatever you're trying to grow, is to have everybody leave a load.
So, no, the reason why that's significant. No, not yet. I ended up passing out a bit too early, so I woke up late, and so I'm just going to, I don't know, I might just try to stay up as much as I can, and then I'll go to sleep at a good time. But no, so Shittim means acacia trees. So now think about this. Acacia trees, what if they're consuming it? And so, also there's just the other thing, like biochemistry is not my strong suit. I'm not good with hard sciences, but I do know that there's like, actually, let me see if I can pull this up real quick, because while I might not be good with it, I can at least demonstrate visual parity.
Have diuretic properties?
No. Indole. So indole. No, not indolent, dummy. Wait. Wait, no, now I'm typing it. No, indole. Alright, so check this out. So indole is a heterocyclic organic compound occurring in some flower oils, such as jasmine and orange blossom, in coal tar, and in fecal matter. It's also a hormone that promotes the development of roots in plant cuttings.
Mm-hmm. Yep, everybody leave a loaf so we can take it to the sacred grove of acacia.
Now check this out. I think, let me see, does it have, what, come on. It shouldn't be this, oh wait, let's see. 3-methylindole. Let's see. 3-methylindole. Wait, am I spelling this wrong? Methylindole. Okay. Wait, am I wrong? I could have sworn that they were. Wait. Okay, I think I might have. Here, I think I found what I was looking for. Just tab. Okay, so indole. Wait, what the fuck is all this? So these are. What am I thinking of? Okay, let's see. Maybe I must be mistaken or something. All right, indole scatol. Oh, that's what I was thinking. So they are closely related. So scatol, or 3-methylindole, is an organic compound belonging to the indole family. It occurs naturally in the feces of animals and birds, and is the primary contributor to fecal odor. In low concentrations, it has a flowery smell and is found in several flowers and essential oils, including that of orange blossoms, jasmine, and Ziziphus mauritania. It has also been identified in certain cannabis varieties. It is used as a...
I've noticed a certain sweet scent to some horse shit.
Interesting. It's also it probably also connects to why what's it called? It might be connected to why ambergris smells good. You know, why it's used in perfumery, but so it is used as a fragrance and a fixative in many perfumes and as an aroma compound It is derived from the Greek root skato, meaning feces. Skato was discovered in 1877 by German physician Ludwig Brieger. Translation. I was occupied initially with investigation of the volatile components of excrement in acidic solution. One obtained thereby volatile fatty acids, acetic acid, normal, and isobutyric acid, as well as the aromatic substances phenol, indole, and a new substance which is related to indole and which I will name scatol.
Is indole also named after the end that it comes out of?
No, ind, as in purple. Scatol is derived from the amino acid tryptophan. Wait a second. Isn't tryptophan also connected to...
Yeah, what's in turkey to make you sleepy?
Yeah. Let's see. Egg white, dried egg whites has a lot. Spirulina has a lot. Soybeans have a lot. Hemp seed has a lot. Interesting. Where turkey? Wow, you see this? Turkey's actually not that high up.
But it had the sedative effect attributed.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let's see. That's why the cow is sacred. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, also useful for growing shrooms in it. God is GMT. I think that fits better than I see. I think that's part of it, but like for instance, here I actually want to share this because I do feel like it's kind of relevant. I think I shared it before, but let's see. Basically, I think that to say that any one thing is God, like I mean, like maybe it's like there is that like you have a tradition that has associated with a god, but in terms of actually saying like God is one thing, no, I think that God is in that aspect everything, that everything is a part of God. And what it kind of reminded me of was, let's see, where was it? Let me see. Okay, yeah. To Phusis. Here it is. To nature, Phusis. The fumigation from aromatics. Nature, Phusis, all parent, ancient and divine, O much mechanic mother, art is thine. Heavenly, abundant, venerable queen, in every part of thy dominion seen, untamed, all taming, ever splendid light, all ruling, honored, and supremely bright. Immortal, firstborn, protogonea, ever still the same, nocturnal, starry, shining, glorious dame. Thy feet still traces in a circling course, but by thee are turned with unremitting force. Pure ornament of all the powers divine, finite and infinite alike you shine. To all things common and in all things known, yet incommunicable and alone. Without a father of thy wondrous frame, thyself the Father whence thy essence came. All flourishing, connecting, mingling soul, leader and ruler of this mighty whole. Life bearer, all sustaining, various named, and for commending grace and beauty famed. Justice, supreme in might, whose general sway the waters of the restless deep obey. Ethereal, earthly, for the pious glad, sweet to the good, but bitter to the bad. All life, all bounteous, provident, divine, a rich increase of nutrient is thine. Father of all, great nurse and mother kind, abundant, blessed, all spermatic mind, mature, impetuous, from whose fertile seeds and plastic hand this changing scene proceeds, all parent, power to mortal eyes unseen, eternal, moving, all sagacious queen. By thee the world, whose parts in rapid flow, like swift descending streams, no respite know. On an eternal hinge with steady courses whirled, with matchless unremitting force, throned on a circling car, thy mighty hand holds and directs the reins of wide command. Various thy essence, honored and the best of judgment too, the general end and test. Intrepid, fatal, all subduing dame, life everlasting, Parka breathing flame. Immortal, providence, the world is thine, and thou art all things, architect divine. O blessed goddess, hear thy suppliant's prayer, and make my future life thy constant care. Give plenteous seasons and sufficient wealth, and crown my days with lasting peace and health. Like, to me, this is what at least the like kind of the Abrahamic idea of God was originally based on, at least kind of the universal idea that gets kind of transposed onto tribal deities, and then also, you know, you have with Jesus and Christianity. But let's see. There's some very expensive essential oils. I don't know exactly what we're talking about. According to Amon Hellman, priestesses used that matter as a medicine and ate it. They ate shit. Lovely.
Yeah, probiotic. It's kind of a probiotic where you like a fecal transplant, like they do now to cure C. diff.
Yeah, but the difference is it goes in the end that it's supposed to come out, not in. You don't recycle it. You flip the cycle around.
Well, if there's some, it's kind of like the shamans that catch the piss from the reindeer that have eaten the amanitas, and actually the same way with the peyote. Some of the lower people will drink the urine of the shamans to get the secondhand psychoactive.
Wait, what's this? I wonder if this is why some rocks will have visible grow within a human's lifetime. What do you mean? I feel like I'm missing something. It's as a whale fat, marine life fat, ambergris. Yeah, it's from their it's a mix of squid beaks that have been softened from stomach acid, as well as like a combination of, I forget what else. Let's see, mosquitoes I usually sleep well. Scat all. Egg whites are so good for hair. Interesting. You know, people are sleeping more from the carbs and the big meal itself. Interesting. Let's see. If only Cohen could read this to me as I fall asleep. Leonard Cohen? Unfortunately, I have a few things to tell you. I don't know if I'm joking. I know they're not news, but yeah, unfortunately, he's no longer with us. Well, he is with us in his songs. Okay, yeah, they do. They drink the fish. We are all missing something. I'll just go with it. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. This.
The way cow patties are used for fire fuel is another potential.
Yep.
And then, like, if you're poor and you don't have anything to bring for sacrifice, no gold, no animals, the one thing everybody's got is a little.
Well, there's something else that they have.
Put a nice patina on the Picasso had his kids pee on his bronzes to give it a nice patina.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The cold examiner is asking who's zero. Sounds very smart. Oh, that's fine. You mean like being piss poor? Yeah, because people would sell their urine to urine collectors for use in laundry.
Note Moab, and the people began to whore. That's the word that's used in these notes with the daughters of Moab. How does that come to happen? Next verse. Vatikrena la'am lezivchei Eloheihen.
Or this reminds me of. I can't. I don't. This is going to be copyrighted, so I need to look up. Let's see. All right. Let's see.
Who was that? Nicole? If you look at my handle there, WME3TV's Nexus, if you go there, you can see a few episodes of my show.
Let's see, did I find it? Oh, how am I not? Dang it. Basically, the joke was something like, if you wear a crop top, you're going to start hanging around with a bunch of bad people who are doing drugs, and you're going to get in trouble. And this is like, it starts with what was it? It starts with meeting a nice, cute girl, and next thing you know, you're shitting on a brick and worshiping it. That's the narrative that's presented, though I suspect there's probably more to it than that. Oh, yeah.
Like the Jethro Tull song.
Occult Examiner said they sold their piston, the Appalachia, to high tanners because they were so poor. Also, dirt poor meant you were so poor you had a dirt floor. Interesting. Oh, so it's like if you give a mouse a cookie, only adult version. Basically, yeah.
These women had called the men to somehow involve themselves in sacrificing to their gods, their pagan gods. And the people partook of food, and
okay, at least it was food. I heard vayochel. I'm like, oh shit! Please tell me they're not eating it.
They prostrated themselves to their gods. And the Israelites, right? The people of Israel attached themselves to Baal Peor, this pagan practice, and God was very angry at them. Whoa, what in the world is going on in this story? And the Gemara Sanhedrin actually tries to play out the scene.
You know, it's really something else. Apparently, as a result of their actions, a plague was sent to Israel. Now, think about this. Is it possible that they got sick because they were playing with poop?
Well, there's also the scent that rises that attracts the gods. That was a pagan thing and a kind of a Sumerian thing before a biblical thing. That the odor rises. You know, the sacrifice, kind of the barbecue of the, you know, the fire altar, and flies being drawn. You know, like that the gods are drawn to the scent, and that God loved, like the incense as well, that the scent rises and summons the god.
Yeah, and when you don't have any honey to attract bees, well, there's always poop to attract flies.
Yeah, and depending on what their diet is.
What's the point of worshiping Peor if he's not going to protect you from diseases coming from poop? Hey.
I mean, I think that would be the critique of the biblical narrative.
He's got all the hottest temple prostitutes.
I wonder.
I was going to say that was always something the temples had going for them. Hey.
Well, not always, not now.
Well, when they go on raids to other places, they take the best of the lot, you know.
Yeah, I agree, Ariel. The prostitutes
these
are
folks
nowhere
who
near
had
as attractive now.
Oh, I was actually saying that Jewish temples now don't have that.
Oh, I thought you were saying the prostitutes weren't as attractive. My bad. Hey.
But they did for a little bit there. Those Kadesh were in place.
No, I'm making a joke about that. That Reformed synagogues are called temples.
Oh.
But yeah,
I was going to say a funny point on that one is the first time my kids went there, they were talking about it on the way home, and they were disappointed because they were expecting bats.
Where?
Because the only temple they'd ever seen was the Temple of Doom.
Wait, who is this?
My kids.
Oh wow, that's funny.
Tension to try to undermine the Bnei Israel and their commitments to God, set up marketplaces, invited the men to their marketplaces and said, look, why don't you have a little drink with some wine, and got them drunk. And the men allow themselves to the Yetzer Hara, their inclinations to overtake them and sort of demand that these women lie with them. And they said, as it's described, they would pull out an idol from their bosom, as it's put it out there, and said, first you got to worship this. And they said, how could I? I'm a Jew. That's what they say. Am I not a Jew? I have to do this. I can't do this. And they pushed back and said, why do you care? Right? I'm not gonna give in to your desire for me until you repudiate the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe, your teacher, Parsha𓂋𝓆Pinhas. And that's what they did. Quotes a verse in Hosea. And this is an alarming story. This is in many ways worse than anything else that we've read about in the Torah. In many ways feels worse than even the golden calf. And here they are again, poised, ready, on the precipice of entering the land of Israel, and they allow themselves into this horrible mess. And what happens then is, we're looking at our time of our 3 minutes, we're going to be beyond the 3 minutes. Then we're told that one of the leaders, okay, I mean, at least a member of a leadership family, they're about to finally deal with, or instructed to punish those people who participated. So then we're told that a man from the tribe of Shimon came forth and was cavorting with one of these Moabite women.
Whoa.
And at this moment, that
okay, that's eerie. Because think about it, a descendant of Simon is responsible for inciting this whole thing. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah, Simon was such a mixer. Tag.
Wait, what?
A mixer, always causing trouble.
Oh, I mean, I think it's actually a direct inversion. Because remember,
Oh yeah, no, with Shechem back in the day, exactly.
yeah, or as the Red Tent calls it, Shechem. I'm sorry, but like all the research you do and you call it Shechem, that's like that's like that would
Did
be
it have like British actors or something?
I mean, some, yeah, but it's still, they were able to say other things. It seems to me the equivalent of doing all this, like writing a whole, or like basically learning learning how to speak Hebrew, and like learning it really well, and then you deliberately pronounce something like shalom instead of shalom or something.
Yeah, and some of those productions, different actors will each have their own pronunciation of however they read the script.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe.
Pinchas steps forward and drives them through with a spear, and that's how our parsha begins. Tomorrow we'll look a little more, much further at the next continuation of this story. Have a great day.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the next one to that. Let's see, it would have been from 3 years ago.
So the I don't know if they were gold or bronze bulls that were in each of the kingdoms of Israel. Was that ever directly associated with a particular god or name, or
L.
So it was just for L? Okay.
I mean, you could say that it gets kind of passed on to Baal, but really it's mainly L.
Well, L being Lord.
What do you mean?
Just God is Lord type of idea.
No. I mean, the closest you could say that is that Adon, which means Lord, apparently in Ugaritic, it's actually thought to be that the Ad is father. So Adon means like it's like referring to father. But no, I mean like Lord.
So what is the breakdown? What is the breakdown for Baal?
Baal means Lord. Baal means master.
Yeah, but it's Ba and it's All, right? Is not the All a form of L?
No, it's not. It's an ayin. It's spelled completely different.
But I mean, it seems to be 2 words.
No. So, like, literally, it's Baal. Baal. The thing is that it because the ayin is I like it's what's the word? Not guttural, but like actually maybe it is guttural. I forget the word for it, but essentially But like for instance, um, so like in English people say Gaza, in Hebrew people say Aza, and then in Arabic it's Gaza. But the thing is that people are all saying the same thing. The ayin is also, it can be depending on context, or well, I mean they've been separated in Arabic, but they used to be the same in Hebrew. But that the rai, like it depending on how you form your mouth, the ra either becomes a ra, or an ah. And basically it's not a space. It's just the way that it sounds to the English mind, or to the English speaking mind, is Baal. Oh, it sounds like two things. If you wanted to like try and break that up into two words, you could say Baal, which would be in, upon, or on, above, or on, up. But like it's
So it does have other root words associated?
well, no, the root is Baal.
What were you saying about up and on?
No, so that's just if you break down Baal, you could break it down into Ba and then Al. But what I'm saying is,
and that means?
I mean, it doesn't really mean anything. It kind of just, like, literally it would mean like on, upon.
So kind of like the Most High or something.
I mean, again,
See,
I would
often those kind of names, had an earlier origin, but then it just becomes like, particularly these that are titles of the various gods, like there was a kind of a previous form, but then once it gets cemented as what it is, then that's just what it's always said to be. I don't know. It seems like there may be a little bit of that behind there.
So let me see what I can find. Let's see here. So Balu. So let's see, Baal, Proto-Semitic Baal. Literally it means husband, master, lord. I mean, maybe, but see, here's the only problem. If you want to say no, but see here, if you want to say that this is like, oh well, because this kind of like idea of like being upon or like on top, well,
one that is over you.
But here's the problem. Ba'alat shares that same root, and it's the, like, it means like madam, or like it can mean wife depending on context.
Yeah, I can't think of the good examples of the way it is in Sumerian, but there is the ways that the titles kind of end up cement. I guess it's like with Nin, it gets to be said lady, but then it's also kind of used in a male form later, and then it seems to have just been a name earlier than that. You know what I mean? Like, there's a point where some of these things get locked in to a meaning, but that's not all they've ever been.
I see what you mean. It's definitely possible. I'm just not sure. So I don't comment on what I don't know. I mean, like, I'll speculate, like, okay, it's possible, but like, yeah, I mean, trying to think, is there? Yeah, I mean, what's interesting is that no matter what, it tends to keep the Baal, like, no matter what. I know that in Babylonian you have it like Bel, but where the Haya is dropped.
Well, and there seems to be that kind of, like with Adon as a lord, seems to kind of relate over ultimately at some level to kind of the Muzi, Adonis Attis.
Yeah.
It's a few minutes of Torah. Looking at this, the event that takes place between Pinchas and Zimri and 𝐤𝐤𝐍𝐇𝐎. Zimri, the Simeonite, and 𝐤𝐤𝐍𝐇𝐎, who is the Moabite woman, who are cavorting in front of everyone, and Pinchas stops them, and by killing them. And the Torah then says that in that moment, Vateyatzar hamagefa me'al bnei Yisrael, was that moment that the plague, because God was because people hadn't been punished by the leadership of Israel, God was brought a plague to punish everyone for what was happening. And it's only because of Pinchas's action that things cease. This punishment ceases. And I mentioned yesterday, this is one of the worst events, right? If you look, the Torah ends Parshat Balak by telling us, "Vayihiyu hametim b'magefa." The number of people who died in the plague were Arba'a be'esrim Aleph, 24,000 people. 24,000 people were punished. Were they all direct participants? Unclear. If it were the case, that's an enormous failure, and the event of Baal Peor is referred to with such with terrible reference points later on in history, looking back at this. Or they're the people that watched and didn't stop, and even leaders who didn't stop it either. Here the Torah continues with God saying the following. Well, pause here for a second and get the right reference. The verses, and we'll still say at the end of Balak for today, describes Vehema bochim, and they were crying Petach Ol Moed, right? When
weeping.
Zimri and this other woman boldly come out and are cavorting as they are in front of everybody, in front of Moshe and everybody else. They were crying at the entrance to the tent of meeting. So how do you read they were crying? So one reading would be that they were having wild relations there in front of everybody. That's kind of like how out of control this is. But that's not how Chazal read this. Everyone was weeping about where things had gone. The people who care were crying, but they were crying and passive and paralyzed. And it was Pinchas who says, we got to do something here, right? We need to stop this. And that's when he comes forward and takes his drastic action, something which is going to be seen from two perspectives, either as heroic or as dangerous, or perhaps both, to be continued tomorrow.
So what's the meaning on the Hadad with the ball, Hadad?
Hadu means thundering. So like Baal Hadad means thundering Baal.
Lord of Thunder, yeah.
Yeah.
Even kind of a doubling with the Hadad, like a rumble of thunder.
Interesting.
I'm wondering if it relates over to the Ad of the Adon.
Potentially, the Adu Adon. Yeah, because Hadad is also Adad.
Mm-hmm. Adon meaning Lord, but again, over.
Let's see where to go. I'm just going to open a new tab this time so I don't have to find it again. I think I went too far, maybe. Oh, here.
The 3 Daily Dose of Torah, looking at the storyline of Pinchas. Today we get to actually step into the Parshat Pinchas, leaving Parshat Balak, the end of it, and as the story continues. The plague has ceased. There has been this crazy moment where Zimri and 𐤐𐤉 are cavorting there, and Pinchas rams them through with a sword and stops them, and apparently stops the whole craziness of this decadent worship and whatever is happening there. And the Magefa, God's plague of the Jewish people, comes to an end. And Parshat Pinchas begins by Daber Adonai Moshe Limor Pinchas ben Elazar ben Aaron HaKohen. Pinchas, the son of
Oh, I guess you haven't seen yet. So I mean, I can't speak like conversationally, but I could read pretty much. I mean, you'll see.
Elazar, the son of Aaron the Kohen. He's Aaron's grandson. Heshiv et chamati me'al bnei Yisrael. He's the one who turned back my wrath from against the children of Israel. Bekano kinati betocham, as he took the role of being jealous for me. He carried out my.
Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I really do see a lot of connections with like Dionysian traditions here between really, because by now you're getting a lot of, and also kind of goes to the idea that Baal and Yah might actually have a lot more in common than people previously realized, and that it's more so of a tribal distinction. It's actually very similar to how Kubaba was worshipped by the Philistines, and she serves a very similar role to Asherah. Yet they still fought over their disagreements. So it's like, it's kind of like my goddess of childbirth and women is better than your goddess of childbirth and women. So we're going to go to war. I mean, it was probably more complicated than that, but.
Well, Humbaba was the demon god that guarded the cedar forests against Gilgamesh and Enkidu.
No, but I'm talking about Kubaba.
Yeah, well, Humbaba was, I think Zubaba may be another form of it. And I think it kind of relates to sort of toward the same region.
Yeah, no, I gotta echo Zero. There's something to that connection with the Epic of Gilgamesh and the whole Semitic god tradition. Peg.
Let's see. Yeah, I've been playing Total War Pharaoh, the new updates. A lot of fun, and I've been playing as the Parsha𓂋𝓆, so I've been taking over the Shvila. And anyway, yeah.
It's my passionate, jealousy on my behalf.
Oh, right.
They
basically a lot like this story kind of reminds me like this idea that he's seen as holy, like he just gets this fervor and he slaughters these two people. It honestly kind of reminds me of like the Maenads and Dionysus and what was it, Pentheus. With Euripides Bacchae. I don't know if that rings any bells for anybody, but I definitely think that there's a context to which this like I think that people ended up having to moralize this stuff because like with the loss of the mystery, at least immediately understood. And like basically, in order to make his actions not horrible, you have to justify them. And while the justifications don't make the actions okay, it's kind of one of those things where if you're looking at it strictly in the lens of myth and which again, not to say that it doesn't reflect any reality. I think it definitely well could, but more so that we don't need to valorize the reality of it so much as derive benefit from these stories. And the sad thing is, similar to how a lot of people can't separate religion from from the legal system when it comes to marriage, there's a lot of people who can't separate benefit from reality. Like basically, if something isn't if something is beneficial, it must be real. And if something is real but is not beneficial, then or like within that tradition, basically it's the type of thing where at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything harmful with trying to make traditions better so long as you're grappling with the reality of what the texts say and you're not like whitewashing it. You're not changing what the text mean to make it seem better, but rather you're deriving like meanings and lessons from that while still acknowledging that it's kind of like the whole idea of with what was it? Who's the guy who fed the gods his son, trying to impress them? You know what I'm talking about? This is a Greek story.
That's Tantalus.
Oh, okay. I was thinking so, but I didn't want to sound stupid. Better to sound slightly ignorant than stupid. So, so Tantalus. Like the whole point of that is, in a lot of ways, kind of similar to the story of Abraham, but in a different way. You see, in the story of Tantalus, it's telling you why you shouldn't sacrifice your children, because the gods don't want the gods don't want to eat your kids. It's kind of like, it's some weird it's some weird fanboy or fangirl shit. It's like, oh, here, I want you to have I want you to have the best of what I like. No, it's like, it's like, don't give me the best of what you have. Enjoy it, and and by enjoy it means don't misuse or abuse people or things when it's kind of like
saying they get to eat their kids themselves. That
No.
doesn't make sense.
no. No, it's like, no, the gods give you a gift, and then you're like, oh, I'm so special, I'm going to give the gods a gift. It's like, no, you dumbass, that gift I gave you, you just killed it. So I think the lessons are within the margins. It's not because the best lessons don't tell you what the lesson is. You know what I mean?
And is the idea
explain the lesson is not a good lesson? Go ahead, Zero.
is the idea here, like you said, he's seized with a fervor, kind of like a possession or voodoo thing?
I mean, honestly, it kind of seems like in some ways it's almost like this. I don't know. It's like it kind of reminds me of the idea of the the spirit of the god manifesting within the follower and almost taking them over. So yeah, in a way.
So this is the origin of that spirit destiny.
Someone already made a video about that, trying to connect it. Now,
Dear Lord.
I still think we need to have an interpretation open that the spear that he thrust them through with was actually not a spear.
It's a harpoon for the whale.
What? You cut out. I only heard a harpoon.
Harpoon for the whale.
The joke is that it might actually be a reference to a phallus.
Yeah, it's this reminds me of old hick dude talking about going frog gigging, where they take a pitchfork out and just stab and pick up frogs.
Ugh.
He sounds like that kind of guy.
Yeah. 𝐤𐤉𝐿 did not like that.
So that my passionate jealousy on my behalf, so that because of his action, I didn't come to destroy all of Israel with my own jealousy or passion about what they've done. So he's the one who stopped the plague. He did a good thing for you folks. Of course, he sent a message at the same time, but he is someone who I say did a good thing. Lachein amor, therefore I say, Hineni noten lo et briti shalom. Behold, I extend to.
I personally have the opinion that he should have just taken a stick, hit them over the head, and said, "Bong, go to horny jail."
So this is the guy impaling the couple in coitus.
In what?
Coitus.
Yeah.
So that's very Hyros Gamos.
What do you mean?
Well, Joseph Campbell back in the day talked about some African tribe where the first, I think it was with a virgin, would have sex in this structure, and then they would bring down the roof on the couple and kill them as some kind of a holy ritual thing. And so it's kind of like the 𝐤𝐤𝐉𝐵 mixed with as a sacrifice.
Interesting.
To him,
You know,
my
seals the
covenant
just kind of seals the energy of the.
of peace, my covenant of friendship. Some read that, but Briti Shalom, my covenant of peace. Why does he need this from God? Is it simply that he gets put a medal, that God, puts a medal over around his neck and says, you did a good thing, yesterday or 5 minutes ago, and everyone should applaud you? Presumably someone's given a Brit Shalom because there are questions about whether or not we should think highly of this person, and indeed whether people will act against him aggressively. And having God's protection of a Brit Shalom will stop that. And so the Abravanel reads it this way, that he has great reason to fear that the tribe of Shimon will come to avenge the murder of one of their leaders, Zimri, who had been cavorting, as we pointed out. They were, who is he? Who is Pinchas to carry out this act? And Pinchas, as the Abravanel reads it, needed to have an entourage protecting him from his enemies. People were quite angry at him. And they said, and this will be the last line here, hold on. They started you should know, but they were claiming that because he's a murderer, that he shouldn't be allowed to serve in the Mishkan. And so therefore God sends forth this message through Moshe. I want it to be clear that I'm here to protect Pinchas, and therefore nobody do him any harm, because if you mess with my guy, you're messing with me. And having a Brit Shalom, because the next verse, he gives him a Brit Kuhunat Olam. He says, I don't care that the fact that he actually has some blood on his hands in an act of avenging from my behalf. He is ready to be a Kohen eternally. We continue with the story tomorrow.
Wow, are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? Hello?
I doubt it. What are you thinking?
I don't know, it almost seems like a sort of initiation.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
And so he slew the couple for committing some kind of abomination, right?
I mean, like, it's not as simple as like, oh, he was being all judge. I mean, basically, they did want to. Well, and I mean, I'd actually argue that this probably wasn't that taboo at all. That this was probably even a norm at some point. Sorry, 1 second. Give me 1 moment.
Does it ever say what they're doing wrong?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to deal with this sound that's.
So what was the sin?
It was that they were having sex. I think. Shoot. I forget if it was that they were having sex where everyone could see, or they were having sex inside of the tabernacle.
Mm-hmm. So again, that's the 𝐤𝐤𝐉𝐵 sacred marriage thing that would happen in the temple with the high priestess, and usually some ostensible king has the right to make the king, and so seems like a putting down of that sort of as above, so below, God got us.
Anyway, let's see. Did I find? Oh yeah, next one.
Boker Tov. We continue with our 3-minute daily dose of Torah, looking at the opening of Parshat Pinchas. And yesterday we talked about why it was that God needed to extend to Pinchas a brit shalom and a brit kuhunat olam, a covenant of peace and a covenant of eternal priesthood. Because, as the Abravanel says, because he was threatened by the people of the tribe of Shimon, and therefore God says, don't mess with him, you mess with me. And secondly, those who said he no longer can serve in the Mishkan as God, as a priest to God, and God says, no, he's my guy, and so he will continue. There is, though, the possibility that it's not merely the tribe of Shimon that Pinchas has to deal with, but it's actually the Chachamim themselves. Listen to how the Yerushalmi and Sanhedrin frames it. There's a statement that's made: whoever is Boel Aramit, whoever has relations in this way with an Aramean woman, Kanaim Pogimbo, zealots. And the word Kanaim comes from our verse, right? Zealots may stop him, which means that if the law enforcement officials are not there, then anybody else halachically is allowed to take the actions necessary to stop this terrible event from happening. Anyone can do that. Kanaim Pogimbo. And then the Yerushalmi goes on to say that this was not beratzon chachamim, this was against the will of the sages. The sages didn't like this halacha. It's the halacha, and they said, but that's counter to our wishes. Because, it seems, right, they feared what will happen if we allow people to take the law into their own hands. When law enforcement is not there to carry out the laws that have to be, what should you do? Should any citizen person step forward and take action? Not merely step forward and hold somebody down until law enforcement comes, right? But to take aggressive action that could involve even a fatality in what they do. So the Chachamim apparently said, however terrible it is for those events to be happening between those, the people who are cavorting, I keep on using that word here, right? And indeed, the pure halacha is they should be stopped by in any means. We're more afraid of vigilantism than we are of that. So then the Gemara says, "Oy, so tell me, you tell me that Pinchas acted against the Ratzon Chachamim, the wishes of the Chachamim." Said Rabbi Yehuda ben Pazi, they wanted to put him under Chem, they wanted to excommunicate Pinchas. The Chachamim wanted to do so. Meaning, the Brit Shalom is not to protect Pinchas from the Simeonites who avenged what happened, but it's actually the Chachamim who want to take action against him for being a vigilante. And were it not for the fact that God stepped in and offered him the Brit Shalom and the Brit Kuhunat Olam, the covenant of peace and of eternal priesthood. It was God's way of basically saying, this case, you might not like vigilantism in general, but Pinchas is going to be an exception to the rule. Really fascinating reading of our text. Have a good day.
Interesting. It's definitely. I don't really know what to make of it, to be completely honest.
So the Shimonites seem to be a faction that it's not clear whether they did agree that anything wrong was happening.
Sorry, one more time.
The Shimonites that didn't appreciate his action. Is it clear whether or not they approved of what was going on with the couple?
I'm not sure because because with It was the Levites, I think, who went out against them.
And so this guy is rewarded on some level, right? Which I caught from the earlier video.
Yeah. He's basically given the eternal priesthood, which means that all future priests will come through him.
Wow, that's totally like whether meant or not. It's very much the shape that you know. He sacrificed the 𝐤𝐿𝐉𝐿 and he becomes the priest. So what you say, and establishes the priesthood?
Yeah, it's eerie.
It's very seems like that was necessary. You know, that's all a part of it. He wouldn't have been without it.
What do you mean?
He wouldn't have been made the priest lineage if he hadn't slain the holy couple, unholy couple.
You're saying he became a priest through human sacrifice, Tag.
Yeah, and not only just a sacrifice, but like of a couple in coitus, which is just totally the imagery of the 𝐤𝐿𝐉𝐿.
Hey, Usal, what's up?
Hey guys, hey, I just wanted to jump in because I'm driving, obviously, so I can't type. This is the whole theory that Richard Friedman has about the Exodus really just being done by the Levites coming from Egypt, and the Levites having Egyptian origins. That's why they have the Egyptian names Pinchas, Moshe, and stuff like this. So it was much fewer people that actually went on from the Exodus to the land from Egypt. So that I just wanted to bring that point up, and kind of to fill some questions in for Zero too. That it's probably not a real event, you know, like an ancestor, made up ancestor for the story, but there is some real genetic evidence too of the original J1 haplogroup having the Kohanim model in it, then moving over to this, which is a J2 haplogroup, which is like a cousin family to the J1s, having another line of priests coming from there. Why all the priests aren't from the same haplogroup? And this is an actual story that fits into the genetic story, and fits into the Bible. All this stuff that all these groups put these stories together as well. I don't know if this is too convoluted or if you guys get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it makes sense.
No, I get it as well. I was with the same thoughts with the Levites being Egyptian priests that had left on the Exodus.
Right, and then the idea, them bringing all of with what Ariel said earlier about the initiation, they brought all of the Egyptian stuff, the dimensions of the Mishkan that became the temple, all this stuff are based on, Ramses, the Great's war camp and all this kind of stuff. So, and just like that, the initiation of bloodying something, and now you're a priest. You've been through a mikvah of sorts, a bloody mikvah. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's also interesting because I know that the designs have also been compared to Phoenician temples, and the Phoenicians, Canaanites at large, at least the southern ones, were under the Empire of Egypt.
Yeah, we were an Egyptian state, or the land was an Egyptian state for over 1,000 years before the Assyrians, and I believe it was Hezekiah has a coin in the 400s with Hezekiah's name on it, but with Egyptian iconography.
How about with the Simeonites? Any indication that they were kind of a, if not outright paganish sect?
They all were. So that's what I'm kind of getting at, is that the Levites coming from Egypt are bringing this formalized worship with them. The idea of the temple order, things like that, things that give the priests power, that give them power. So tying everybody from their high places and bringing them all, not tying them, breaking them away from all of their high places and bringing them only to the Mishkan, only to the temple, so that the priests would have the power, the Levites would have the power, and making up the stories of the Exodus, stuff like this, giving the Levites power. So not just the tribe of Shimon, but all of the other tribes were probably more paganistic, or at least Helionistic. They what's the word? More than one god.
Polytheistic.
Thank you, brother. Not polytheistic, but where henotheistic.
Oh.
Where you may worship a main god. So they worshipped Hashem and Asherah, stuff like this mostly, but the other gods existed. We fought with them. They beat our chariots, that type of stuff. But yeah, the Levites bring what you're saying, Zero. Yeah, the Levites bring in that formalized temple worship, the stratified levels of society, with the priests being fed by everybody, not having to work, that kind of stuff. There's a pretty funny the Jews are coming skit where there's three Levites, having a barbecue, and a widow with some orphans come and they want some of the food and they won't give it to them. But it's kind of making fun of what you're saying. Yeah.
So it just seems like the Shemonites are placed in a place of opposition to the act.
So I don't know. I think you just said use Canaanites. So
Shemonite.
I don't know if it's true, but so
The
let's
Shemonite.
say well, regardless, you made me think this. I don't know if it's right or not. But all the other tribes are Canaanite. The Levites are Canaanite in origin, but they've been in Egypt for hundreds of years, and then they're coming back and they're bringing this Egyptian formalized worship with them. Does that?
Yeah, I'm saying Shimon, the Shemonites that had an opposition or an upset against.
Right. What I'm saying is the Shemonites.
Whether that indicates that something within them was being suppressed, or
all the
banned.
tribes are Canaanites, except for Levites, is what I'm saying. So they're all, not just all of the people, even the Arab Rough, probably were ready to go after these guys or whatever, right? But they made up a story with Hashem. Where is Aaron coming from? Where is Moses coming from? They're coming from the same tribe. So that's why the idea that Hashem is saying, oh no, it's okay for them to do this, even though the rest of the populace said it wasn't okay. So what I'm saying is I agree with what you're saying, but to make it bigger, it's not just the tribe of Shimon, it's all of the other 10 tribes as well. So 11 tribes versus one tribe at this point. But the Levites now is when the Levites make the power play to be above the rest of the tribes. So the Kohanim come from the Levites. The Levites are the ones that get to carry and use the implements of the temple. No one else can touch them. I think one other tribe was allowed, as long as the Levites wrap stuff up. There's people from another tribe. I can't think of Reuben. They were allowed to carry the items then. So that puts them closer to the temple and higher up on that run, I guess.
Interesting. But yeah, I definitely feel like there's kind of this element of like, oh, you have these people that aren't Levites and then they're killed because they're, doing this thing that they shouldn't be doing in this place they shouldn't be doing it. And so, like you were saying before, it indicates kind of this, turning over point almost. But beyond that, it's also indicating that there was a time where the priesthood, or where acts of, acts of service in the temple or in temples weren't exclusive to the Levites.
Right. Well, there wasn't an exclusive temple either. Even they had to work towards that as well, because people had home shrines or they went to the hilltop and stuff like that. By the way, I'm conservative, so that's why I'm driving.
No worries.
But it just also seems like it's symbolic of putting down a possibly religious practice.
Yeah,
I don't think that it's even symbolic. I mean, yes, it is, but I think it's overt.
literal.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't
Because-
say that they're doing a sacred marriage or trying to conceive a god or anything.
But in those societies that was more open and things like that. So that's what I'm saying, is that it was an overt, no, we don't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We're stamping this out. You know, in the context for the audience it was meant for, that would have been more understood. Like, we don't do this anymore. Only the dirty Canaanites do this.
Yeah, it would be like using a certain motif, like, oh, you know, this person's going to you know, it never says explicitly that this place is a brothel, but it's like basically it's a place that's a brothel and everything but name. And you know, kind of like you could almost think of it as like people today reading this stuff. It's like little kids watching Disney movies, and then when you get older, or in this case, if you were older, if you were from that older context, you would realize that there's a lot of stuff that's going over people's heads that, you know, they have to kind of quote unquote grow up to learn or understand.
Hopefully,
But,
you're not
yeah.
throwing shade on the prostitutes again.
But it's not just that some couple went and profaned the holy place, which would be like a one-off or something. It's a putting down of what had been a regular practice, is what you're saying, which is what it seems like.
Yeah.
We continue with our 3-minute daily dose of Torah, and looking again at Pinchas's action, and the statement that we mentioned yesterday was that Kanaim Pogimbo, that whoever is doing this horrible act of cavorting with the Aramean woman, right? That the halacha is that vigilantes or zealots can stop them, and yet we're told that the Chachamim were opposed to this. So why are they opposed to this? Are they opposed to it because they do fear about vigilantism? That people, what happens when people take the law into their own hands, and then other things might emerge, and we just have to instead give it over to law enforcement? That's one possibility. But here the Torah Tamima comments a little differently. I'll read you what he says in the English translation. Such a deed, deciding you're going to step forward and punish somebody in the moment when you're not a law enforcement person. So such a deed must be animated by a genuine, unadulterated spirit of zeal to advance the glory of God. You have to have it. Your actions have to be completely and totally lishma, for the sake of the virtuous action you're carrying out, and for no other reason. Not because you think this guy's a no goodnik already, because you don't like him from 5th grade, or you don't like what he's done in other areas, and you have other motives that also step in. It has to be 100% pure. And then, of course, the question is, who can identify? Who can say of himself that I know that I only did it for the sake of God? And the answer is probably nobody. And even if Pinchas would stand up and tell us that, the Chachamim say, I don't know, prove it to us. Prove it to us. And so what happens as the Torah Tamim reads it is this, that in our text, God steps forward and says, I understand, and you're right that Kanaim Pogimbo can only be done by people who have pure motives. I come, says God, to attest. I'm his witness about his intentions, that they are pure. In the case, who can tell whether the perpetrator is not really prompted by some selfish motive, etc.? That was why the sages wished to excommunicate Pinchas, had not the Holy Spirit testified that his zeal, his kinato, was for God, was pure and genuine. But nobody else is going to be able to, or is lucky enough to have God stand at his side and testify for him. And so it is that ultimately the position of the sages is, Pinchas, we put in a box and say, Shkoyach Pinchas, fantastic. We always loved what you do. Everybody else, be forewarned. We, as a greater good of the community, we do not allow for people to take the law into their own hands. We leave it to those who have been invested with that authority to carry it out themselves. Have a meaningful and great day.
Okay, well, that's honestly kind of dark.
Was Pinchas the first ISIS, the first Daesh?
Maybe. So it's interesting though. His name Pinchas means, at least in Hebrew, means mouth of the serpent. It almost seems like, it's ooh.
Okay, good afternoon, friends. Shalom Aleichem, Baruchim Habayim. We have a very interesting topic today.
The seraph, the Egyptian protection, was a snake, right?
Yeah.
The bit in blue fire. So that's,
I think it's, what is it called, the gent?
I don't know, but I'm just saying I don't know if the connotation was necessarily evil so much as it was just a protector of the holy things.
Oh no, I know it was. I don't think there was an evil context to it.
Yeah. I just because we think of the snake because of Christian context. So yeah. All right, I'll be quiet, guys. Thank you.
And,
No worries.
and what figure is that? That's the mouth of the serpent. The slayer of the couple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And notice this: he pierces them with a lance or with a spear, which is it's kind of like fangs.
You could say, I don't know.
Pinchas.
What?
Yeah, it would be a Gnostic way of looking at it, I guess, but that kind of demiurgic thing. But yeah, I guess the other connotation of being sly.
This was before those connotations, so that's what we're saying is that this at this point the snake is a protector of the holy things
And wisdom.
and eternal life.
Mm-hmm.
Parshas Pinchas discusses the count of the Bnei Yisrael, which Rashi is troubled. Why is the Ribbon Shalom counting Klal Yisrael again? They were counted so many times by Midbar Nasai. They had already been counted when in the beginning of the 40 years. Why are they being counted again? And Rashi tells us that it's a mashal to a shepherd who was given sheep, and he's given sheep when the sheep are counted when they were given to him. But then a wolf makes his way into among the sheep, and the wolf attacks and kills many of the sheep. So now the sheep are counted again. So too, now at the end, Moshe Rabbeinu was given Klal Yisrael in the beginning of his tenure, and now at the end of his tenure, and after all the various events that have happened to Klal Yisrael, they're being counted again. And Rashi also points out, and we encounter something interesting, that the names of the various families of Klal Yisrael, the letter Hey and Yud are added to the name. L'chanoich mishpachas hachanoichi. Says Rashi, why does it say mishpachas hachanoich? It should say l'chanoich mishpachas chanoich. Rashi says, L'fi shahayu ha'umayis mavazin oisam va'omer ma'ilu masyachsin al shivteim. The nations of the world would shame Klal Yisrael and say, why are they chronicling their lineage based on their shevet, based on the patrilineal descent? Do Jewish people not think that the Mitzrayim ruled over their mothers? If they ruled over their bodies, certainly over their wives. Therefore God placed his name on them. Hey mitzad zeh v'yud mitzad zeh. He put a hey on one side and a yud on the other side to say, Meir ani alehem, I testify, Shehem b'nei avosehem, that they indeed come from their fathers. V'zehu shemafurish al yidei David shiftei ka edus l'Yisrael. This is what it is articulated through David, the shvatim of God. There is testimony given to Klal Yisrael, meaning shiftei ka, the Yud and the K, Hashem hazem meir aleim, the Yud and the K testify, l'shivteim, lefikach v'chulam ksiv hachanoichi, hapalui, by all the families it begins with a Hey and ends with a Yud. Aval b'yimna lo yutzach loymar, mishpachas hayimni. By Yimna, it doesn't have to say le'yimna mishpachas hayimni, because
honestly, this guy, it's not really interesting even to me. This should be good. This should be good. This is 15 hours.
So you guys saying that
This week,
these books, this a testament or whatever, is before Genesis was written? Because of the depiction of the serpent in Genesis?
No. What we're saying is that Genesis doesn't depict the serpent as evil.
It depicts the serpent as the, like, I don't know, it says wisest or something like that. Wisest creature.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually explicitly depict the serpent as negative.
Yeah, just it's well.
No, really, that's a Christian imposition onto the story.
Well, the temptation into death. The temptation into death. There wasn't death before. It's kind of negative.
I was bringing up that sleeping with Eve thing because that didn't. For as far as I know, that's a Jewish interpretation, not a Christian.
Also, the temptation to become as God, to become as wise as God, to become gods, if you eat of the fruit. Now you can see that all of that is fulfilling the will of God and just being a functionary.
Well, but basically, that narrative would imply that God's an idiot, because why would God put something in their vicinity, tell them not to do it? It's clearly reversing.
If he's functioning as the will of what God wanted, was the fall, was the creation of death, was the introduction of sin.
But see, it's not the introduction of sin. It's what it really is it's the introduction of free will.
What if God wasn't stupid and just bored, and he wanted to create humans for something to watch?
Yeah, spice it up a bit. Spice up the show. Nobody wants to sit around and see a bunch of people agree. We need some action in the movie.
But no, I think that really, if you look explicitly, the serpent might be seen as kind of a trickster, but it's never actually explicitly stated as negative. That's only
the tempting into the pride of becoming as God, and also sort of basically portraying God as a liar. No, you will not die. You will have your eyes open. There's a tension there.
I don't know. I personally think that, like obviously, I'm not saying that it's like pro serpent, but I don't think there's a single place where it actually explicitly is against it.
But the guy's a killer.
Who?
Mr. Spear Happy.
What's that to do with the serpent?
And apparently he got God summoned as his state's witness.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the serpent?
Well, it's just a big claim. It's partly the thing of being sly and a manipulator, and
The snake wasn't a manipulator, and he wasn't sly. He was honest.
Like you
You,
the
you
thing-
can manipulate with honesty. Just being honest doesn't mean you're not a manipulator.
Right, but in this situation, he wasn't a manipulator. In the garden story, Nahashtan.
so then
We're
again,
talking about Nahashtan, right?
well, just Nachash, but it's implied there's a connection.
So this is, when the Nahash was considered a wise, eternal animal that you could learn to survive in the desert from.
Mhm.
And that could deal out death instantly. But in this case, he's dealing out death for God and smiting out what they perceive as
well,
dirty or evil to change that practice.
That's what becomes the claim.
What do you mean?
But that's the purpose of the story.
Justifying his murder.
But that's the purpose of the story.
Yeah. So the whole thing is in that.
No. There's no justification needed. The purpose of the story is what it says on face value. It was written for that reason.
Yes, to say we have the right to kill people if we don't like what they're doing.
That, but more importantly, if you choose life, you won't die. But if you choose death, you'll die. Meaning, if you choose our way, you'll live.
If
you don't,
if
you'll
you
die.
choose to be something other than what we want you to be, we will kill you.
Right. Like I said, I think Pinchas is the first ISIS, the first Daesh.
Yeah.
The Maccabees were as well.
I just don't see what this has to do with the serpent. We were just talking about the serpent not being a bad guy, and now you're switching to Pinchas.
I think
Well,
they can't get
it's
the
a mixed
modern
symbol.
Well, that's the thing with symbols. You can always add to them and you can never take away. But in this instance, when you're talking about Nahash, you're talking about, or Chad Nahash, however you want, you're talking about before those symbols were added to it. Now
The
you're adding
depiction
those
of
symbols, which is
the depiction,
right?
The depiction in Genesis of God's will is that they not eat of the tree. And just continue on that way.
Then how come he put it in their vicinity and had no way of implicitly there was nothing there to stop them?
These are
Maybe
Christian connotations you're putting on it.
Like within the Jewish tradition, it's seen as a test. But not like a test that they failed necessarily. Like they didn't succeed, but it's not like, oh, they messed up and so now the world is doomed. That's not how it's seen.
And understand that the Nahash is also a Elohim.
I don't know, my back. Is everybody still there?
Yeah.
You understand that point of it? Whomever is talking about the...
I dropped out there for a second. Last thing I was saying is that maybe there are some things outside his control.
Do you understand that the snake was an Elohim as well?
That's one way it could be interpreted.
No, I mean literally, in those times, the snake Nahashtan was a copper god of healing.
It was worshipped in the temple.
Like when Moses, that's what healed people in the desert from the seraphim.
Yeah, it's kind of the older tradition, the broader tradition.
The broader tradition.
In the whole,
it's the same
in the whole region.
Yes. And then these guys are coming from the outside saying, well, we're cutting this off and we're only going to worship this one guy and we're going to give him all the attributes of all these other guys.
Yeah, and it's a creates a polemic.
But 1,000 years later, at this time, it wasn't so problematic.
The Adam and Eve were punished for the disobeying.
Yeah.
Well, if they weren't put out of the garden, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, which makes the serpent the hero.
But you were just saying.
Are you Luis Bojas all of a sudden?
Do what?
Sound like Luis Bojas, the poet.
There's many people that seen that sort of an inverted situation. What was it? The Sethians that.
Bro, it's like calling somebody that's traveling a lot Kipling. It's just that's all I meant by it. It wouldn't work.
Said the whole thing is about obeying an authority. This is the one true authority. Obey. And the rebel is the one that gets you to be able to slip out from that. And in the holistic sense, it can be understood more in that Mithraic understanding is that this is a dynamic tension that is necessary for everything between the dark and the light. Kind of the Taoist idea.
Week, our Torah portion is called Pinchas, named for a zealot who is venerated with God's Brit Shalom, covenant of peace. In my recent visit to Israel, I came into contact with more than one zealot, reminding me
Ariel, can you
of
pause
an
it a second?
important lesson about zealotry in Hebrew.
So I think maybe we might be stuck on something with the Brit. Does everybody understand what shalom means? It means wholeness, right? So it's not necessarily shalom is the opposite of murder or shalom is the opposite of evil or anything like that. It just means a wholeness. So whatever it takes to make that wholeness.
Yeah, I think, there's ways that things can be apologized in various directions. And there are mixed elements and mixed messages within the whole tradition.
Do you understand what shalom means?
As you said, wholeness.
Right. So I don't understand what that has to do with apology.
There are different ideas and messages within the whole tradition. It's hardly all quite a unified.
What I mean is I don't understand what that has to do with what I said it to with apologetics. It's just I want, just like with the snake, I think there's a misunderstanding of what the snake represents. With
there's most of these videos that Ari pulls up and everything. They're all justifying why it's right. Most of them, why whatever heinous act, it's somehow in God's order, in God's will, for some greater purpose.
Question: How much?
But it's also clear.
How much myth have you read? How much myth have you read? Because that's it's chock full of it too.
Yeah, as I've said, they are basically doing the same playbook from other traditions around them. Combining
they
elements.
are the other traditions. They're not just doing it. They are the other traditions. They are these people. It's just time is passing.
from what
Yeah,
I'm
and
seeing, some of this
there,
kind of
there are
boils.
there are simple craven human impulses that are laid into these systems, and it happened before Biblianity, that people used to justify themselves ruling and things going the way they wanted them to.
Okay, but what?
And so saying
What do
there
you?
isn't
Let me step
this
in here for a
craven
second.
human.
Zero's bringing up a very valid point. It's the question of a hierarchy and an authority within society. And it's the idea of, as I put it, anytime you belong to the group, that group becomes an egregore unto itself with its own fight for existence. And you need to subscribe by the group's rules, or else you're not part of the group anymore. And that's some of what Zero's talking about, is why should these people submit? And my answer is, well, they need to submit if they want to be part of the group. If they don't want to be part of the group, then you get kicked out in the desert with no help. That's just how I just see that's how reality works. It's not a question of justifying power. That's just how power operates. I'm going to tag and let my take roll in. So, tag.
Another thing to think about is the stories might just be, why are things like they are? Why do we live like we do? Because where did humans come from? It doesn't have to be a moral quandary. It's like, where did people come from? Here's the story. Okay, we got that answer. Let's move on. That might
No,
be
when
the
the answer given creates a whole framework of who's acceptable, who's expendable, who's where in the hierarchy. It's not value neutral or anything.
Right, it's called a worldview. And that's
right. And all those things are necessary for society to operate. Without those, you don't have a society, you have anarchy.
Also, like Zero, like if you go to an indigenous tradition, they live, more or less isolated from what we would consider to be developed society today, and like at the end of the day, it's something that you see with every tradition. The problem is that on one hand, the mythic elements have kind of gotten forgotten and hyper literalized, and on the other hand, the people who still hold these traditions as holy, they've reformed them, but not enough to realize, or basically enough to try and make the actions okay, but not enough to realize that there really isn't a context where those things are okay. But you have to realize that we're imposing our beliefs onto the past.
There were always people who held a basic set of beliefs, and they were the people generally exploited by the people creating these type of systems. They weren't, huh?
Either I don't understand what you're saying, or I need a source.
There's just the indigenous cultures around the world, are
right. We're talking about the indigenous culture of Judea right now.
Harmony, didn't have a hard hierarchy.
Wait, hold on.
Had a sort of a mutual
fallacy going on over here, I think.
Yeah, not all indigenous societies are that way.
I didn't say they were all pure or perfect, but overall, there weren't a lot of these elements that developed later.
What do you mean by pure?
I'm not saying there's an absence of all conflict or.
What do you mean by pure?
And what do you mean by overall?
I'm saying in general, indigenous
what do you mean
culture.
By pure?
Not purely noble, not only good.
What is pure? Pure is not only good.
Yeah, not like you said, noble savage myth. No, there was infighting and wars. And
what does pure mean?
I'm not saying they were purely good,
Right, but you said a pure indigenous
but
society.
they were
What does
not
pure
based
mean?
on, they were not
When you
based
zero,
on
when you say
slavery. They were not
when you
based on
say a
slavery.
pure indigenous society, what do you mean? And how, and with what you just said, how would slavery stop them from being indigenous? So are you going to tell me that the Dahomey people aren't indigenous to west Nigeria?
Civilization means cities. Okay,
Okay,
it's a stage.
but
It's a stage in human development.
I didn't say anything about cities. The Fan people,
Well,
the Dahomey people,
civilization.
are they indigenous to what's now called Nigeria? Or are they not?
Yes, there are. We're all indigenous at some level.
Okay, so what does pure indigenous mean?
But
I get that on some level, but so
idea
you're
that
saying that
everybody for all time,
I have to
everybody
respond.
for all time
I need to
practiced
respond.
these kind of societies. They didn't.
Okay, so to
They
respond to
don't.
what you just said, are you telling me that the Fan people are only have a level of indigeneity to the land we call Nigeria now? And so if they're not, they only have a level to it, what would make them, where would they be where they would be a pure indigenous? What does pure mean?
I wasn't saying pure indigenous. I was talking about.
You said pure.
No, I didn't say in terms of indigeneity.
You absolutely did.
No, I said
pure
as in
indigenous
good.
societies.
I said as in noble and good.
What does noble mean? So you don't think that Pinchas was noble? He stood up for when nobody else would stand up for God's laws. Nobody else would stand up for. Everybody's just watching this evil happen.
For whose laws?
Gross.
For whose laws?
Listen. Let me finish.
That's the whole thing of the claim.
Stop,
It's
let me
a
finish.
it's a man's motive.
Please.
It's a man's
Let me
motives
finish,
attributed
please.
to a higher entity.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. I'm not going to stop talking, and nobody's going to hear either one of us until you let me finish. Okay, so while there's this terrible act happening, there's a man raping somebody in front of you. Nobody's going to stop it. The guy that stops it, is he noble? Because in this situation, you've got to take things in context, right? So God is the purest thing in the world in this story. And there's evil happening, and nobody will stand up for good. The only person that stands up for good is Pinchas. So is he noble? Now talk.
God slays arbitrarily all over the place.
So does
okay, but I didn't
Dionysus.
I asked you a question. Is Pinchas noble in this situation? He's the only one doing good.
You're portraying it as a rape situation.
According to the laws of God in this
You're
story.
portraying it as a rape situation now.
Hey, this is a fictional
It's
story,
not,
right? So
till
in
now.
this fictional story, who is the ultimate good?
Wait, hold on. Even no, because I agree that the narrative seems to portray it where it's consensual. But the point is, even separate from that, imagine you go to some tribe's holy site, and you and your girlfriend decide, hey, I'm going to, this is such a holy place. We're going to screw here, and then we're going to have a holy child. Like, you might think that's the best thing you could do, but you're disrespecting their tradition. At the end of the day, I'm not saying that people should be killed, but it's like, it's the type of thing where if someone were to do that now, go to an indigenous society and try that shit, and then they got hurt, like that one missionary did with Sentinel Island, a lot of people didn't feel sorry for him.
It sounds a lot more like the conquistadors landing and stamping out the local sex cult.
This is the indigenous culture of Judea and Samaria.
Well, the whole depiction of Abram is as from somewhere else.
That's fine, but we're talking about an indigenous culture that made up these stories about people coming from other places.
Yeah.
Look at genetics, look at history, look at linguistics, look at archaeology.
Yeah, if you look at the genetics of people from the Levant, it shows that their ancestors at one point came from further east, from Mesopotamia.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There is no
30,000 years ago, there is no people that are in the Levant were in the Zagros Mountains. Absolutely.
Yeah, migration is an ongoing thing.
Which happened after the Bronze Age collapse. The people came from the hillsides down after the cities stopped functioning.
And the nomadic way precedes the settled way. But civilization has
noble? Which way is
hallmarks.
more noble, the nomadic way or the farmers?
It needs to be a balance, and part
Right,
of
but which one is
the
more
part
pure?
of the core
The
part of the
farmers
core
or the
best.
herders?
There's virtues to each, but the earlier
Okay, but
state,
which one is more pure? Which one is a
the
more pure
earlier
indigenous?
the earlier state
The herders
involved
are
less.
purer. They're purer.
It involved less warfare.
Herding?
Like the earliest towns.
Wait, hold on. Why
Whoa,
did they
whoa,
have?
whoa! The whole polemic of the Bible is about herders coming in and attacking the farmers. It's shepherds taking over.
Yeah, that's what it's sort of depicting, but it inverts it with Cain and Abel and makes the farmer one who slays. As a polemic.
Right, but I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about which one is more pure. Which society do you said it was pure? You said that the herders are more pure than the agriculturalists.
No, it was always always a mixture. There was a subsistence type system, and then there was a settled system, which in a way disrupted the nomadic system. It's like the tension between the ranchers and the sheep
Or are you
herders.
just making this up?
No, it's like the tension between the ranchers and the sheep herders. The ones need to come through and graze, but the ones have planted a fence. So there's a tension that's created by the difference.
Well, but why do we have to go that far? Like, we can see this happening right now in Sudan, right?
Yeah,
We can see it happening in Yemen, where this exact
what
thing
we
is
mainly
happening.
what we mainly see is people wedded to these ideologies that they make the absolute reality instead of
Whoa, what the
understanding.
hell are you talking about, bro? We were talking about herders in Sudan, herders and farmers. What are you talking about ideology?
There are the Muslim government has been bombing the more indigenous hut living Africans in Sudan.
Okay, but what about
of
those groups, of the indigenous African groups that you're talking about? They're cow people and they have less and less land. So guess what's happening? They're fighting.
Yeah.
Guess who's fighting who? Guess who's fighting who?
Tensions come into play.
Are going out and raiding and trying to find the nomadic herders because they're bringing the herds through their fields.
Yeah, there's many factors.
We're way off the point now.
Climate. Yeah, there's many factors that create tension in groups. But like with 𝐤𝐤𝐿Pinhas, it was a town of many thousands of people, and the archaeologists were baffled.
Was it a pure society run by women that with no warfare?
Well, the archaeologists were baffled that they weren't finding signs of violence in the graves, and so they couldn't believe that many people living together didn't have more conflict. I'm sure it's not zero, but then there's the raid. Then there's the raiding that happens, and then that's when walls become built. There's stages that it's gone through. But the idea that
people living on the streets
all society has always.
Wait. I have a question. I have a question to that. So you're telling me that people that live on the street are purer than me because I live in a house? I live a less pure life.
I haven't said any such thing. I've talked about stages of subsistence and ways that people survive by mutual action, and then when they started to come into more conflict for resources, which is partly a side effect of agriculture and settlement. But then there was also a brutal strain that was nurtured by the herdsmen, by the animal husbandry, which is a little more of an aggressive state of being. So it's gone back and forth. It's gone back.
Do you have sources for any of this bull that you're spouting? Do you have any source for this?
There's all kinds of different levels of information and of cultural everything that indicates these things.
What is this what is this brutal strain you're talking about? What is that called? What do you mean by this brutal strain?
Those who have to dominate animals and kill animals. That's a step away from killing people.
When have humans not killed animals?
They have. We've been hunters.
When have humans not killed animals?
Probably even when we were primates. But I'm talking about when.
No. Chimpanzees. But I asked you. I said, when did humans?
When it becomes, it's there's a difference between going out. There's a difference between going out.
I have another question.
Going out hunting.
I have another question.
And actually husbanding animals.
Why do the Adam and Eve kill everybody that tried to go over there? If they're so pure and noble and sweet and kind.
I haven't said that.
You did.
But no, the depiction is that everybody always kept slaves. That everybody always kept slaves and maintained hierarchies.
So
the scenario is that every culture, you said every indigenous culture acts the same way that this culture has.
Did the
It's not so.
cultivate the same brutality, or is it a different strain of brutality that they cultivated? Is it the same one that the herders did, or because they don't herd, they don't have...
There has never been a total lack of brutality.
Right. But which one did
there has never been a total lack of conflict?
Which strain is it that the Adam and Eve people are cultivating, that they're so aggressive and they want to kill people so much? Is it the same strain?
I don't know.
As the herders?
Cutting out, kind of warbling. I don't know if it's you that's kind of warbling. I don't know if it sounds the same to everyone else. All societies have not decided to be this way. To say, this is what I want, and I'm going to say God said so.
Well, I want to chime in here, and you can't have a society or a civilization without a hierarchy. Because without the hierarchy, without some chiefs, you don't have, what is a function of engineering. For an engine to run, you have to have an energy source and an energy sink. So, for any society to build, to function, to do anything, for it to run, you need a hierarchy. You need people in charge, and then you need people on the bottom who are doing stuff.
I agree to a degree.
The question, well, no, it's definitional. You can't have a society without that.
You can have a much looser system that's more changeable.
Like what?
If you get looser than that, you don't have a society.
Wait.
You
Let's
have
get an
chaos and
example
anarchy.
Let's hear an example of this looser society.
Like in the Native Americans, the chief often was only for wartime. The chiefs were generally only for wartime.
This is some noble savage
and
stuff
they had
again.
a hierarchy during peacetime. You had somebody who was deciding who
As
took
I
care
said.
of what fields, who did what.
As I said, you're painting me into absolutes.
Why was everybody afraid of the Comanche in the plains?
I'm just saying you can't have a society without a hierarchy, without structure, without somebody in charge telling others what to do.
And I said I agree.
You don't have a society. Okay.
And I said I agree to a degree.
Well,
I'm not in these realms of these absolutes. I don't make these absolute claims.
No, just generalizations.
Well, I say there are absolute claims.
The
and there are more generalized
generalization that you first made, Ariel, is that all societies have been and done the same way.
I did not say that.
We'll clarify then.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I also don't agree necessarily with cultural relativism as it's looked at today, too. So those arguments aren't going to work.
Yeah, I don't believe in moral relativism.
Or cultural relativism. I believe that there's cultures that develop ideas that I don't want any part of. And I don't think they're as good as other ideas.
Definitely. That's what I'm saying. They're not all equal, and they're not all the same.
So, do you have an example of a society that is what you view as ideal?
There are, it's all different stages of even what any society you would pick. there's a certain peaceful, harmonious element that has developed in the Native American culture.
I knew you were going to go to Native Americans. So let me ask,
in
let me pin you down.
reaction.
No. Name one nation.
No. Let me
Name
say
one
what I'm
nation.
saying.
You can't
Let me
just-
say what I'm saying.
You're
It's
going to
what
tell me that the
you are
Aztecas,
projecting.
the Aztecas
You
are
are
the same
projecting what
as
I'm
the
going to
Mohawks.
say. How about
You're going to
you
tell me
listen
the
to what I'm
Aztec are
going
the
to
same as
say?
the Mohawk, bro. You think the Aztec are the same as the Mohawk?
No, that's not what I've said.
So give a
Then why
nation.
did you say Native
so you're saying
American?
I would like to throw out a peaceful Native American culture that didn't have a lot of conflict with the Mississippian culture. Tag.
Cahokian. The Cahokian culture was they were from the Aztec culture. That's what those mounds were for. Those mounds were for ritual, most likely for ritual.
The Mississippian culture again.
No.
The one
Look
I'm
into it,
talking
Graham.
about
Look
was
into it. Look into it. It's coming up from
talking
Mexico. The language
1500 BC,
family.
not 1500
brother.
AD.
Huh?
So what I was saying was that there's a current culture in Native Americans that has reached a better place.
Okay, are you talking about Seminole people?
I am talking Native Americans in general across the continent. No, there's kind of a common culture at this point.
That's like saying Europeans across the continent in general.
I'm not saying they are all the same. They're American at this point. Shit.
I wouldn't go that far either.
Shit. They're actually becoming. That's the thing. They're shifting back into a war.
How many Native
stance.
people do you speak to on a daily basis, brother?
They're going into a war stance in the way that they're being acculturated by America, so that a lot of them are becoming right-wing rednecks.
But you just said
they're assimilating?
Yeah, they are not just assimilating; they're adopting some of the worst parts. There's no across the board anything.
What do you think is the worst parts? Patriotism, it sounds like, is one of those you think is bad. Am I right?
No.
Okay, then what? You said right-wing rednecks. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, reactionary against evolution. One of the things they've taken in is the sort of sexism. The suppression of their own two-spirit, original culture that allowed a third gender.
Are you okay? Two-spirit. I know there's a group in Canada that uses that term two-spirit. I don't know if anybody south of the border uses that term, and I don't know any nations. I don't know. Definitely
there are no traditions within North America that understood sort of third gender or role reversal.
No, there's gay people. There's been gay people all throughout history.
Yeah, and there was cultural acceptance.
And role reversal, you have the
Absolutely, there was cultural acceptance as long as those people were subservient and played the role. Yeah. So what does that have to do with
also the Hayoka tradition that was fairly cross-cultural with the basically the inverse clown.
Well, outside of Abrahamic traditions, where don't you find that type of stuff? So it's almost a universal, cultural universal. I'm not sorry to what you're saying, the gesture, but the letting people cross-dress stuff like this and accepting them. So what do you mean by the worst parts? So sexism? Are you there, Zero?
Zrizut. In Judaism's Musar tradition, Zrizut.
Go on.
Is a soul trait to be cultivated. Zealotry has a bad name, but eagerness, enthusiasm, and even zeal for getting the job done are admirable, provided, of course, that the cause is just. As for Pinchas, I'll let you be the judge. Pinchas, a priest, comes upon an Israelite man and a Midianite woman engaged in sexual intercourse. There is no hint that they have committed any crime unless a liaison between an Israelite and a non-Israelite is prohibited. Pinchas's response is to murder them both in cold blood. Even if Torah made such a deed punishable by death, which it doesn't, Pinchas would have an obligation to warn the couple, providing them an opportunity to change their ways. At least one more witness would be required to testify alongside Pinchas in a judicial proceeding before they could be executed. The sages received a beautiful Torah with a few god-awful stories and laws, and they had to reckon with them. In the Torah, Pinchas's honor comes right after his murderous zealotry. However, the rabbis placed Pinchas's murderous rage at the end of last week's Torah portion, where it might be ignored. They gave us a week between the story of Pinchas's actions and his honor, hoping the memory of his crime would fade before we celebrate his Brit Shalom, that covenant of peace. For good measure, the Talmud clarifies that sexual relations between a Jew and non-Jew is not a capital crime. Sadly, though, Pinchas's zealotry remains alive and well in our Jewish world. On July 8th, I was among a diverse group of about 30 American rabbis visiting the occupied West Bank. Last week, the International Court of Justice concluded that Israel's West Bank occupation is illegal. That body is, of course, biased, and its rulings are suspect. Even if the occupation is legal, though, crimes and injustices are ubiquitous there, often in violation of Israeli law. As our group stood about a half kilometer from Talia Farm, a settlement that is illegal under Israeli law, we were approached by an ATV bearing Bezalel Talia, conspicuously armed. He began shouting at us. Before we knew it, the police and army had arrived, and they forced us to leave. We complied with the authorities, of course, but their orders were illegal and unjustified. We were peacefully assembled, merely observing, on public property. The Israeli police are under the authority of Itamar Ben-Gvir, the self-proclaimed fascist minister of national security in Netanyahu's government. The army in the West Bank, unlike the army fighting in Gaza or protecting the rest of the country, is under the control of the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, head of the ultra-nationalist religious Zionist party, also in Netanyahu's coalition. Little wonder then that the police and army back the Talia family's illegal zealotry. My experience was colored by privilege. Israeli forces were not going to kill American rabbis. Still, we were harassed, and I was terrified. Not scared of Palestinians, mind you, but of a Jewish zealot. West Bank Palestinians, by contrast, live in real fear. In the words of Rabbi Jenna Shaw, our group leader, we later learned that Israeli authorities had on the same day demolished several structures in the South Hebron Hills just miles from where we stood. A school in Lasafa, a home and animal enclosure in Kuwawis, and 2 homes and 2 animal pens in Shab El Butum. Co-founder of Breaking the Silence, Yehuda Shaul wrote on X, 20 people have become homeless and 60 children left without a school, all in a day's work by the Israeli authorities. The day before going to the West Bank, our group met Rabbi Damelin and Arab Aramin. Rabbi's son and Arab's sister died as a result of violence between Israelis and Palestinians. Instead of seeking revenge, though, instead of multiplying their hate for one another and for each other's people, Rabbi and Arab have become zealots in the cause of peace. Rabbi's son David was a gifted musician, reluctant to serve in the Israeli army because that meant he might have to go to the occupied West Bank, carrying out orders he did not respect. Ultimately, though, he became an officer, and he felt that he had to set an example for his soldiers, treating Palestinians humanely. David said, "I can't let my soldiers down, and if I don't go, someone else will, and will do terrible things." David was killed by a sniper at a checkpoint that neither he nor Robbie thought should even exist, a checkpoint that the army dismantled days after David's death. When officers came to notify Robbie of her son's death, her immediate response was, "You may not kill anyone in the name of my child." Arab described the death of his sister Abir, killed by a rubber bullet fired by an Israeli border police officer in front of her school. She was 10 years old. Arab spoke of his love for his sister, who was a second mother to him, although she was younger, of his desire to avenge her death, and of his stone throwing at checkpoints, of his desire to kill every Israeli. Arab's father, Bassam Aramin, was having none of it. Bassam, too, had sought revenge as a 12-year-old after watching a boy die in front of him after having been shot by an Israeli soldier. At age 17, having graduated from throwing stones and empty bottles to hurling discarded hand grenades, he was arrested and imprisoned. Bassam underwent a transformation in prison. He was already a founder of Combatants for Peace before his daughter, Arab's sister, Abir, was killed. Bassam taught Arab to view both Abir and the officer who shot her as victims of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Robbie and Arab have devoted their lives zealously to stopping the killing. Alongside Bassam and his Israeli friend Rami El-Hanan, who stood with Bassam in the hospital when Abir was dying, and whose own daughter, Smadar, has been murdered by Palestinian suicide bombers. Rami, too, has transmitted zeal for this cause to the next generation, to his son, 𝐤𝐤𝐍. Pinchas is not worthy of a brit shalom, a covenant of peace, and neither are 𝐶zelotry nor the extremists in the Netanyahu government. Thankfully, though, Israelis and Palestinians are blessed with zealots for peace, too. People like Robbie and Abir, Bassam and Rami, and 𝐤𝐤𝐍, who dedicate their lives to telling their stories in the undying hope that one day the killing will end. That one day both peoples, Israeli and Palestinian, will dwell in peace and security on the land between the river and the sea. May that be God's will. Amen.
So see, like I think that the original, like personally, a lot of these stories remind me so much, especially as I'm looking back at them, of the Greek myths, like this just like ecstatic violence that, you know, it's seen as divine, and you know, and so, like it might not be seen as like, oh, this is good for society, but like it's seen as connected to the divine, and then it's only a jump, a hop, and a skip and a throw from that to saying that the divine is good.
Well, there are all kinds of mythologies and stories that don't assert, you know, an autocratic system and, you know, various justifications for murder.
Such as?
Every kind of tale that there is. Most of them are not around asserting an autocratic law system.
No,
they imbue, you know, various principles and ideas.
And what about the stories that teach you from, like how do I explain it? Like for instance, you're assuming that there's this one way that things are viewed as, and like have you not heard multiple people explain that? What you're laughing, you're chuckling?
Who? No, I said no. I've not said that there's one way.
I mean, because it seems like you understand this tradition in a very like specific context, but like there's just as many there's as many oral traditions that hold out that story that Pinchas wasn't doing what was right.
Yeah, like this guy's account here was very, very good. You know, and I know that it's a mixed bag in the whole tradition, but there is an overall thrust and an emphasis on creating a theocratic state system, autocratic, unquestionable for the most part. It was interesting to learn that part about the kind of amending the law for the property law for the women. But for the most part, and I see the real world consequences of it in our modern society, in our political systems, in our country, is still very much centered around this way of managing the world. And it's not good, and it's sliding even more backward into it.
What do you mean by what this way? Which way is the world, and which way is
an overall an absolutist autocratic theocracy type of thing, like they're trying to reassert, like with this Project 2025 stuff. We are headed toward a theocracy. Well, actually, we've never quite entirely shed it. It's not, you know.
Wait, when did we live in a theocracy?
Secular system. No, we're in an overall secular system.
You just said that we haven't shed theocracy.
I said we haven't shed it entirely. But still, you have to swear on the Bible in court. Or I mean, it's at least the custom. No, but it's like an expected thing. Like you can't get elected to office. I mean, now it's starting to change a little bit, but generally you can't get elected to office without proclaiming one of the religions. It's just now starting to change. Like there's real progress being made, and then there's a reaction to that that's trying to slide it all back. So the Father knows best.
Presupposes there's something wrong with the theocracy. From my very neutral standpoint, a theocracy is simply a choice in a form of government.
It's a
and
choice.
If people want to have a theocracy, why should anybody say otherwise if that's what they want? I agree.
Because it's an imposition upon a whole bunch of other people. If it's just about how you govern yourself, that's one thing.
Honestly, this sounds much more like your complaint is having rules that everybody has to follow.
No, that's your pet thing. I'm not an.
I hear the same thing.
Can you give me an example of a situation where
I'm not
it's
an
not a
anarchist.
case of rules that people are upset that they have to follow?
Environmental regulations. I'm for. That's law
Define
systems
environmental regulations. Are we going to sit there and go so far as you can no longer burn anything?
There's good. No, see, there's your absolutism. There's good ones and there's bad ones.
And do you not understand? Law has to be objective and absolute. You have to define it in a way everybody can look at it and say, yes, it qualifies, or no, it doesn't. If law is not absolute, what?
It has to be it has to be sorted out.
Then what is a definition of environmental pollution or whatever? Because one person's environmental pollution is another person's profit.
And so you say that we should have none.
That's you doing absolutist here. Own that.
No, you rail against
went to none.
The idea of environmental regulation.
You went to none. You went absolutist there, Zero.
No, you rail against the idea of having. You just railed against the idea of having environmental regulations.
No, I railed against the idea of undefined environmental regulations. You're fine with undefined terms.
I'm supposed to lay out the entire corpus of U.S. fucking code?
You
You're
use a lot.
supposed to be able to define what the terms that you're talking about in ways other people can look at reality and understand. And if you
It's
can't
pretty
do that, you
fucking
don't have an
basic.
argument.
It's pretty basic and understandable that you can't fucking pollute to the point to where the environment is so fucking toxic that it's completely unhealthy for people. That's
Toxic
not
is my comfortable.
Zero.
That's where you're at. You're
Zero.
taking your subjective opinion and writing that large over the rest of society.
Well, no, I mean,
we have PCBs. We have PCBs. We have microplastics. We have forever chemicals in our bloodstreams. Each one of us does, and that's definite. Okay, and that's not correct. That's an externality of a corporation that calls it an externality that is embedded in my bloodstream right now.
Zero.
That needs to be regulated.
We don't know what you're talking about because you don't define your terms. We have no idea what you mean.
I
when
have
you
just
say it.
defined that we need to not have forever chemicals. You know about the PFAS? You know any of the acronyms? PCBs?
Not enough to talk on them, and I don't.
How
It doesn't
sure
sound
are
like
you?
you know enough
Zero.
either.
How
Well,
sure are
I'll
you
explain them
that
to
we
you.
haven't
They are
had?
molecules. They are man-made molecules that do not break down in the environment.
But how do you know that that's not going to be good for us in the long run? I'm not saying that it is, but I don't know enough to sit here and talk about it.
It just goes to ridiculous.
Just like our
Clearly, there's such a thing as poison. There's such a thing as a toxic level in the bloodstream, and that's pollution.
And we
That's pollution.
There are
I'm not saying
scientific
they're good
ways
or
to
bad. I don't
determine
know.
We
that.
die from
You're
those
just
things. We
flopping
get
out
disease
toxic with no
from those
facts.
things.
So stressors in the environment. You brought up.
I am sitting right here. I'm sitting right here
Brother,
where I
can anybody else
I
talk or just you?
nursed my friend
Are you the only one
in
allowed to
home.
talk? Are you the
I
only
nursed
allowed
a
to-
friend.
You're the
I
only one allowed
nursed.
to talk?
I nursed my friend in
Are you
home
the only one
hospital.
allowed to talk?
I nursed
You're the
my
only one
friend
allowed to
in
talk?
home hospice.
Are you the only
You're
one?
just saying the same shit over and over. I nursed my friend in home hospice right here where I'm fucking sitting. I know about disease and death right here and now. Okay? And it wasn't just fucking will of God shit. It's a lifetime of onslaught of goddamn impingements upon his physiology.
Appeal to emotion.
It's not fucking.
dude, that's
Let's
that's
compare,
fucked
Zero.
up.
No, I'm bringing
Zero,
it down to
let's
very
compare.
concrete.
What's
You want a
your
concrete
body
fucking
count?
example? He had
Zero,
the
what's your
kidney.
body count? What's your body count? How many people have you watched die in front of you?
Graham, you're getting keyed in. That's not what we're talking. It's okay.
Well, look, honestly, I really don't understand why anyone's arguing against the idea. I don't want to get into this, but the point is there is real shit in the air, in the water, in the ground that's poisoning us. But what I think is wait, hold on. But what I think is interesting is why are you connecting this with like the biblical tradition?
What is Zero's
Biblical
body count?
tradition is a prime operative in society today, shaping mindsets and policy.
You mean Christianity is?
No, not
What's your
just
body
Christianity.
count, Zero? How many of you watched die?
Graham, that's really uncalled
for. Dude,
it's not uncalled for.
I was bringing it down to a very concrete example. Not this theoretical shit of my friend.
That was an appeal to emotion.
My friend having cancer. That's not some theoretical shit. That's not some political shit. That's some real human shit.
But what does that have to do with what we were talking about?
About the need for environmental regulation?
No, but see, this is what to focus on. What does this have to like? You're focusing on the biblical tradition, but really, what your issue is with Christianity, and really the way Christianity has become. That's Roman tradition.
No, I coined the term a while back, biblianity, for all of these traditions that branch out of this same place, and I have since learned about the older traditions and that they even got a lot of this stuff from. So it's even before biblianity that a lot of these mindsets became, instituted and started destroying things.
But what does that have to do with your friend? Are you trying to say that, are you saying that the plastics in the water killed your friend?
Yes, cancer is activated
Right.
generally by various toxins and the bad food.
My mother died from cancer. Are you saying that my mother died from plastics?
There are all these
I watched my mother
impingements.
die. I collected
there are
her
many
hair off her
different.
head as it was falling off. Is that
It's
because of the
almost
plastics? You want to use emotion? I can.
No,
use
it's
emotion
rarely
too.
possible. It's rarely possible to nail it down to only one thing. It's a general onslaught. It's a general onslaught on our immune systems and physiology that eventually we can't fight off anymore because we're too damaged from too many things.
Okay, so but you brought up evolution earlier, and who knows? We might adapt to this. We might become silly. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But you don't either. So let's reel this in and get back to what we're talking about.
I fight back against some of the stuff about invasive species. Humans are obviously the original invasive species, and that there's going to be a certain turnover that's going to be inevitable.
Where's our natural habitat?
You can't keep ecosystems completely pure from other ecosystems.
Where are humans' natural habitat? The Oldowan Valley?
No, I'm talking about.
No, why all this self-hatred?
The ways.
Why do you hate humans? Is what it sounds like.
No, clearly we are.
So where's our natural environment?
Mostly
if we're not in our natural habitat,
we're not only destructive, but we are very destructive.
If we're invasive, then where should we live? And how many should there be of us?
As I just said, I push back against some environmentalists who are overboard on invasive species when there's going to be a natural turnover of species in an ecosystem, because you can't.
Humans are the original invasive species. So animals. Oh, 1 second for the plane.
And so that's part of evolution, is that we move around and things change. Yeah.
So are herding animals invasive? I'm talking about herds on their own that migrate. Migrating species, are they invasive?
The term where it applies properly is certain species that are so aggressive that they so disrupt an area when they are introduced that it just sort of knocks all the pegs out. But there are other species. But there are other species. But there are other species that move in and don't quite disrupt everything.
How are humans invasive?
We take over an area, we pave it, we remove 80-90% of the life forms that were there.
Okay, so when a bird builds a nest and it wrecks the branches of that tree, is it invasive to that tree?
No, see, you're taking it to all these absolute extreme scenario projections. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, stop. How was what I said an
I just said that,
No.
I just apologized. I just apologized for invasive species.
Right, but you just said what I said was oh man, I see you talked over me. Now I'm going to forget it. Was projection and absolute. How was what I just said projection?
You are trying to say that
an analogy. Is an analogy
portraying any activity as destruction. That's not what I'm saying.
No. You were talking about building stuff. So we build houses, they build nests. I used an analogy. It may not be a great analogy, but it's an analogy. Where was the projection, and where was the absolutism? Or the questions. Those are the only two questions. That's all I asked. How did I project? How was I absolute?
You cannot foist a sort of assertion as a question.
How did I project, and how was I absolute?
You're projecting toward that I'm saying that we shouldn't do anything because it's destruction and it's invasive.
No, I said
which is an absolute, which is an overboard version of what I'm talking about.
Wait, hold on. So no, what he's saying, like, dude, you're taking what he's saying in bad faith. He's basically making the argument that it's not a bird or a human that's invasive. It's the it's the mode of living, or like their lifestyle. Like that's like saying that an animal's invasive.
Which is what I said a minute ago, didn't it? Didn't I say that we and other life forms, that evolution is going to be change, and there are going to be new species that come into an area, and that's just how things are, and it's not always mega destructive. But there are some absolutist environmentalists that don't want any interaction between ecosystems, which is just not possible.
You said that humans are invasive.
I said we are the original kind of invasive species, yes, that has dramatically transformed the planet more than any other species on the planet. We have changed the atmosphere. We have changed the chemistry in the oceans. There are radioactive isotopes and all these other type of chemicals in the Himalayas, away from where people even are. We have affected the entire planet. And obviously life is going to have to adapt to it, and we'll just see what shakes out. That's just indisputable.
Okay, how is what you're saying differ from what he said? You're projecting what you project onto him, saying that he's projecting, and dude, I really don't even know what you're.
No, you decidedly you're not going to accept anything that I put forth because you feel offended. Because I am critical of this tradition that you are emotionally attached to and ethnically identified with. And that's part of what the whole problem of any of these systems is it becomes an us-them thing based on an attachment to a created system.
Okay, so what created system doesn't have these issues? Give me an example.
The Native Americans.
No, just secular democracy and enlightenment philosophy in general is a superior paradigm. It's a superior paradigm that has been evolved.
Dude, so you really don't.
I am a mystical humanist. I do not dismiss the paranormal, the supernatural, the spiritual. I do not believe in the false dichotomy between that and humanism, which is generally seen as just purely atheistic and reductionist, materialistic. I do not believe in these false dichotomies.
Okay, so how do you explain all the people that claim to be secular, but still are responsible for all this evil? Are you just going to say that they're just?
I don't have to produce a complete utopia. I'm talking about the better direction overall for society to go, as I see it.
As you see it.
What's one thing that
which includes the secular system, which allows for religious diversity rather than just religious groups vying for domination.
Religious diversity, as long as it doesn't impinge on what you believe.
No, religious diversity. Until it impinges upon constitutional or human rights. So if your religion says stone somebody to death for blasphemy, guess what? The civic system trumps that shit.
Because their God doesn't exist. You're going to tell them their God doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. No, see where you take it? That's not anything I said.
But if it trumps it.
In the case where it conflicts with what we've developed as a common standard of human rights, which is obviously an evolving thing.
I think there's a dichotomy, and I think you have to say, we can't go with your make-believe game. We're not going to kill this woman for that reason.
No, the secular system protects the religious systems by making it not where they're all jockeying for the center of power so that they can assert their one theocracy over all the others.
Wait a second.
Okay, we're going off in a different direction. I have things to say about that, but I really don't know that we want to go in that direction. Can we go that direction? Do we want to go in the diversity direction, Ariel?
I mean, like, I honestly, I think it's delusional to think that the world would be better if it was run by secular people. The problem is that people are people, and like you're acting like the problem is one way of thinking when the problem. Hold on. No, well, someone's getting back. But what I'm saying is, I think that to think that that these ideologies shaped the way that people acted I think that's naive. The way that people acted shaped the ideologies. And that's why you see this in so many different cultures. It, like, you admitted it. This pre-exists Abrahamic traditions. So if that's the case, how come it's so widespread?
Can I add to that and ask a question, Zero? Can you tell me one society where the god or the gods of that society don't in some way represent and or look like the people of that society? And then I have a follow-up if you can answer that.
Or do objectionable things or call for them.
Well, Buddhism is what takes it closer to an ineffable reality that is basically the cosmos and consciousness.
Please, I don't want to lose my
And, go ahead.
So what form of Buddhism do you mean? Theravada and things like that. Even then, the gods that reside in those religions, those forms of Buddhism, tell me one that doesn't look like, represent, or act like the society they're a part of. So Tibetan Buddhism, do the gods in Tibetan Buddhism look like Tibetan society? Would they look out of place in Mayan culture? Tell me one god that wouldn't look out of place in a culture that god didn't belong to. Did I lose you guys?
I already have a total autocratic state that claims Buddhism.
No.
But Buddhism,
No. That's you're thinking I'm trying to trick you. I'm not. I'm just asking.
I'm saying anything can be taken, perverted, turned into an autocratic, oppressive.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Wait, so you're agreeing with me?
Is there
I've said that anything can be
that wouldn't be out of place in another culture.
Wouldn't be out of place. What?
I'm getting an echo. I don't know or what. Or somebody has their volume up. I don't know. One culture that has a god that you could take that god and put it in another culture and it wouldn't seem out of place. Can you name me one? So you brought up Buddhism. So let's go.
The Tao.
Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism.
The Tao has been
from that culture and put in another culture.
The Tao has kind of been taken up by the West.
I said God. So
well, but that's what you want. That's what you want it to be.
Think of some of this that I was saying. Lots of these type of people. Would they seem out of place if you put them, say, in Mayan culture?
Oh, there's all kinds of overlap.
No. I'm saying if you took Lao Tzu as he was portrayed, as his writings portrayed him, as he supposedly looked exactly, and plop him down in Mayan culture, would he seem out of place?
What is that supposed to prove?
It's just a yes or no. Do you think he would or not? I'll get to what I'm trying to prove in a second. I promise. I'm not trying to trick you. So you agree that he would seem out of place? That's because the projection from society creates the gods, creates those laws. That's what Ariel was saying. That societies form and these laws form, and then we have to make up the authority for them, and that's where the gods come from. That's where the laws come from the society to project back down. But they're ultimately a projection of the human and the way that society itself was evolving anyway. The gods and stuff come later.
Yeah, usually the core myths are about natural forces, certain conceptual, categories and things. Later, they are anthropomorphized. And that conceptual realm is what's closer to the ideas that are overall valid. I mean, it's a big mix.
What makes ideas valid?
If they are not so wrapped up in some of these twisted, created things, if they're kind of addressing something that at least smells of objectivity of the universe.
Something that smells of the objectivity of the universe. So something that you subjectively think is objective.
So
we all have a subjective view of the objective, of course.
Can I give a small example when you run into problems when you try to take these gods and put them in other cultures? The idea of the snake that we had earlier is because you're taking it from an ancient Canaanite culture and trying to plop that same idea into modern culture, and you're going to add all of your connotations. It doesn't fit. You're changing the look, the shape, the feel, everything of that copper snake when you talk about it now. You're not talking about the one that was from that culture. That one from the culture was a projection from
the Genesis story.
There's no way that you cannot project your culture onto that god. If the gods were real,
story that sets up attention that you can say is all part of the same works of the same being, or you could see it as a dynamic between forces which could also be within a same overall being, which everything ultimately is, or you could see that it's actually a tension between a couple of societal forces. And that older tradition.
You just keep talking about what you want to talk about enough.
You want to talk about transplanting deities? When we're talking about what are the things we should believe in, or at least
I got it, brother. I won't waste any more breath with you. That's what you think of what that I was saying. Got it. I'm done with you. I won't bother you anymore with my bullshit.
I honestly don't understand. Why even engage with these ideas if you're just going to say that they all lead to? Well, okay, you don't say that they all lead, but you're implying that these ideas lead to that. And again, it's like I've yet to see a tradition that isn't capable of manifesting these types of horrors in different contexts. Like, that's the thing. You need to look at these traditions in context, and you're just not. You're looking at them how Christians understand it, and you're forcing it back into the past. You're retrofitting it, and it's just
projecting. You're the one that projects.
I'm not a Christian.
I never said that you were.
So that is not where I'm looking at it from.
Okay, but you're repeating a lot.
You sound like a Christian.
If you're going to label if you're going to label our entire society as tainted by the same strain that you're talking about, how do you not realize that you too are? You're not invulnerable from it, just like the rest of us.
No, I'm embedded and acculturated in various ways from various directions. But I'm part of. See, in my life, I try to inculcate and create a different situation. I've got a nonprofit where I'm trying to build agricultural apartments where you're growing your own food, you're generating your own electricity, and you're freed from all this economic exploitation. That is my modus of trying to free people from these corrupt systems. It's an actual action, an activism. It's not just conceptual masturbatory shit.
So you have.
I'm engaged in things.
Designing these apartments?
Yeah, I've got some various designs, but I'm creating the organization to get the more professionals involved. I've got a couple of eco architects.
Already on this? Stuff like this?
Huh?
I'm interested.
I've kind of got a couple of things that I could. It's kind of hard to say you can patent it, but
the website.
Blue Bee Ecological Endeavors is my org.
Okay. And you guys have the
and then Holistic Affordable Housing is one of our programs. I'm at a ground level. I'm doing client work, keeping people from becoming homeless. We do not yet have money to be building anything, but I'm navigating these systems and keeping people from becoming homeless.
Like how?
Like when people move, their Section 8 vouchers are often discriminated against. Landlords won't take them. That's a housing subsidy, you know, where like 2/3 is subsidized and 1/3 the person pays. And something like 40% of the people that try to move in my town, when they try to move, they cannot find an apartment within the payment standard of what they can afford, and they actually lose their vouchers. And so they lose those subsidies, and so they even more can't afford anything. My city is in the top 7 of some cities that are considered unaffordable, and you know, like top in the state of gentrification, unaffordability. So there's this rapid gentrification that's going on at the same time that
What do you mean
sky
by
high poverty.
gentrification?
That's a blitzkrieg of building of things that are too expensive for the locals to afford, and also, you know, all the corporations that are buying up all the residential, and all the residential, you know, single family homes are now, you know, 4 or 5 times as much. So it's basically pushed people out into the perimeter and made them become rural to where they have to commute, where they used to live in a town. And, you know, it's just all kinds of navigations of the systems to keep these people from becoming destitute and or homeless.
So what do you?
And like,
what do you?
I'm on the commission. I'm on the, well, you know, it's helping them navigate the systems and keep compliant with various agencies and things. There's a lot of it.
Do you give them a subsidy for their subsidy so they can afford the rent?
We've kicked a little bit into like pay court fees and that kind of thing for people to clear up their record and get legal services to expunge their evictions and things like that.
So they have eviction and criminal records.
No, I haven't yet dealt with anybody with the criminal record issue. But you know, it's
huh?
What do you get expunged? Evictions, which means that other landlords will not rent to them.
But that's a credit report. That's not on law. That's not a law. That's not a law.
Are you saying I'm making shit up or something here?
No, I'm
I've
curious.
expunged evictions. I've expunged evictions from online.
From their credit report?
From the court filings.
Okay.
And I'm literally in the midst of a move with someone right now who has all kinds of mental health and physical disability issues, and you know, would likely have ended up on the street if we hadn't intervened and pushed all these machinations, because there was a time limit, and we negotiated a settlement with the landlord to give us a certain amount of time, which is up here in a few days at the end of the month. But I mean, like,
how does the landlord get reimbursed for that?
Do what?
Does the landlord get reimbursed for that?
For what?
For whatever time he's not getting paid.
You assume somebody's not getting paid?
I don't know. Why would the person get evicted?
There's all kinds of reasons people are evicted that the landlords can pull out of their pocket at any point.
Is there not a lease?
Do you think someone deserves to be homeless because a landlord decided to evict someone?
It depends on why. They didn't pay. Well,
that's not involved.
They're selling drugs out of there. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the stigmas that are against people, and they think everybody that's homeless is some kind of a criminal. Huh?
Would you let somebody sell drugs out of your house?
So that's where you go to.
You said there's a stigma. I'm asking you, would you let somebody sell drugs out of your house? I don't think it's a stigma. I grew up in a house that drugs are sold out of.
No, there's a stigma against people that have fallen into homelessness, that they're all criminals or druggies or
right.
something.
I didn't ask you that.
But guess what? None of them deserve to live on the street. I guess you'd want them to live in prison.
Okay, so you said that there's a multitude of reasons why a landlord could evict somebody, and I named off a couple. One of those was selling drugs out of the house, and then you acted like I was just acting out of a stigma, like I had something against them. When if you knew anything about me, you'd know how crazy that is. But I'm asking you, would you want somebody to sell drugs out of your house?
I would want someone to help me keep people housed.
Okay, but would you want somebody to sell drugs out of your house?
Unbelievable. So, you know, the system that we have right now only sees residents as something to milk, to exploit, and they're thought of as units. And what I'm working to create is green collar entry-level jobs with urban agriculture so that the residents can earn their keep by working, you know, canning the produce, or, you know, the garden market, or the online, you know, marketing of crafts created, that kind of thing. As a way to create what I call reverse rent, so that you're hopefully getting more income to the person than it costs to maintain the building.
Would you guys help somebody that was selling drugs out of a house that was getting evicted?
It's really not a, you know, I've had my problems with some people that keep getting let out of jail, that are on heroin, that are terrorizing people, some of my clients and things, and have taken over their apartments and knocked people downstairs and things. I'm not soft on some of the most recalcitrant criminals, but as the psychedelics, as a sort of a base of religion, it is an elucidative thing of the drugs is a gray term for, you know, a grab bag of whatever you want to have. So I'm not in the business of working for or coddling criminals. I have a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are working to keep people from hitting the streets.
So would you let somebody sell drugs out of your house?
That's all you've got, dude? Really? That's all you can take from any of this?
Look, I mean, to be fair, you're not answering the question.
To be fair, what?
You're not answering the question.
I don't have to answer that fucking question. That is a narrowing down into some cul-de-sac of some aspersion couched as a question.
Like you haven't.
The question to ask is wow, how can we implement this complete paradigm shift and free people from an exploitative economic system? I mean, on a certain level, it's like the kibbutz.
The problem is, Zero, is that you don't know your audience. You're in a selective group. We've selected each other. We all think along the same lines. We all know exactly what you're talking about, but you don't understand that we're not the ones you have to fight against. With the questions I'm asking, maybe they're probing so you can better understand how you feel about these things, so you could talk to somebody that might be malicious, or you could figure out, oh shit, maybe this is the wrong way, or we should do it this way. But you don't understand that. You don't know how I grew up. You don't know where I came from, and you're talking to me like that.
I understand completely about problem people. I have some in my building. Okay.
Right. But what I said was, my question was, would you let someone sell drugs out of your house? So you're telling me that every landlord is just a capitalist pig trying to suck the blood out of everybody.
I'm also partly an advocate for certain landlords. I've been involved with the city. I used to have oversight over landlords, and now I'm on the Commission for Sustainability. So we're working on digging into the data to create these different housing models, what the data is on the poverty level, the level of homelessness, you know, to get some better jobs creation happening in the city. And, you know, the housing first model. We at least got a resolution passed a year or two ago with the city council on that as the way to get people off of the street. Instead of make them jump through a bunch of hoops, you actually get them stabilized first, which allows them to get into rehab, to get employment, to get their shit together.
Have you ever been homeless here?
Yes.
Like on the
Yep.
streets.
Like
homeless.
on the streets. Yep. Not couch surfing and family to go to. Yep. On the streets for 4 years. Yep. And so you already, I'm sure, have your assumptions of what that's about.
What are you talking about? What's my assumption?
I don't know.
You said I had assumptions. You want to know
Well,
the
it's
reason
just funny
I
that-
asked the question?
Sure.
Because I did. My mother and I almost on the street, in and out of shelters, stuff like that. So I wondered how much experience you had with people that were homeless, and the majority in living like that, and living in crack houses, stuff like this. That's why I asked the question. What did you think my assumption was?
Well, I think mainly that you want to find something to have against me, like I don't actually know what I'm talking about because I haven't been home.
And that's your problem, bro. You're just listen to the words that come out of my mouth. Don't try to figure out how I'm trying to trick you.
Yeah,
Like the questions before.
Honestly, it kind of seems like you're projecting onto him what you're doing.
And I
Tone,
want to
all
go
of
off on you so bad, bro. You don't.
Yeah, you said bullshit on my stuff a long time ago. You've been the adversarial one. Here I am trying to assert something else entirely. Some positive change that can be created, that can be duplicated, replicated other places. You know, some tangible thing of society that can be
replicated?
wrested away from
The problem is you only. The problem is you don't see it in the places that you think it goes against it because of your preconceptions. Like, for instance, yeah, I know there's a lot of predatory shit in Christianity, a lot of things that have been twisted, but a lot of those same concepts that came from Judaism, because of the fact that Judaism didn't have this, power, like, sure, you had people who were authorities within the community, but there wasn't, people didn't have power over these giant communities. Everything was very much on this community-based level. And it really feels like you've got some bone to pick with Judaism. And believe me, I'm not apologizing for Judaism. There's plenty of things I find objectionable. But it honestly seems like you have this idea that of all these different traditions, they're just so bad. And again, not that they're not capable of bringing about change, but it seems like you only see the good change as when they're able to progress into this secularism. And the truth is, I used to view the same way, but the reality is we live in a more secular world, yet we live in a more violent world. I don't think that you can correlate the state of the world with, religion. I think it's much more connected to politics and much more connected to economics.
As I said, there are all kinds of strange directions that different impulses and societal impacts come from. And I wish I could find more. Part of the whole reason I've been involved with your stuff and try to trigger and learn from you is because I'm trying to find the better elements, the valuable parts in there. But it is so frustrating. So often, it's just horrid shit. It's just justified violence. And a bunch of mostly people part of the greater order, the greater good, and God's will. And, it's just like other places in the world where, come up with the same disappointments and shortfalls of human potential. And when people make a decision to go with a certain kind of way, I understand it as a biological impulse. It's about survival. And
biological impulse.
Yeah. But the same biological impulse and aggression that helped us to survive is the same impulse that at this point is going to destroy us all if we don't
Zero.
put it in check.
Read the room. You're on a channel called Ashtaraz Orchard. You talk about the divine feminine. We all found each other. That's what I'm getting at. You're too defensive.
Like you've single-handedly just derailed this entire conversation.
I've actually brought it. I brought it directly to the principles that are being discussed. Like the guy who just talked about how Pinchas or whatever his name is did not deserve his reward, and he talked about all the injustices going on in Israel there. And earlier, when I sparked the whole thing about marriage, and that actually led to a whole
modern interpretation.
Actually led to a whole learning curve and interesting, thing in itself.
I hate to tell you, but that wasn't you. Those ideas already occurred to me. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but you guys have been taught, you managed to, you're the one being adversarial. Like, I don't have any issue with saying, yeah, Pinchas was a horrible person for what he did. I'm literally, it feels like you're arguing just for the sake of arguing.
No, I'm trying to get to the goods. I'm trying to get to the better.
See, that's your problem. You only see the goods where you see value. And because of that, there's so much value that you're going to miss out on because you just don't see it. And I'm not saying that there's value in this horrific stuff. I'm saying that because you only see it in this hyperliteral sense, you're missing it.
I think what Ariel's saying is you don't realize that you're being exclusionary.
I've had a guy on this channel scream at me, "Watch your back, watch your back, watch your back," and that person was not put in check at all because he's considered a friend of the channel.
Are you scared that he's going to snap to you?
Hey, in this day and age, I know how to read signs. I know how to read signs on types.
Who said that to you?
What was his name? Jimmy?
Does he know where you live?
I don't know. Mossad can find it these days.
Dude,
but
anti-Semitism, you motherfucker.
No, I believe he claimed IDF.
Dude, what? Seriously, you fucking bringing up this fucking anti-Semitism? Who the fuck are you talking about?
The dude that was barking at me on your channel.
Wait, you think he has anything to do with this? Dude, he didn't say watch your back. I heard what he was saying. He said some stuff that I don't agree with, but he did not say watch your back. And now you're insinuating stuff about the Mossad and IDF. Dude, honestly, you're coming across as just another white liberal trying to say anti-Semitic shit.
Reaction to Usal saying, is he going to come after me or something? All I know is that, I shouldn't have to worry about such a thing to engage online.
Who said they were coming after you?
I didn't say he was coming after me.
Yeah, you did. You did.
No, I said that I know a sign of a threat.
You said
whether it's or not. Huh?
You said
he said, does he know where you live and this type of shit?
No,
I don't know if he does or not. I don't know if he does or not. I don't know if he's.
Dude, you said this person said that, or you said that this person said watch your back. When?
But we can go back and find the episode. You said his name was Jimmy.
I don't know a fucking Jimmy, dude.
Well, he was in the mix back some months ago. I believe that was the name said.
Well, dude, you're saying he's a friend of the channel. Fuck off with that shit. I don't even know a Jimmy. I'm more friends with you than I am with that person. Look, all I'm going to say is I don't have an issue having these nuanced conversations, but you've just honestly derailed this entire fucking thing. Well, just going to get on with this. It's like everyone has to make shit dramatic.
Shalom. This week's Torah portion in the land of Israel is Pinchas, while the portion of Balak will be read in the diaspora. You know, the book of Numbers is really divided into two halves. The first half is from the beginning until Parshat Korach, and the second from the portion of Balak until the book's conclusion. Parsha𓂋𝓆, which introduces the new generation, marks the point of transition between them. The first half of the book of Numbers focuses on the generation that left Egypt, who received the Torah at the Sinai revelation. They can best be defined as a passive generation. And don't get me wrong, I don't mean that at all in a negative way. Passive in the sense that according to their spiritual level, their rectification was not in the realm of action, but in the realm of being called upon to accept Hashem's will. To put it plainly, they were receptacles for Hashem's will. They were constantly receiving from Hashem. They were beneficiaries of his kindness. The Holy One, blessed be he, took them out of Egypt amid signs and wonders that transcended nature, requiring no effort or action from their side. Hashem elevated them to the level of receiving the Torah at Mount Sinai. They were led by Moshe Rabbeinu, our teacher Moses. So open up your heart. The people of this generation were truly spiritual giants, yet being able to only receive is a limitation. They were not people of initiative. They're not characterized by action, at least not by positive action. For at the same time, they were guilty of many transgressions, and all of these having taken place during the first 2 years of their desert stay. Their spiritual work was about learning to become subservient to Hashem's will, to subjugate their own will to his. Thus we find that all their sins were expressions of their own desires or complaints and protests against the divine will. But they weren't sins of ben Adam lechavero. They weren't transgressions between man and his fellow man. Their trials and tests were all about submitting to God. In Parsha𓂋𝓆, we witnessed the turning point, the transition. The events of that portion took place in the 40th year in the desert, and the original generation of the desert had all passed on. Parsha𓂋𝓆 introduces their children, the new generation of those who will be entering and inheriting the land. The previous generation's leaders are not relevant to this new generation. Thus, in the portion of 𓂋𝓆, recall that Miriam and Aaron passed away, and God officially informed Moshe that he will not be entering into the land with the people, on account of what happened at the place known as the Waters of Strife. Now, in our Parsha of Pinchas, God instructs Moshe to ascend to the mountain of Avarim, and from there he'll be able to look out upon the land that God has given to the children of Israel. He won't be joining them. Moshe's leadership is compared by our sages to the brightness of the sun, which outshines and nullifies any other light. It wasn't focused on the individual. It was a leadership that carried the whole nation as one. The new generation that's now preparing to enter the land is proactive, and they will require a leadership that will afford them a more active role. Until now, throughout the years of the desert wanderings, all the light and blessing flowed to the nation through the teachings that Moshe gave over to them on account of his relationship with Hashem. He was like the conduit. But now, the focus shifts from Moshe to the nation of Israel themselves, who will no longer be passive, who from this time forward become dynamic partners in bringing about their own redemption, which is the redemption of the world. In our Parsha, God instructs Moshe to ascend to Mount Avarim, from where he'll be able to look out upon the land that God has given to the children of Israel. God has told Moshe that his time is coming. And so, in preparation for leaving this world, Moshe asks Hashem to appoint a fitting leader to replace him, one who will be able to lead the nation of Israel into the land. As we read in verse 15 of chapter 27, Moshe turns to God and addresses him using an unusual expression. He says, "May Hashem, God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the assembly, who shall go out before them and come in before them, who shall take them out and bring them in, and the assembly of Hashem not be like sheep who have no shepherd." Hashem informs Moshe that Yehoshua, Joshua, is appointed to lead the people. But what is the significance of this uncommon expression, God of the spirits of all flesh? And why does Moshe use it just now? Rashi tells us that the phrase God of the spirits expresses the idea that Hashem is a God for each individual. Rashi cites the Midrash Tanchuma informing us that Moshe said to Hashem, "Master of the universe, the character, the nature of each person is revealed before you, and no two people are alike. Please appoint over them a leader who will tolerate each person according to his individual character." So open up your heart in the deepest way. According to this Midrash, God of the spirits means that Hashem knows the spirit, the nature of each and every person, and in requesting God to appoint a new leader, Moshe was asking that it be a patient person, a tolerant person, who would be able to understand each person as an individual and appreciate their individuality. The new leader will need to accommodate the needs of self-expression for each tribe, for each person, for every opinion. Thus, in informing Moshe that Yehoshua is the chosen leader, the Holy One, blessed be He, emphasizes the most important attribute that he finds in Joshua. In 27:18, God says, "Take Joshua, the son of Nun, a man in whom there is spirit," and as Rashi explains, just like you said, just as you requested, someone able to deal with the character of each individual. The skill set of this new generation, their headspace, their orientation, their range of motion, as it were, it's all completely different than that of their fathers, the generation of the desert. That's how we're able to understand why the first time that earlier generation of the children of Israel complained about water, God was, as it were, angry. But when the second generation asked for water in Parsha𓂋𝓆, God found no fault in them. This insight also helps us to understand, as to Moshe mistakenly reacting with anger to the request for water at the waters of strife, although his mistake cannot be understood as a sin in the simple sense at all, but rather his mistake was in continuing with a style of leadership that suited the generation of the desert, but not those who stood before him now, those who would be inheriting the land. Notice that this distinction is also manifest in the way that the new generation waged war. Back in Exodus chapter 17, when the generation of the desert had to go to battle with Amalek, that war was so totally godly, divinely orchestrated, and the outcome was determined by Moshe. For when his hands were extended towards heaven, Israel was victorious. And when he let down his hands, Amalek prevailed. But all the battles that we learn about from Parsha𓂋𝓆 onwards were fought by the nation using conventional means. And in the same light, notice that Moshe led the nation in song at the splitting of the sea. But in Chukat, we read that Israel sang a song at the well. The nation sang of their own initiative. And in that song, Moshe's name is not even mentioned. And there are other more noticeable differences as well, as opposed to God's severe criticism of the spies' mission in the generation of the desert, for example. In chapter 21 and verse 32 of Parsha𓂋𝓆, we learn that Moshe sent spies to Jazer, and there's no disapproval at all. So to carry this understanding on to the portion of Pinchas, the zeal of Pinchas, who arose from the midst of the congregation, is another expression of the activism that characterized the nation of Israel in this generation. Thus, following Pinchas's action, and after the plague that ensued as a result of the daughters of Moab and Baal Peor, a new census takes place. And this census serves to emphasize the identity of each person as an individual. Afterwards, we meet the daughters of Tzelafchad, who request and demand an inheritance of the land. And Yehoshua is appointed, and Moshe ascends to Mount Avarim to look out upon the land that he will not be entering, because it's just no longer his time. He can't relate to who they are. It's a new reality. And as Moshe was compared to the sun, Our sages teach that Joshua's leadership is compared to the moon. The moon takes the light it receives from the sun and divides it into smaller portions of light that can be tolerated and can reach out to each individual. Yoshua is the leader who will divide the land among the tribes of Israel, shifting the illumination from the national level to that of each individual. All the generations are in sequence, a progression. We're all part of the process leading to redemption. Every age is presented with different challenges, and its leaders need to understand their generation's limitations and also their unique strengths. The generation of the land was called upon to be proactive, and they had a direct role in determining their own fate. Moshe was the greatest leader ever, but he did not relate to the next generation. Our generation is also proactive, made up of very complex individuals facing complex challenges, and blessed by God to be very much involved in shaping its own destiny. We need a unique leader who understands this complexity, a wise and courageous leader, but fearing only God, compassionate in the extreme and empathetic. The great Rabbi Kook stated so powerfully and so succinctly, one who does not understand that we are in the time of redemption is not capable of being a leader in these times. This is precisely why our Torah portion of Pinchas concludes with the instructions for the daily offering in the Holy Temple, as well as the additional Musaf festival offerings. These commandments were given here to the new proactive generation about to enter the land, because Israel's role is to bring divine blessing into the world through the service of the temple. As we prepare to begin the period of the 3 weeks of mourning for the Holy Temple, may we truly rise up to shape our own destiny. May we merit to the leader who will be filled with the Spirit of Hashem, who will smash the illusions of idolatry and lead Israel and the entire world.
Hey, Miss Kitty. Sorry, I needed a minute, but yeah, I do feel like there's, like, just in general, that a lot of your perceptions about other, and again, I'm not disagreeing with you in general, like, on, you know, the issues that you have. My issue is that every society to one degree or another has these issues, but like, honestly, I'm just probably going to just move on to the show.
To receive the full measure of God's blessings. Shalom. Thank you for watching and for being part of Jerusalem Lights. Your support.
This Torah class is brought to you by TorahAnytime.com.
Okay, Bruchim Haba, welcome everyone. So Parshas Pinchas, everyone's in a good mood, everyone's happy tonight, you know. You're not eating or something. Food is overrated, you know, you don't need. Okay, so the Parshas Pinchas, we know that Pinchas was Mekane Kinas Hashem, and he killed 𤐐𤐉𝐶 and Zimri. And we're going to see that the reaction of Klal Yisrael was very interesting and maybe contrary to what we would have thought. In fact, we'll see in the Yerushalmi says that Klal Yisrael wanted to put Pinchas in Cherem. So the question is, why would they want to put him in Cherem? And the Rebbe Shem gave Pinchas a reward, so if you look in the Targum Yonis ben Uziel, the Targum says that what was Pinchas' reward? Bishvua imarle. God says, I swear, min shemi, in my name. Ha'ano gezarle yas kiyami shalem. You will remain whole. Va'abdine malach, and I will make you an angel. Kiyam. V'yeche la'alma, and you will live forever. Lemavasra ge'ulta b'sef yomaya. You will be mavasra ge'ula at the end of days. So as a reward for Pinchas' act of taking out revenge for the sake of the Rebbe Shalom, he was rewarded that la'asid lavai, before Mashiach comes, Pinchas, Eliyahu, is going to be the one who tells us the good news. In fact, the Ramah brings down that the reason why in Zmiros, Matzai Shabbos, we sing about Eliyahu Hanavi is because since the Gemara says an Erev and Eliyahu will not come not on Erev Shabbos and not on Shabbos, so his first chance to come is Matzai Shabbos. So since it's the first time he could come, so we mention him Matzai Shabbos. But we know that the Darchei Hashem, we know the Midos of Hashem are Midah, Keneged Midah, measure for measure. In Latin we say quid pro quo. So if what exactly is the rationale behind why the Rebbeinu Shalom rewarded Pinchas that for killing Zimri and 𐤐𐤉𝑗 you were rewarded that you're going to let the world know when Mashiach is coming? It seems to be a random reward. It doesn't seem to be specifically connected with what he did. So that's a kash over here. Most of the shir tonight, so I mentioned a couple of times, I visited with Reb Pinchas Friedman last week when he was in America. So he was gracious enough to give me some of his manuscripts, unpublished. Actually, he wrote for many years in a weekly column in the Bell's newspaper, Hamachane HaCharedis. It's a highly acclaimed article, one of the most well-known articles written in Eretz Yisrael on a weekly basis. So these are ma'amorim that he wrote like 20, 30 years ago. Anyway, so this is a question that he would like to address. And then we take a look at the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi in Sanhedrin says something very interesting. The Yerushalmi says, Pinchas shaloi b'rtzain chachamim. Pinchas acted in violation with the will of the chachamim of the time. Amar Rav Yehuda bar Pazi bikshu linadoisai. They wanted to put Pinchas in cherem, so they're going to put up, these broadsides that Pinchas, he's, mi bachutz, he's on the outside, he's a cherem nidoi shamta, all the bad things that they write. He would have been on a poster, every
Interestingly enough, so a way that this kind of enters like non-Jewish culture is Baruch Spinoza was actually he was excommunicated. He was put in cherem, but it wasn't for his it wasn't for any of his like philosophical beliefs. It was actually because I think he owed his sister money or something, and he didn't pay her back, and so it was something really petty like that. But I think it's just kind of funny how it's like everyone has this idea of like, oh, Spinoza, the excommunicated Jew, but in reality, he like it was basically just like it was kind of like that one video that I showed before of the people shaming debt refusers. It was more like people were just kind of shamed more than anything. It's not necessarily something that's like where was I going with that? That this is what happens when you don't sleep enough. That with the cherem, that he was put in cherem for something rather trivially, and he could have easily gotten out of it. It wasn't something that it was like, oh, this heretic. I mean, because at the end of the day, a lot of his ideas weren't all that heretical. But I have to admit, I don't know enough about Spinoza. I know a bit about his history, not enough about his actual philosophy. But it is also just kind of interesting, this idea that this person who is supposedly the hero of the story actually ends up getting villainized by the people around him, which I think it's like kind of makes you wonder why there was ever a narrative of him being the hero in the first place, because he's almost like set up as this foil, like, oh, he was his heart was in the right place, but he did a bad thing, which I think is kind of interesting because it's like how many it's the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It really echoes that.
So are you going on this? Because I see you've been live for over 7 hours. Are you doing a marathon? What's going on? What's the gist of the general show overall?
So I was live for I forget how long, and then something happened that it cut it off, and so I had to restart it. And luckily, I didn't actually start reading the Parshah. There's it's a 30-minute video that's pretty quick. I'll have it reading sometimes, and it's nice because it has the whole narrative in English as well as in Hebrew. But yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm probably just going to stay up for the day, and but hopefully finish this soon. But yeah, I think that if I look to see this specific one, because the other one got cut off for whatever reason, this has been 4 hours, dang. But yeah,
right.
A lot of that was just drama, so hopefully I can cut that out later.
I would cut out all drama and be very careful. Like, you've known me for just a little bit, but I would be careful who I let on my shows. I would never let anybody that disrespected my regular guest on a show. And I really hope that this person can read a room and give respect and credence to the host, regular guest. And that's really all I wanted to say. I don't know enough about Judaism to speak intelligently on this video that you're showing now. I have studied under a Golden Dawn initiate for 7 years, so I can speak on the occulted Kabbalah aspect of Jewish mysticism. So I'm really hoping that by showing up here and presenting a woman's presence here, that more respect will be granted by the attendees of your show.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had a bad interaction with Zero. I think it was, I don't know, maybe there's just something in the air today. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those things where I don't know. I think in some ways it's kind of like, beating a dead horse. Like at a certain point, it's like, we've already talked about something enough, and like, but anyway, but yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I know how adversarial, the Abrahamic traditions have become, but the truth is that if you look at the texts by themselves without the interpretation, a lot of this stuff, it's superimposed onto it. And I think that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm glad that I've started studying this all, is because in revealing some of these connections to older traditions, you realize how a lot of stuff that seems just so bizarre and there's like no context that it makes sense in, like, given, I'm not saying that like for instance in the case of Zimri and 𝐤𝐤𝐍𝐵, where it seems like the narrative is that they're having some sort of hieros gamos in the tabernacle, and again, like it's one of those things where you could look within the narrative. It's almost like if you read between the lines, it's not saying follow the example. Actually, no, it's explicitly saying don't follow the example of Pinchas. It's saying follow the example of the elders who were, which it's interesting because there's all these like requirements that like for instance, like certain things that are capital punishments. It's not just that multiple people have to see you doing it. It has to be like that there's like beyond a shadow of a doubt. It basically goes to the point where most capital crimes can't actually be punished, except for the thing where it's like there's just so much public fervor for, which even then it presents the issue of like mob justice. But
mob justice, yeah, you really need to take in. Let's talk about mob mentality here, okay? Because I know you're like, this has nothing to do with what the show is, Jevem. Okay, but mob mentality is something that is very real, and it's connected to cult mentality, right? And the energy of the mob is very Bacchic in origin, like not like the root, but to get an essence of that energy I'm talking about, it's very Bacchic, like frenzy. And one person can speak absolute truth, right? Divine truth. But if the mob does not know that as truth, it will not be truth.
Interesting.
And one book I have that I may do a show on is about the mentality of crowds, about how crowds and mobs affect the way things are perceived. So, and I need to go look at that book and bring it. Maybe we can even talk about that on a show for you. But mob mentality sets the truth. Does that make sense? Like whatever the group accepts as truth becomes the truth.
Like within that bubble.
Right. Within that bubble, but that bubble can be the earth, right? Or stratosphere, right? So, I mean, that, you really have to look at things decisively with good discernment before you can say this is the truth, right? Because I'm of the opinion that the truth is just one opinion. Your truth is not my truth, is not Miss Kitty's truth, right? So whoever come into your show like causing a ruckus, I'm not really even sure who it was. That's their truth. That's not your truth. That's not the other guest's truth. That's not your channel's truth. That's that person's truth. Okay. So I hope this helps you. And I think you should get some sleep. If you've not slept since I don't know when, maybe you should get some sleep.
It wasn't that long ago in the grand scheme of things. Like I'm just going to try to reset my sleep schedule because I mean it's actually getting starting to get kind of close to school starting in a few weeks. But no, I mean I think this actually kind of covers some of what you were talking about. There's this concept called the Erev Rav, and a lot of people they catastrophize it. They'll like conspiracize it, but really at its really if you want to get at the core of like what it represents, at least within Kabbalah, it's kind of this. I don't even know how to explain it like on that deeper level, but it's more like literally Erev Rav. It means like either a mixed multitude or a great multitude, but like one of the traditions is that when the Israelites were leaving Egypt, that some Egyptians left with them, and then like these Egyptians were like responsible for introducing like all the idolatry to them. But it's like realistically, it's more likely that the Erev Rav was just a like in the narrative was just a group of people who went along with them, and not that they did anything. Because I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of different narratives about that, but
Torah is not in Olam. Torah is here. So you have to study the Torah here. Derech Pardes, you have to learn it here. But the point is that 99% of the rabbis...
idea of Pardes, it's like a four-pronged system. It's Peshat, which means the common or like surface level. Think of it like a jawbreaker. So on the outside, you have the Peshat, the common interpretation, a little bit deeper. You have the remez, the hint. So it's kind of like a hint to something deeper, but you're not quite sure what. Then you have the drash, which is the derived or like the like sought out meaning, which is like where you're trying to like explain like, oh, you know, it's this and this. But then you have the sod, which is like the secret. And that's the type of stuff where it's like it blows your mind how connected things are. And I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, but yeah.
They don't know anything about Etz Chaim. And because learning of Etz Chaim takes a lifetime and it's very difficult, and they haven't gone and they only learned halachot, they advise everybody else to be like them, not to learn the Etz Chaim. But Etz Chaim is here. It's not in Olam Haba. If you don't learn Etz Chaim here, you won't get to Olam Haba. And because of they are lazy and because they don't know what Etz Chaim is, so, oh no, Etz Chaim is not for here. So why did Ari Kadosh start teaching Etz Chaim here? Why Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai teach the Zohar here in this world, not Olam Haba? They are all in this world, and they are all students here. And Etz Chaim has the students here, and the whole world is studying Etz Chaim. But those who are lazy and they don't want to change, because if you go to Etz Chaim, then you will see who is really God. They don't want you to know the whole truth. They want you to know enough truth. And I'm not afraid to say this. That's what even the Zohar says. Zohar says that most of Erev Rav are those who controls the schools and the students, and they are teachers. And those are the ones that they teach students to stay away from learning the Torah in the Pardes, Derech Pardes.
Okay, so this is interesting. So from his perspective and his much more opinion based. I thought this was actually going to be like, but no, he's basically saying that people who say it almost seems like he's criticizing Maimonideans, like people who view things like, oh, like actually, honestly, I don't know where he's going.
Learns, then you become smarter than them. And that's what you're supposed to be. You have to be smarter than your teacher. Otherwise, what your teacher has done to you, just created another clone of himself so it can control you as a rabbi. That's stupid. When somebody says, don't learn something about Torah. You are capable to study something from the Torah, deeper sense. That's stupid of any teacher to stop you from learning. The last fight in Israel is against Erev Rav. That's the fight of Gog and Magog when we have to fight the Erev Rav. The Erev Rav that doesn't want you to know the whole truth. They want you to know enough so they can control you. Because if you don't have knowledge, they can control you. If you have knowledge, nobody can control you. If you know the truth, nobody can sell you bullshit. Because they can control you with the fear. The best control is when you put fear in the heart of someone. Look at all
this guy seems like he's got a bone to pick.
After 2 years, they become dry. They become too stick. You can only control people who are.
Yeah, this guy's got his own ego trip that he's got to deal with. And unfortunately, most of the people talking about this concept, it's going to be people who want to, they want to, let's see, Erev Rav and you. Because the idea that I like is that the Erev Rav isn't something that you have to fight outside of yourself. It's actually something that's within you. Okay, I think this might be it.
Some part, some parts of Erev Rav seems to exist in the Midianite Israel right now, and they seems to be behaving in certain ways that is detriment to humanity. So I know there is a very small number, but there is some rabbis that start naming names. Is that the right approach?
So first, I understand that Erev Rav is defined as by the Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya. It says that Erev Rav is any person who puts their physical life over the importance of their soul. In that moment, they are aligned with the Erev Rav. So we have to be very careful about pointing fingers, because when I'm enjoying like a really good chocolate cake and I'm losing sight of everything else, that is the Alter Rebbe is saying, and we have to be honest about this, that he's saying that the Erev Rav is
Can you
part of the Jewish people, but they're just lost in short-sighted.
Explain, what is this Erev Rav, so I can kind of know the context.
All right. I'm trying to think how best to explain it, because
is it a place? Is it a metaphorical situation that we're looking at? Like, is there any reference to it? Is it like hell? Is it heaven? Is it earth? Is it you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the Erev Rav, basically at its most basic, is a group of presumably Egyptians who left Egypt with the Israelites and who went into Canaan with them. And it's presumably these who are the ones who like brought the ideas of idolatry. But again, it ignores the fact that the Israelites would have been living in Egypt, so it wouldn't have even required that. Basically, in some ways, the Erev Rav is used as a foil to the good Israelites. It's like they're the ones who convinced the Israelites to go against God. And so there's people who nowadays will imply like, oh, the reason that these Jews aren't doing what the Bible says is because of the Erev Rav. And so there's a lot of Christian nationalists who love to play on that, being like, oh, the Erev Rav has convinced the Jews that the real Christ isn't, whatever, like that. The real Messiah isn't Jesus or what. Like, at the end of the day, it's used by a lot of people who want to prove a point or who want to get fear followers. if that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So for lack of a better term, the Erev Rav within kind of modern Jewish zeitgeist is basically the Illuminati, but like not like it's basically a group of people who are responsible for like subverting the direction of the people of Israel. But as this guy's going to say, it's not something that you like. And there's the same idea because there's this commandment to blot out the memory of Amalek, which is what it's actually what Benjamin Netanyahu tried to use in order to drum up support for the war in Gaza. And a lot of people were attacking him over it. I mean, I think that like on one hand, there is a context that phrase could be used that isn't being used in this genocidal context, but the fact that basically it's too close to home to use for something like that. It's like, and even though people were saying, oh, he's referring to Hamas, the fact that he didn't specify and left it open really was worrying. And I mean, also just a lot of people in his cabinet who I know would, agree with that, which is, again, unfortunate. But basically, how was I connecting that? Oh, I lost my train of thought, but I think that this will explain some of it.
I'm, losing sight of everything else. That is.
And so remember, within this paradigm, the point is that they're trying to, that the Erev Rav was, they were also the ones who convinced some of the Israelites to be like, hey, we want to go back to Egypt. We had all this nice food. We could swim in the Nile. But that basically the idea is that, that's what I was saying before, the idea of blotting out the memory of Amalek. So there's this idea, well, how do you fulfill that commandment? Because we don't know who Amalek is anymore. And the idea is that Amalek is within you. And by you, it means everybody. It's something that everybody's capable of, possessing. It's, for lack of a better term, it's a spirit. And it's like, it's not your spirit. It's like a spirit that can overtake people. And you have something that's actually associated with a bunch of the different people groups. And it is the reason why I really think it's important that people don't look at just what they've heard or what they've seen. Because, actually, let me see if I can find this. Let's see. Amalek within. Because actually, I found this a really beautiful idea in that it kind of goes with, given I've heard people use this as like apologia, but it's kind of similar to the idea of, not all jihad are wars waged against people. There's this idea of a jihad within, that it's literally this idea of a struggle. You're struggling with yourself. And okay, let's see. I guess I forgot to type in within. But basically, it's this idea that wait a second. I'm looking at times. I could have sworn that there was one where it goes over multiple, but whatever. This should be good.
There's a mitzvah to kill Amalek, and then that's a very broad mitzvah. Is there a specific way to kill Amalek?
So the question was,
not Emily Amalek.
Kill Amalek. Is there a specific way to do it? And as a matter of fact, is that an obligation on every individual, or is that an obligation on the nation? Let me expand the question a little bit.
Well, it's a mitzvah to kill Amalek if we know who Amalek is. And the Rambam tells us that Amalek, if they do take upon themselves the 7 mitzvahs, 7 Noah laws, there's no mitzvah to kill Amalek. That's I think people don't realize that if they end their fierce wishes of the killing habit that they have, and the nature that they have, like we see the Germans and the Amalekites and Haman and people like that want to kill the Jewish people, and with their wickedness that they have. But if they want to not become Jewish, but they want to just keep the 7 Noah laws, we also do something to kill Amalek. But if you know Amalek, who with his wickedness doesn't want to do the right thing, even the 7 basic mitzvahs of a person, not to steal, not to kill.
Oh yeah, he's not going in the direction. I'm just going to go back to the other video because he I know for oh wait, not this one. This one for a fact I know he is.
The Alter Rebbe is saying, and we have to be honest about this, that he's saying that the Erev Rav is people are part of the Jewish people, but they're just lost in short-sightedness, and we all fall into that. So that's number 1. Number 2 is for a person to say that they know who's a descendant of the Erev Rav is completely
insanity.
Let them show the lineage. Let them show a line of a family tree, how they can prove. These people who are saying this can't even prove their own lineage, other than the fact that they're Jews. Most of them, unless they're a kohen, unless they're a priest, they could prove maybe that they're a priest, kohen, from back from the times of Aaron, or in a few families could prove that they have a lineage going back to King David. But most people don't have a lineage proving. I can't prove what tribe I'm from. I don't have a family tree going back that far. So who am I to know what someone else's lineage is? How far back they go to someone from the Erev Rav? Number 3 is, or 4. I don't know where the number I'm up to, but the next thing is that people are confused. I think the Erev Rav discussion is a big distraction from the real issue, and that is the real issue is Amalek. The Torah speaks about Amalek as something that's rising up against the Jewish people in every single generation. It's going to be warring against God Almighty in every single generation. And that Amalek uses out people to be influencers in every single society. And that Amalek was identified by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Rebbe Rashab, as being communists. Marxism has the methodologies and the ideologies of Amalek to fight against God, deny the existence of God, to sow hatred and strife in the world, to fight against the knowledge of God in the world. And this is with a militant hostility towards those that believe in God. Marxism, the Enlightenment is the thinking process that leads to Marxism and all the isms, Nazism, and all so forth. All this Enlightenment is they develop the stormtroopers in their little petri dishes of fomented development of the Enlightenment ideology into violence, and that's what Marxism is. Marxism is basically a front line of the Enlightenment.
This is one of the issue. Like, again, I think there's a lot of good ideas that do exist within communism, like a lot of ideologies, but the problem is that when it's like actually implemented, things get bad, because it's one of those things like, imagine if you have the perfect way, but you can't get people on board with it. Like, at the end of the day, it's just, I mean, I'm not saying that other, ideologies haven't led to violence as well, but like, there's been so much death as a result of how communism's been attempted to be implemented. And the truth is that it works on small scales, but only for so long, because people are people and they want their own shit. And I mean, short of humans voluntarily, re-engineering their brains to be less selfish, I don't know how you get to a world where that's even feasible. And I don't know. I think that there's a lot of people who, they like to valorize the Enlightenment, not realizing that it created its own problems. And of course, like, I think a lot of people will try and blame those problems on the traditions that the Enlightenment was trying to pull away from. But the truth is that, like, there's no such thing as, escaping a cultural matrix. Like, you can push back against ideas, but at the end of the day, you can't so much reject ideas so much as find ways of incorporating them into the new way. And I think in a lot of cases, people focus on like what they're emotionally connected to. And I think that's also one of the things that Zero was saying. Like, though with me, my connection is what I find interesting. My connection isn't specifically to the Torah, because, like, I mean, while I did go to religious schools, like, while I did go to religious school for a little bit, like, it was never, it never clicked with me, like, this is the truth. It was just, it's a story. And even then, most of it I don't even remember, like, in terms of the stories, because, I mean, the point is that my emotional connection is actually more so to the region and to the culture, to the people, than it is to some text. I view the text as a manifestation of the people, and ultimately only as one of them. I mean, like, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that survived, but in terms of text from 𝐤�𐤉𝐿, like, that is so close to a lot of the stuff that you see in ancient Israel, just divine rather than human. Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I just think that I throw a red flag on anyone who's trying to say that, a culture is responsible for all this ill. I think what's responsible is stuff that emerges out of those cultures, out of every culture. But see, this is the thing. If you come from outside of that culture, you're not going to see the difference between the intricacies. You're just going to see what seems objectionable, and not realize how intrinsically interwoven it is with the things that aren't objectionable, because you can't just separate out and extract out the parts that are good and throw away the bad. You can affirm the good and say that the bad is bad, but you have to acknowledge that it's there. And if you just treat it like it's bad and therefore it's not useful, or it doesn't bring value, like, I mean, how many movies are there that, and I get, ultimately it comes down to people taking this as the ultimate, moral code. And I think that's where people go wrong, because with anything, morality should be more than just something that you do because someone tells you to. That's not morals, that's instructions. And anyway, I could talk in circles about this for a while, but
is all part of Amalek. And you have different, you have the Illuminati and different infiltrations of the Illuminati into other societies, and they created the Bundesgrenzen. The Bundesgrenzen hired Karl Marx to write the Communist Manifesto, and so there's a whole lineage of Amalek working in ways to fight against God Almighty's revelation in the world and the knowledge of God in the world with great alacrity and without any let up. And we see the manifestation in our generation by removing God from the schools and promoting promiscuity and immorality and drug use, and all these things are the ways of Amalek to intentionally take humanity off track, and that's happening in every single country. So the people that are Marxists in the Holy Land, and are either elected or have some power or positions in the government, are the same as the people in every other country that are doing the exact same thing. And the people in power in the governments are not the real people making the decisions. The people that you have to understand, behind every one of these government leaders is think tanks and councils and different organizations, stuff like that. They set the policy. There's not a single president that's come up with an original idea for over 100 years.
I mean, to be fair, the Torah says there's nothing new under the sun, so you could argue that.
The same thing in England. You have the Fabian Socialists, the Labour Party is the Fabian Socialists. These are, secret societies, ideological, religious, Enlightenment type societies with whole ideologies for the reshaping of humanity into the destruction of the Enlightenment, the destruction of Amalek. So when a guy gets up there and he's the prime minister of England on behalf of the Labour Party, he doesn't have an original thought in his head, except whatever, maybe what he gets caught on the side that he wasn't supposed to be doing until he gets thrown out of office or whatever. But that's not really an original thought either. And the same thing as the other parties. They're all advancing that the situation never gets any better. There's a lot of pronouncements and statements that they're going to, this one's going to do this and he's going to restore the liberty to the people. And then he goes ahead and does the same thing the other party did. So in all these countries. So it's really a huge distraction to, first of all, focus on the Israeli government as a particularly unique problem, as opposed to all other governments that are completely infiltrated by Marxism and agents of Amalek and so forth. We see that the whole book of Esther is about the infiltration of Amalek into the government of Persia and how it used out the government of Persia to try to destroy its own population. So that's happening in every country. The particular challenge about when you have, as the Rebbe says, when you have a Jewish person who's involved in this, it's an extraordinary tragedy. It's an extraordinary calamity. You have a son of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob who has fallen so far off track, who's lost sight of reality, and who he really is so far that he's fallen into the trap of carrying out the obscene goals of a Moloch. That's a devastating tragedy. It's a devastating tragedy for the Jewish people. And it's a devastating tragedy for the whole world. It's a real travesty.
Interesting. Probably gonna watch one more video and then we'll finish up with the actual Torah reading. But yeah, I mean, I do think it's interesting, this idea of, I don't know, I think at the core, at the end of the day, people are people, humans are human, and that can be both very good and very bad depending on the situation. And unfortunately, while people are also pack animals. I mean, the truth is, I think that once you get to a certain level of organization in biology, you do have this development of packs, unless you have like creatures that are more like on their own. You definitely have that. Like I think octopi are more solitary creatures, as are I didn't have a second example for that actually. So I could definitely use a stab. Stress from before fucking got to me for sure. All right, let's see what we find. Let's see. Wait, was this?
If not for the fact that Ruach HaKodesh jumped on him, Va'amra, and the heavenly spirit said, V'haisaloi ulazaroi acharav beris kuhunas oilam. So Hashem saved him, just when the people were about to put him in cherem. He was about to be persona non grata, and then just in a split second, Rebbeinu Shalom saved him, Baruch HaKodesh, and the pasuk says, V'haisaloi ulazaroi acharav beris kuhunas oilam. Why in the world would they want to put Pinchas in cherem? I mean, it's a halacha. It's a mefurish halacha. It's a Mishnah in Sanhedrin. Habayal aramis, kanoan poigen bay. Someone who has relations with a non-Jew. So the kanoim come and they attack. They knock the guy off. Remember a story. Somebody once asked the mashgiach. He said, mashgiach, I don't know what to do. My parents, they have I don't even want to say the word. They have a television. So, what should I do? Can I take a hammer and can I break it? Mashgiach says, why do you think you should break it? Well, most things on it you can't really look at. So am I allowed to break it? So Mashgiach said, very good. So you want to be a kanoi. But haboyal aramis kanoim poigambai. You can only do it in the heat of the act. If you come to ask a shaila, you can't. Once you're asking the shaila already, then you're not a kanoi. Kanoi is he's taken up with the cause, so he can't even. So no, you can't do it.
Yeah, this sounds like a type of mania.
But anyway, Pinchas shouldn't have asked. He didn't ask. That's why he was allowed to do it. So why would they want to put Pinchas in cherem?
Because he killed people.
The halacha of kanoim poigambai. What defines a kanoi? Like, what do you have to be kanoi? What qualifies someone to be a kanoi?
Manic.
What do you have to learn to be a kanoi? So Rashi on Shas says, definition of a kanoi is two things. It says, B'nei Adam kisherin hamiskanin kinasai shalmakoim poigambai. Kosher people. What's a kosher person?
I thought people aren't kosher.
Kosher person is an honest person, someone who pays his taxes.
Oh, fair.
Someone, if he applies for government aid, actually deserves it. That's a Adam kosher person. Otherwise, people think you're allowed to steal from Goyim. Maybe back in Tsarist Russia, when it was Pikuach Nefashos. Nowadays, it's just a plain old Chil Hashem and Geneva, to steal. Even Gneva Sahakum is Asama Daraisa. So Adam kosher, you have to be a kosher Jew. The second thing is Hamiskanim Kinase Shamakim. You have to legitimately feel the cause. You have to do it because you really care about Hashem, not for a personal agenda. So, for example, the Talmidei Baal Shem Tov writes that why couldn't Moshe kill Pinchas? Moshe couldn't kill Pinchas because, why couldn't Moshe kill Zimri? Because Zimri came to Moshe, and Zimri said he schlepped Cosby, and he said, Ishazu mutar sayasura. So he said, and if you're going to say Asura, so then what allows you to be living with Tzipora? So now it's personal. Oh, it's personal. Now Moshe can't kill him, because then he'll have some feelings of personal animosity toward Zimri. So that's why Moshe couldn't do it. He had to get a neutral party. So therefore, the question is, why did Klal Yisrael want to be menadeh, put Pinchas in cherem? L'chayra, Pinchas was just following the halacha. It's an interesting halacha in Even HaEzer and Shulchan Aruch. Who are you allowed to marry? I don't know, you're allowed to marry a Jewish woman, but how do you know if somebody is of good stock or not? Like, how do you know if someone has good yichus? So basically, the Shulchan Aruch says that if you see a family or two families and they're always arguing, or you see a guy, he's always quarreling, he's always fighting, he's always bal machlekes, he's always casting doubts on people. He always has, don't marry them. Probably they don't have good yichus. People who are always casting aspersions, kal ha-paisal b'mumay paisal. So, for example, Shulchan Aruch says somebody who accuses other people of being a mamzer, take it to the bank, they're a mamzer. Somebody who accuses other people of being of avadim, you could assume they're from avadim. It's not just a Gemara. I thought, it's a Gemara in Kedushin and Asar Yuchsan. It's a Musar var. It's a halachic var. Somebody who casts aspersion on other people, you could take it to the bank that whatever their chepa is, that's their problem. And it's a klal in human dynamics. When people have complaints, they have tinus, whatever their complaint is, takes one to know one. So the Bechar Shar, one of the
that is so true.
he has a very interesting take on
Is that why I'm good at knowing stoners?
He says, if you see people who are hotheads and angry and impulsive and like they can't delay, they can't wait a second, there's probably something going on over there. Not just in the personality, but in the yichus. Unless they're a kohen. Kohanim are allowed to be hotheads. They're allowed to be...
Why? Because Aaron had a red beard?
In fact, we make special takanas for kohanim. If a kohen wants to give a get, so the get has to be folded up many times, because kohanim lose their cool easier than most people. It's even a pasuk, v'amcha k'merive kohen. And the reason for that is, kohanim, they got to speak up for what's right. So what are you going to have? Kohen is sitting in the shul, and there's a guy on the phone behind him. So what are you going to have? A Yisrael? Yisrael is going to look at the guy on the phone. He'll say, it's America, mind my own business. It's not, probably he has an emergency phone call. He's not going to say anything. Kohen! Get out of here! Go, what do you get? Get lost. What are you in a shul for? You have a phone on the shul, so you better not to come. Kohen has what it takes to stand up to people who do the wrong thing. Especially to wear tefillin and have a phone. It's Mesiach Das. You're not going to look at a phone and tefillin.
And so this is another good example. To
Why am I giving so much Musa? I don't know.
Derive meaning that isn't literal. Because notice he's saying, he's saying, you can embody Pinchas in this way, like for instance, he wasn't allowed to, do what he did. I guess technically, he wasn't allowed to do what he did, but technically he couldn't be punished for it because it was a loophole. Again, not that it makes it right, but the point is to take that, that righteous zeal and actually apply it in cases where, it might be a bit better. Like, for instance, like he's saying with someone who's disrespecting, the sanctity of a place. It doesn't mean you fucking kill them. Please don't, because that's bad. But the point is that, if you're so rigid-minded that you have to see everything as either hyper-metaphorical or hyper-literal, you're never going to be able to derive benefit from Judaism. And that's just the truth. And it's honestly, I think that's a big reason why I didn't derive benefit from it at least as a religion for so long. And really, it was only after I started using cannabis. And that has a big part to do with, honestly, I'm not sure. I think a big part of it is just I have a lot of chronic pain, and it's always kind of kept me thinking more about my body than I could my mind. I always liked learning stuff, but it never clicked on such a deep level as I forget what I was talking about, but
I'm fasting. What can I tell you? It comes down.
Oh, right. That it wasn't until I started using cannabis that a lot of this started clicking. Because the thing is, I can enjoy I can enjoy things without them having to be real. I can derive benefit without the stories that those benefits are derived from having to be real, or alternatively, even the outcome to be good. It's kind of like, you watch Game of Thrones and you're inspired. You're not inspired because of, the point is there's plenty of violence, but it's not about glorifying the violence. It's about depicting a time and a place in the past, or in this case, in a world, in an alternate world. But yeah, let's continue. Where did it go?
A kohen speaks up for what's right. A kohen, yoiru mishpatecha leYaakov. So they take a look at Pinchas, and they say, "Who's this hothead? This hothead. He probably has bad yichus." That's why Chazal say, what did they challenge Pinchas with? They said to Pinchas, "Ru'u ma'asuzeh." You know who his grandfather was? His father's mother was the daughter of Yisro. He comes from Oivdei Avodah Zarah. So probably the reason why he's a hothead is because he has bad lineage. That was their taina on Pinchas. Their taina on Pinchas was he doesn't come from good stock. The haraya, we know he doesn't come from good stock. His great-grandfather was Yisro. Oh, he comes from Aaron. Yeah, but he's not a kohen. We know Chazal say the only kohen who was not a kohen was Pinchas. Why? The Gemara says in Zvachim on Kuf Aleph Amud Beis, Amar Elazar Mechanina, Lo niskayin Pinchas ad shahargu Zimri. Pinchas did not become a kohen until he killed Zimri. So Pinchas Friedman says, let's picture the scenario. Here you have Klal Yisrael. Here you have this big kanoi. So anytime a kanoi gets up to do anything, to speak up against anything, the gut reaction of anybody listening is, who does he think he is? Right? Everybody knows that. Whenever you hear Rabbi, Rav, Rosh Shiva say, people are doing this wrong, the gut reaction is, and this guy, who does he think he is? So just imagine the reaction of Klal Yisrael as Pinchas stands up and is about to kill a Nasi b'Yisrael. Who does this guy think he is? He, first of all, his great-grandfather was Yisro. He probably is a bad lineage. So if somebody says, what do you mean? But he's from Kohanim. And all of Klal Yisrael chime together. Why do you think he's the only guy in Aaron's family who's not a Kohen? Why do you think God excluded him from Kahuna? We know, Rashi says, that since he was born after Aaron and Elazar were inaugurated and anointed, he was excluded from the Kahuna. It must be Klal Yisrael derived. He must have bad lineage. That's why he's not a legitimate kohen. And the proof is he's a hothead. None of us are bothered that this Nasi is living with this woman. It must be he's the only one bothered because Kol ha-Paisel b'mumai Paisel. He comes from bad stock. And he's killing Zimri because he's a hothead. And if he would be a real kohen, he'd be entitled to be a hothead. But he's not. He's a fake kohen. And Klal Yisrael used the proof that he's a bad lineage from the fact that he killed Zimri. In general, Al Pi Kabbalah, the Zayar says, Kohanim are misitra de chesed, Leviyim are misitra de din. So they take a look at this guy and they say, yeah, he's from chesed. Well, yeah, like I'm the president of the United States. This guy's a kohen. So why they want to put him in cherem? They said, first of all, he's not acting out of pure intentions. He's acting out of kas. He's acting out of anger. He's acting out of impetuosity, if there is such a word. And they wanted to put him in cherem. No? I think so. Yeah. So that's what's going on over here. But if you think about it, it's mamish pink fakir. It's just the opposite. Because Chazal tell us that if somebody is a tremendous Talmud Chacham, they could lose their Chachma. They could lose their Torah knowledge. How? That if somebody gets angry, Chazal tell us, Chachmasai mistalekes mimenu. His chachma leaves him. The Gemara says in Adarim, Amar Rabba Barafuna, Kol HaKoyes. The Gemara says, L'soif mishakeach Talmudai. He forgets his learning. Umaisif tipshus. He becomes even more foolish. In fact, Rashi says in Parshas Matos that 3 times Moshe Rabbeinu got angry and he forgot the halacha. So think about what's going on over here. Everybody in Klal Yisrael forgot the halacha about Haboy Laramas Kanam Poigim Boy. And Pinchas is the only one who remembers the halacha of Haboy Laramas Kanam Poigim Boy. So that's a raya berura that he's not acting out of anger. If he was acting out of anger, then if anything, he should have been the one person who forgot the halacha. And here, just the opposite. He's the one person who remembers the halacha. So Ribbon Shalom, in an act of Parsha𓂋�𝐵, is orchestrating that Pinchas is demonstrating the altruism of his action. He's not doing it out of personal animosity. He's not doing it out of sinah. He's not doing it out of kinah. He's doing it l'shem shamayim. V'haraya, this is such an elusive halacha. Everyone else forgot the halacha. And he's the only one who remembers. Must be, his heart is so calm. His personality is so b'shalom. He's a legitimate descendant of Aaron HaKohen. In fact, this is really what earned him the right to be a Kohen. How's that? In a moment of such turmoil and conflict and confusion, he was able to have the peace of mind, the shalom, to be able to retrieve a long-lost halacha. So what does that demonstrate? That doesn't demonstrate kas. It doesn't demonstrate lack of peace of mind, just the opposite. In fact, let's go back. The Sforno says, why was Pinchas zoiche to live forever? Why was Pinchas zoiche to live forever? So there's a tshuva in Shas Tshuvas Maria Assad that the ancients believed that a human being consists of 4 elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. And basically, the better you're able to balance the 4 elements, the healthier you'll be, the longer you'll live, the more successful you are in life, and the more there's inner turmoil and conflict between the 4 elements that comprise a person, the faster a person degenerates. Pinchas had this ability to balance all of the 4 elements within a human being. In fact, the remez to this, if you look in the Gemara in Brachos, the Gemara says, Pinchas Eliyahu ba'arba. Eliyahu ba'arba. If you remember that Gemara, the Gemara says like this: Michael be'achas, Gabriel b'shtayim, Eliyahu be'arba, Malach HaMoves b'shmayna. Divrei Chachamim b'chidoisam. What does the Gemara mean? Michael be'achas, Gabriel b'shtayim, Eliyahu be'arba, Malach HaMoves b'shmayna. So the Marsha says like this. The Marsha gives us some of the clues. The Marsha says Malach Michal is Malach of Rachamim. So for Rachamim, Michal is able to do his mission in one fell swoop. There's no time. He never reconsiders. Once he's supposed to carry out the mission, Michal ba'achas. Gabriel b'shtayim, because Gabriel is the Malach of Din. So Rebbe Hashem has him carry out the mission in 2 swoops. He pauses in between. This way it gives him time to reflect, should I do it, should I not do it? Eliyahu ba'arba. Marsha, what's the pshat Eliyahu ba'arba? The soid is, he was able to balance all 4 elements that comprise a human. Memela, he never died. He never degenerated. He never decomposed, because decomposition is a lack of the ability to balance the 4 elements within a person. In fact, Rabbi Yosef Engel writes that's why Sarah was buried Bekiryas Arba. Sarah also is Kuf Chav Zayin. Kulam Shavim Latova. Sarah also was able to balance all the 4 elements that comprise a human being. So Pinchas demonstrated that he's not acting in anger and kas and kinah, in animosity. He's acting b'shalom. So therefore, through this act, Pinchas was niskayin as a kohen to live forever and ever. Okay, Marv Rabbeisai, we're just scratching the surface. So here you have Zimri. Zimri is the Nasi of Shevet Shimon, yeah? And what does he do? He takes the princess of Midian, and he's mezana with her, b'farhesia. What in the world is he thinking? So on Shabbos, we read from Reb Chaim Vital. Reb Chaim Vital writes in a couple of places, number one, in Igeres Teal, that if anybody suspects that Zimri was just outright, acting in lewd, promiscuous behavior, says Reb Chaim, they're a shoita. The Torah is not a newspaper. The Torah doesn't tell us, stories about low behavior. Obviously, if the Torah is recording the act of Shlumiel ben Surishadai, obviously he had a very noble kavanah, although it must have been wrong. But so what was the kavanah of Zimri ben Salah? There's also a very mysterious Gemara in Sanhedrin, Pei Beis Amud Beis. The Gemara is commenting on a pasuk in Mishlei. Look at number 16. The pasuk says, Zarzir Masnayim Oy Tayesh Umelech Alkum Imai. It's one of the most difficult psukim in the Torah. Yeah, Zarzur Masnayim, a starling with loins, Oy Tayesh, or a he-goat, Umelech Alkum Imai. So you know what Rashi says on that pasuk? Rashi says, Lo Yadati. I have no idea what it means. But the Gemara darshans, Amar Rav Nachman, Amar Rav, Mai Dechsiv, Zarzir, Masnayim, Oitayesh, Umelech Alakam Imoy, Dalid, Meois, Ve'esim, V'arba, Be'ilois, Baal, Oisai Rasha, Oisai Hayom. That Zimri lived with Cosby 424 times. That's a lot of times. The Himtin like Pinchas waited until he lost his power, and then he killed him. Very nice. What in the world does the Gemara mean? Literally, he lived with her 424 times. Some Achronim say it's an exaggeration, it's a guzma. Okay, but even so, why the number 424? I mean, say, he lived with her a lot. Harbe pa'amim. What is this number, 424? So comes the Imre Yosef of Spinka, who's a great makubal, tremendous makubal. So he says, Divrei Chachamim v'chidoisam, this Gemara carries with it a great side. We mentioned many, many, many times that as Klal Yisrael is approaching Mayav, they sort of have a job to do, and that is the nitzot shel kedusha of Mayav, the spark that allows Mayav to exist. The kernel, the neshama of Mayav, is the soul of David HaMelech, which is trapped in Mayav and needs to be extricated from Mayav. And eventually it came out. You see, the Gemara says we had a tradition that there were 2 pigeons in Mayav, 2 doves in Mayav, from which would come Rus HaMayaviyah and Na'amah HaAmaynis. And as soon as we extract David, so then what's going to happen? Mayav will completely be destroyed, as we find in Sefer Malachim, that the moment that David HaMelech becomes king, he eradicates and destroys Mayav. So the soul of David, which is, so to speak, trapped in Mayav, is the source of vitality of Mayav. And Balak knew this. Balak didn't realize, though, that through his bringing of those 42 karbanos, he actually was going to create David HaMelech. But Balak knew that he had David trapped, and as long as he maintains him, Mayav would last forever. The Arizal even says that's the pshat why Balak sent a message to Pisaira. Pisaira is the targum of the word shulchan. Shulchan represents Keser Malchus. In other words, Balak was sending to Bilam, what do I do with this melech that I have on my hands? So in other words, Klal Yisrael had a tradition that if they somehow are able to free the soul of David from Mayav, they could finish business, walk into Eretz Yisrael, and call it a day. That would be the Gula Achroina. Which woman should they live with? I don't know. Boaz lived with Rus. By the way, today is Boaz's birthday, some Sefer says. Boaz was born on Shavas B'Tammuz. Oved was conceived on Shavas B'Tammuz. But that's a story for a different time. Boaz figured that if he lives with Rus, who's Rus? Rus is a princess of Moav. So Zimri ben Salu, who's a great Gadol Hadar, one of the highest ranking Gadol Hadar, says, here Klal Yisrael is approaching Moav. What are we waiting for? We're going to wait until the end of days, until David. That's it. I'm going to bring him out now. So he takes the princess of, the daughter of Tzur, And he figures she must be the one. Why her? I would imagine because Rashi says that of all the Melachim of Midian and Moav, Tzur was the highest ranking Melech. So probably her daughter has in her Melucha Nishmas David. So Zimri figured this is the way to go.
Wow.
And he did it L'Shem Shemayim to bring Mashiach ben David. Says the Imre Yosef. Really? I mean, where do you get that from? Says the Gemara, says the Imre Yosef, that's exactly what the Gemara is telling us. That he lived with her 424 Be'ilos. 424 is Gematria Mashiach ben David. That's what his kavanah was. His kavanah was to bring out Mashiach ben David. That is the remez of the Gemara. 424 Mashiach ben David. So now we understand, says Hagon Pinchas Friedman. Let's understand what's going on over here. You think Zimri is the only one who had this kavanah? Probably the rest of Klal Yisrael also knew what he was trying to do. And they probably also thought he was trying to bring out Mashiach ben David. And they probably agreed with him that, enough is enough. We're going to be far Darban in the Midbar for 40 years. Let's just, let's call it a day. Bring in the closer and call it a day. So they were masking to him. So they wanted to put Eliyahu, Pinchas, and Cherem. They said, you were Mainea Mashiach. You destroyed me, you killed Mashiach. From the union of Zimri and Cosby, we would have brought Mashiach. Why do you think this Gadol lived with her 424 times? He was bringing down Mashiach now, and you killed them. You're being Mainea Mashiach from Klal Yisrael. So they wanted to put Pinchas and Cherem. Until the Rebbeinu Shalom comes and says, get a load of this. This is the Belzer Rebbe. So Pinchas Friedman told me, a vart like this, you can only say once in your lifetime. I'm not sure, how anybody knows, but Pinchas knows what you could say once in a lifetime. This is it. You ready? Well, for the few minutes left on the Tanias, you're going to hear Mamish on the birthday of Boaz, on the day of conception of Oved. They had tainas on Pinchas. You're Mainea Mashiach from Klal Yisrael until the Rebbeinu Shalom said, says Targum Tzemach, your reward is, you're going to let us know when Mashiach comes. Mida keneged Mida. Klal Yisrael had tainas on Pinchas that he was Mainea Mashiach. No. Rebbeinu Shalom says, he ain't Mainea Mashiach. The reward is, he'll let you know when the real Mashiach is coming. You'll wait for him. Don't think that he killed Mashiach prematurely. He will let you know when Mashiach is coming. Says Targum Yonasan, V'yeche la'alma l'mevasra ge'olta b'soif yomayim. So now I'm thinking to myself, what Zimri is the only one who wants to bring Mashiach? Why the Nasi of Shevet Shimon Dafka had this grandiose plan of bringing Mashiach? I know you're wondering, he's not even from Shevet Yehuda. So how does he bring Mashiach? The answer is, he'll bring out what's necessary for someone from Shevet Yehuda to seal the deal. If you look, so why Dafka the Nasi of Shevet Shimon? If you look back in Parshas Vayeshev, Miketz, Vayigash, the brothers wanted to sell Yosef. They wanted to kill Yosef. Not only they want to kill Yosef, Chazal say, they made a cherem that anybody who says a word is out, is b'cherem. Not only that, you know who else was in the cherem? Rebbeinu Shalom himself. So what in the world? They're putting God in a cherem that God can't tell anyone that they're trying to kill Yosef? Well, what's that all about? The Shalach Kodesh is very pasha. Levi is Keser Kahuna. Yisachar, Keser Torah maybe. And who's Keser Malchus? Yehuda. Yehuda is going to be the Melech. The Gemara says in Sanhedrin, Kol hachoylek al Malchus beis David, keilu choylek al hashchina. Anyone who tries to argue with David HaMelech or Malchus beis David, he's arguing with God. Because God's throne, what's the fourth leg of God's throne? David, right? That's why Yud-Kei-Vav-Kei. Yud-Kei-Vav-Kei is Hashem's name, and it needs a Dalet to hold it up. That's where Yehuda comes from. It's Yud-Kei-Vav-Kei plus the Dalet. The Shalach Kodesh writes, look at the word Yehuda, v'teren and aflois. The word Yehuda represents Yud-Kei-Vav-Kei, and the Dalet is the fourth leg. David is regular Haravi. B'ayom hahu yeh Hashem echad, Dalet, ushmai ends in a Vav, echad ends in a Dalet. David will bring the world back to recognition of Hashem. Therefore, the brothers paskin that Yosef thinks he's going to be the king. Hamalach Timlach, you're going to be the king. You're choylek al malchus beis David. You're arguing on God. So therefore, they put Yosef in cherem, and they put God in the cherem, and they paskin Yosef as chayiv misa, because kol ha-choylek al malchus beis David k'choylek al shechina. Who wanted to kill Yosef? Who was going to kill him? Who? Who was it specifically of all the Shvatim? Who was going to kill Yosef?
Shimon and Levi.
Not Yehuda. Who? Shimon. Shimon. So what do we see from here? Shimon's always the guy who sticks up for Malchus Beis David. He wanted to kill Yosef. And he's the guy who wants to bring Mashiach ben David already. For some reason, it's Shevet Shimon who wants to uphold Malchus Beis David. Why Shevet Shimon? I don't know. Anybody have any idea? I'll tell you what I think, Why not? Why Shevet Shimon? In the history of the world, you never had anybody who is a real brother. Who you have? Cain and Hevel? Shem and Cham, Where is the first relationship of brothers?
Shimon and
Yitzchak and Yishmael, Yaakov and Esau. First brother was Shimon. Reuven was born, and Shimon was a brother. The midah of achva, the midah of brotherhood, was created with the birth of Shimon. The institution of brotherhood was first recognized and brought into this world through Shimon. So Shimon's always sticking up. By the way, Dina's in trouble. I'm not leaving until I get a shidduch. Who agrees to marry her? Shimon's the first guy who shows care for his sibling. He's going to marry Dina. He's going to make sure nobody takes away and usurps the melucha from Yehuda. Shimon's the first brother. I don't know, maybe. But in any event, there has to be a deeper kavanah in the actions of Zimri ben Salu. And the Imre Yosef is Megala. He had in mind that the Preda Toiva was going to come from Chazbi, from which he was boil her 424 times, Kaminyan Zarzir, Kaminyan Mashiach ben David. And Klal Yisrael had tinus on Pinchas. What are you knocking off Mashiach for? And therefore Pinchas is rewarded, Mida Keneged Mida, that he is Mavaser, Klal Yisrael, when the Mashiach will come, Shitaka V'zoicha, to hear the Besura Toiva of Eliyahu Hanavi, Vivaser Lanu, Besoros Toiva, Shuas Nachamas.
You've just experienced another Torah class brought to you by TorahAnytime.com.
Raises a few side issues in halacha, some of the content of the parsha itself. Torah says, Pinchas ben Elazar ben Aaron HaKohen Heshivas Chamosi. So in the Torah, Pinchas is spelled Mole. Pei Yud Nun Ched Samach. The so to speak regular way, the way that it's usually spelled, is without a Yud. Pei Nun Ches Samach. So how do you spell it? So you say, well, what's the difference? Pinchas is Pinchas. But we have certain rules, for instance, in Gittin. So a get is a very exact instrument, probably the most exact instrument that exists in Jewish law. And because of that, therefore, the name has to be spelled correctly. So what if the husband's name is Pinchas? Do you spell it Mole, Pei Yud Nun Chet Samach? Or do you spell it Pei Nun Chet Samach? And does it make a difference how he spells it? So this is a basic discussion because it doesn't only apply to Pinchas. For instance, the name David, which we assume is always Daled Vov Daled, but in Divrei Hayomim, David is spelled with a Yud, Daled Vov Yud Daled, spelled Mole. So again, the question is, how do we write it? And the same thing is true of the name Eliyahu, because we see in Tanakh, Inini Shaleach Lachem Es Eliyah Anovi, or Yeshaya, or is it Yeshayahu? Yirmiyah, is it Yirmiyahu? So we always have this question whether a name is spelled Choser or Mole, whether it's spelled fully. In other words, is the shortened version like a nickname, a common name, but it's not the real name? Or does it have to be as the real name, Mole, as it is written many times in the Torah? So this is the discussion in Halacha. And there are many that say that it depends upon the person, that how he spells it. We'll follow his direction. Others say that's not correct because many times people misspell their names. They're not aware of how their name should be spelled. And because of that, therefore, we should try to do it the right way, whichever the right way is. So I remember that, for instance, when I was a Rav in Miami Beach and our Beis Din had to issue Gittin, so we had one of the witnesses, his name was Eliyah, not Eliyahu. So as long as the divorce get was local, so to speak, so we had no problems that he always spelled his name Eliyah. But sometimes you have to send the get out of town to a different Beit Din to be delivered there to the woman, and we would always get the get back saying that we forgot the Vov. Eliyahu. And we would always write back and say, no, his name is Eliyah. This goes on all the time. And it's an issue that's raised. Today's modern Hebrew names also have different spellings. And many of the names today are simply made up. So that's a topic by itself. There are many Sforim that do nothing but concentrate on this question of how Hebrew names should be spelled, etc. We also have a rule, it's called the Ravado Bar Ahava rule, that a non-Jewish name, like Yenta or Ita, the last letter should be spelled with an aleph, not with a hey. But if it's a Hebrew name, so then it's spelled with a hey. So that's Rav Ado, which was a Babylonian name. So that's Aleph Dalet Aleph. Bar Ahavo, Ahavo is a Hebrew name, and that's spelled with a hey. I remember that in one of the schools in Muncie, there was a teacher that was very particular about this, and he tried to change the names to be spelled correctly, and he was fired. So to a certain extent, the rule is to leave well enough alone. But you should know that there are issues in spelling the name correctly. Also, a peripheral issue in this week's Parsha. Excuse me. It says, "Hineni nosein lo es brisi shalom." The Rebbeinu Shalom 𝐤𝐤𝐿 promises Pinchas that I give him my covenant shalom of peace. He needed the covenant of peace because he killed somebody. And he killed the Nasi of Shevet Shimon. Rashi already quotes the fact that the Jewish people complained greatly, and what a chutzpah. And that his Zayda was an Oved Avodah Zorah. He came from Yisrael. And he's killing Jews. He's killing, where did he have the right to do that? So therefore, he himself was in danger that perhaps the tribe of Shimon would exact revenge, would take vengeance upon him. So the Rebbeinu Shalom promised him, "Hineni nosein lo es brisi shalom." I promise my covenant of peace to him. And not only that, the bris of Kuhunas Olam will be to him also. He'll be a Kohen, eventually he's a Kohen Gadol. And the time of the Shoftim, and that all of his descendants will be Kohanim as well. Now, in the word Shalom, there are different traditions in how to write it in the Sefer Torah. Not the spelling Shin Lamed Vav Mem is universal. But there's something that's called a Vav Ketiyah. The Vav in Shalom is cut in half. The line down is broken in the middle. Now, ordinarily, in the rest of the Sefer Torah, if you find letters that are cut in the middle, that are faded or whatever, so the Sefer Torah is not used lachatchila. We have to fix it. And here you have lachatchila avov ketiyah, according to one tradition of Sofrim. Not every Sefer Torah is avov ketiyah, but many Sifrei Torah are. I don't know whether ours is or not. It is. Okay, we save it on ink. So that's the usual custom. The usual custom in the Ashkenazic Sifrei Torah is that it's a vav ketiyah. So on that, the Meforshim also darshan that Hineni nosein lo brisi shalom. The Rebbeinu Shalom promised shalom and to protect him, but he wanted to know that there is a complaint against him. The shalom is not complete because of the fact that he killed somebody, killed two people. The Kanu is Kinosi. So Chazal say that Pinchas is the only true Kanoi in all of Klal Yisrael. And that's why the Gemara says that Pinchas zu Eliyahu. We find that Eliyahu is also, because Kano Kinesi La Hashem, he says. I also am a Kanoi. So it's, so to speak, the same DNA. It's the same soul that pursues it. But otherwise, we don't find, we find the same thing I discussed with you regarding Nozir. There are parshas in the Torah that appear, but they are, so to speak, one-off parshas. They're not things that we recommend. And Kanos is certainly not something that we recommend. We see that with Eliyahu, the Rebbeinu Shalom himself is not happy with Eliyahu. They're not happy with his Kanos. He sends him to the desert, and then he's according to Jewish tradition, that's why Eliyahu is invited to every Brit, and he's invited to every Pesach Seder, so that he'll see that the Jewish people, look at the Jewish people thousands of years later, they still hang on to it. So therefore, so to speak, your zealotry was misplaced. It's not the way you see it. But anyway, this idea of the 𝐤𝐤𝐿Pinhas is also part of that idea. That it's not a perfect shalom, because it was brought about through kanos, it was brought about through murder, it was brought about through killing people. And even though it's justified, and not only justified, it's rewarded, and nevertheless, that's what it is. And therefore, there's a discussion with a Kohen that, for instance, was in the army and killed somebody in the line of duty. Should that Kohen continue to be Oler L'Ducha, to bless the people, because he killed somebody? So all of this is it's not clear to us simply because we had the Hashmonaim were Kohanim, and we have Pinchas himself who becomes the Kohen Gadol. But nevertheless, the issue, the moral issue is present, that the ultimate way of achieving peace is not necessarily through violence and kanos towards others. But in any event, those are side issues that appear in the Parsha. How the name is spelled, how the Vav is complete. But nevertheless, everything in the Torah has meaning, and it has a lesson for us, and we should be aware of it. Rabbi Chananya ben Akash Omer, Otza Kodesh Baruch Hu L'Zakas Yisrael, V'ficha Chir B'Lahem Torah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to the Temple Institute Parsha class. My name is Gedalia Meyer, and I'm podcasting from Ma'ale Adumim in Israel. The expression, "the buck stops here," was made famous by President Harry Truman. Apparently, it was a sign that Truman had on his desk that served as some sort of perpetual reminder that he and he alone was ultimately responsible for whatever he did as president. He couldn't pass the buck to someone else when he wasn't up for whatever task was upon him. It's clear that the phrase didn't originate with Truman, but it's equally clear that it would not be nearly as well known as it is had he not made it his signature saying. The phrase is fairly interesting. The word buck refers to a knife that was passed around the table in poker games to indicate whose turn it was to deal the cards. A person could pass the buck if they didn't want to deal. The opposite of this, "the buck stops here," suggests that the person involved is ready and willing to take whatever responsibility has come their way. It has become a somewhat popular expression among politicians of all people. It is understood as a declaration of personal responsibility, although it frequently turns out to be nothing more than hot air. It is something that is extremely easy to say, but quite difficult to actually do. Words are cheap. But if somebody were to truly embody this expression, to really take on full responsibility for whatever it is they are accepting responsibility for, that would indeed be impressive. This means no excuses, no blaming somebody else, no attributing failure to extenuating circumstances. It is not easy to imagine such a person in today's political atmosphere. Passing the buck and blaming anything but oneself is so routine and so expected that it is no longer considered such a terrible thing. It is not only in politics that this is the case. In almost every imaginable situation, the natural initial reaction to not living up to one's responsibilities is to find something to blame the failure on. In fact, it is difficult to say in today's world what would be looked upon with more disdain: to accept the blame for one's failure or to blame it on someone or something else. While the first is more honorable, it does admit to the failure, which is a sure sign of heavy criticism coming down the line. The second method at least allows the person involved to squeak out of any blame, since they are not accepting any blame to begin with. This skewed view of personal responsibility is, in my opinion, an indication of the warped values which have infected much of society in our day and age. Personal responsibility was always a hallmark of integrity and honor. If that is now looked upon as a negative to be avoided if possible, it doesn't bode well for the future. This week's Parsha is called Pinchas. This is another Parsha named after a person. Pinchas was somebody whose name came up in passing in the book of Exodus as one of the descendants of Aaron, the high priest. He is not mentioned again until the end of last week's Parsha, when he has his moment of glory. This week's Parsha starts off with the follow-up of the events at the end of last week's. Although his name only comes up once in this Parsha, in the second verse, that is enough to grant him the rare honor of having a Parsha named after him. But it's to last week's Parsha that we have to go to understand what he did to deserve this honor. There was a fairly traumatic scene at the end of the Parsha following all the prophetic declarations of the prophet Bilam. It seems that many of the Israelites allowed themselves to be seduced by the women of Moab. Why this abject sign of moral failure happened at this point is left unclear. Their failure was not limited to sexual matters, however. These women invited them to engage in the idolatrous practices of the Moabite nation, an absolute spiritual disaster for the Israelites of the Bible. But they fell for the trap, and the catastrophe had to play out. God told Moshe to mobilize some sort of public display of God's wrath to quell the disaster. The leaders would be the ones to suffer consequences of this moral failure. But the plan never came to fruition because some inability to act that struck those who could have dealt out this punishment. While all this was taking place, an Israelite brought a woman from Midian right smack into the middle of the encampment, right in front of Moshe and everybody else, to apparently engage in some blatant sexual relations. At this point, Pinchas enters the story. The key quote in the story goes as follows. Pinchas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the high priest, arose from the assembly and took a spear in his hand. He followed after the Israelite man into the inner region, and he impaled both of them, the Israelite man and the woman, in their inner parts, and the affliction ceased among the Israelites. This was the only time the name of Pinchas is mentioned in the story. The Parsha concludes with the statement that a total of 24,000 people died as a result of this whole calamity. This week's Parsha begins, quote, God spoke to Moshe saying, Pinchas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, reversed my wrath from among the Israelites when I zealously took up the cause among them, and I didn't destroy the Israelites in my zeal. While he later became a somewhat major figure in the book of Joshua, his role in this story is over, and he's only mentioned once more in the rest of the books of the Torah. But these two citations of his name were enough to assure him of eternal fame in Judaism. What did he do that was so great? It is true that he was the man of the hour in staving off the divine wrath over this serious breach of morality, but it is nothing really more than a passing incident. This sort of thing seems to happen every other week in the book of Numbers. Even in the Parsha named after him, he is not a particularly significant figure. He saw what needed to be done, and he did it. While there might be some who may look at his deed as the Torah's version of a vigilante killing, that is not how he has come down in Jewish tradition. He is looked upon as the classic hero, the person who rose up at the right moment to do what needed doing and what nobody else was willing to do. There is a certain traditional rabbinic backdrop to this whole story. It all comes from a strange phrase that is stated in the middle of everything. Moshe had asked the judges to handle the killing of the leaders of the sexual rebellion, but their apparent inaction gave this Israelite man the opportunity to do what he did, that in turn resulted in Pinchas's heroism. That strange phrase states that, quote, they were crying in front of the tent of convocation. It is unclear in the text who exactly was crying and why. Some say it was all those involved who should have been taking charge, including Moshe. In other words, Moshe himself was paralyzed by this brazen impropriety and couldn't act. At that point, Pinchas entered the scene and reminded him of an obscure law that is not stated anywhere in the written text of the Bible. This law applied precisely to this very situation was happening right in front of everyone. The law allowed for a particularly zealous individual who was outraged by what was happening to take matters into his or her own hands and stop the incident in its tracks. In other words, this law allowed for vigilantism in this precise situation. Pinchas reminded Moshe of this obscure law. Moshe, instead of acting upon it, as we might expect, told Pinchas that, quote, the carrier of the message should deliver it. This rabbinic phrase means that the fine print of the law was that it was only that person who remembered that this was indeed the law who could actually carry out the deed. To be a genuine vigilante, one had to be moved by the moment. Anything else, in being reminded of the need to be a vigilante, was not sufficient. This additional rabbinic backdrop really clues us in on why Pinchas is considered such a hero. While he did the deed that stemmed off the brewing disaster, that was not all that he did. He also was the only one who was able to maintain a clear enough mind when everything was reaching a climax to know what precisely needed to be done. This fact alone is what qualified him for the status of the Torah's version of a vigilante. Anybody else, including Moshe, could not have risen to this moment for the reason that they didn't maintain the awareness that this was the proper thing to do. There was no message for Pinchas to deliver to anybody. The message was the act itself, which only he could do because only he remembered the message. There is an ironic subtext to all this that has some bearing on the idea of passing the buck, and the buck stops here. Could we say that all those others who witnessed this whole thing and essentially sat back and did nothing passed the buck? The answer, perhaps surprisingly, is no. They really didn't know what to do. They were paralyzed with inaction. Perhaps their crying was a symptom of this paralysis in that they sensed that they weren't living up to their responsibilities but couldn't do anything about it. But it was their unawareness of what needed to be done that spared them the guilt of passing the buck. It was only Pinchas, the single person who was aware, who could claim the right to say, the buck stops here. It is not just anyone who can ascend to that level of responsibility. Only those who truly understand what needs to be done can also understand that it is incumbent upon them and them alone to do it. Knowledge is responsibility. Ignorance, as limiting and as ignorant as it is, can be a form of moral bliss. If one doesn't really get the needs of the hour, one cannot truly be responsible for implementing them. To be able to say the buck stops here and to live according to that claim is to truly know the situation. Pinchas, of all those people who witnessed that incident, was the only one who really got it. The others saw but somehow missed something essential. Moshe really told Pinchas when he reminded Moshe of that obscure law that the buck could only stop with Pinchas. Sometimes this is the way things have to be. We may only have a few opportunities in the course of our lives to play the role of a Pinchas. This may be because we simply rarely encounter such a situation, or it may be because we lack the awareness right at that moment of what needs to be done. But when the moment arises and when we find ourselves in the position to know what to do and that we alone have somehow been chosen to do it, we have to act. There can be no passing the buck when fate calls upon us to act. Shabbat Shalom.
I doubt that it'll have been uploaded since, but I might as well check. No, alright, so,
Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam vaed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו, ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
so All right, let's see. Okay, so we're on. What's the time?
ويشب إسرائيل بالشطين
At the acacias.
ويحل هعام لزنوث البنوث مؤاب والتقرين العام للذبحي إلهين ويوخل هعام ويشتاقوا لإلهين ويصامد إسرائيل لبعل بعور ويحرف أدوناي بإسرائيل ويومر أدوناي المشي قاح إذ كل رشي هعام ويوقع أثام لأدوناي نغير الشامش ويشوف حرون أف أدوناي بإسرائيل ويومر مشي الجوفطي إسرائيل يرقوا إيش أنا شام عند اسمادين لبعل بعور وهني إيش متبنين إسرائيل باك ويطرف الأحو افهم مدياني لعيني موشي والعيني والعذاب بني إسرائيل وهم بخيل فتح أوه المعيد ويار بينحس بن العذاب بن آرون هالكوهين إسرائيل باك ويطرف الأحو افهم مدياني لعيني موشي والعيني والعذاب بني إسرائيل وهم بخيل فتح أوه والعيني والعذاب بني إسرائيل وهم بخيل فتح أوه المعيد ويار بينحس بن العذاب بن آرون هالكوهين وياكم متوخ عدا ويقاح رومح بيدو ويضو أحد إيش إسرائيل إلها قبة ويذكر إتشنين إيش إسرائيل بإتها إشا القبثة والتي عصر هم الجفا معال بني إسرائيل ويهيو همتين هم الجفا 24 همتين هم الجفا 24 ألف ويدبر أدوناي ألف ألف ويدبر أدوناي المشل لمور بينحاس بن العزار بن أهرون الكوهين هشيد حمثي معال بني إسرائيل بقنقو إفكن أثي بثوخم ولو خليفي بني إسرائيل بقن أثي بن أهرون وعشرين ألف ويدبر أدوناي المشل لمور بينحاس بن العزار بن أهرون الكوهين هشيد حمثي معال بني إسرائيل بقنقو إفكن أثي بثوخم ولو خليفي بني إسرائيل بقن أثي لخين إمور هينني نخين له إثباري في شالوم وهاي ثالو والزرع أحرام بريث كهنا علم תחת אשר פנה לאלוהיו ויכפר על בני ישראל ושם איש ישראל המוכה אשר הוכה את המדיינית זמרי בן סלום נשיא בית אב לשמעוני ושם האישה המוכה המדיינית כוזבי בצור ראש אומות בית אב במדיין הוא וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור צרור את המדיינים והכיתם אותם כי צוררים הם לכם ונכליהם אשר נתקלו לכם על דבר פעור ועל דבר כוזבי בת נשיא מדיין אחותם המוכה ביום המקיפה על דבר פעור ויהי אחרי המקיפה ויאמר אדוני אל משה ואל אלעזר בן אהרון הכהן לאמור שאו את ראש כל עדת בני ישראל מבין 20 שנה ומעלה לבית אבותם ויוצא צבא בישראל וידבר משה ואלעזר הכהן אותם בערבות מואב על ירדן ירחו לאמור מבין 20 שנה ומעלה כאשר ציווה אדוני את משה ובני ישראל היו צאים מארץ מצרים ראובן בכור ישראל בני ראובן חנוך משפחת החנוכי לפלו משפחת הפלואי לחסרון משפחת החסרוני לחרמי משפחת הכרמי אלה משפחות הראובני יהיו פקודם 43,730 ובני פלו אליאב ובני אליאב נמואל ודתן ואבירם ודתן ואבירם חריאי העדה אשר הסו על משה ועל אהרון בעד קורח והסותם על אדוני ותפתח הארץ את פיה ותבלע אותם ואת קורח במות העדה באכול האש את 50 ו200 איש ויהיו לנס ובני קורח לא מתו בני שמעון למשפחותם למואל משפחת הנמואלי לימין משפחת הימיני ליכין משפחת היכיני לזרע משפחת הזרעי לשאול משפחת השאולי אלה משפחות השמעוני 22,200 בני גד למשפחותם לצפון משפחת הצפוני לחגי משפחת החגי לשוני משפחת השוני לאוזני משפחת האוזני לערי משפחת הערי לארוד משפחת הארודי לאראלי משפחת האראלי אלה משפחות בני גד לפקודם 40,500 בני יהודה עיר בעונן וימות עיר בעונן בארץ כנען ויהיו בני יהודה למשפחותם לשלה משפחת השלני לפרס משפחת הפרסי לזרע משפחת הזרחי ויהיו בני פרס לחסרון משפחת החסרוני לחמול משפחת החמולי אלה משפחות יהודה יפקודם 76,000 ו500 בני יששכר למשפחותם תולה משפחת התולעי לפואה משפחת הפוני לישוב משפחת הישובי לשמרון משפחת השמרוני אלה משפחות יששכר לפקודם 64,300 בני זבולון למשפחותם לסרט משפחת הסרטי לאלון משפחת האלוני ליחלאל משפחת היחלאלי אלה משפחות הזבולוני לפקודם 60,500 בני יוסף למשפחותם מנשה ואפרים בני מנשה למחיר משפחת המחירי ומחיר הוליד את גלעד לגלעד משפחת הגלעדי אלה בני גלעד יעזר משפחת היעזרי לחלק משפחת החלקי ואסריאל משפחת האסריאלי ושכם משפחת השכמי ושמידה משפחת השמידעי וחפר משפחת החפרי וצלופחד בן חפר לא היו לו בנים כי אם בנות ושם בנות צלופחד מחלה ונועה עוגלה מיקה ותרסה אלה משפחות מנשה ופקודם 52,700 אלה בני אפרים למשפחותם לשותלה משפחת השותלחי לבכר משפחת הבכרי לטחן משפחת התחני ואלה בני שותלה לערן משפחת הערני אלה משפחות בני אפרים לפקודם 32,500 אלה בני יוסף למשפחותם בני בנימין למשפחותם לבלע משפחת הבלעי לאשבל משפחת האשבלי לאחירם משפחת האחירמי לשפופם משפחת השופמי לחופם משפחת החופמי ויהיו ונבלע ארד ונעמן משפחת הארדי לנעמן משפחת הנעמי אלה בני בנימין למשפחותם ופקודם 45,600 אלה בני דן למשפחותם לשוחם משפחת השוחמי אלה משפחות דן למשפחותם כל משפחות השוחמי לפקודם 64,400 בני אשר למשפחותם לימנה משפחת הימנה לישבי משפחת הישבי לבריעה משפחת הבריעי לבני בריעה לחבר משפחת החברי למלכיאל משפחת המלכיאלי ושם בת אשר שרה אלה משפחות בני אשר לפקודם 53,400 בני נפתלי למשפחותם ליחסאל משפחת היחסאלי לגוני משפחת הגוני ליסר משפחת היסרי לשילם משפחת השילמי אלה משפחות נפתלי למשפחותם ופקודם 50 המלכיאלי ושם בת אשר שרה אלה משפחת המלכיאלי ושם בת אשר שרה אלה משפחת המלכיאלי ומשפחת החברי לבני בריעה לחבר משפחת החברי למלכיאל משפחת המלכיאלי ושם בת אשר שרה אלה משפחות בני אשר לפקודם 53,400 בני נפתלי למשפחותם ליחסאל משפחת היחסאלי לגוני משפחת הגוני ליסר, משפחת היסרי לשילם, משפחת השילמי אלה משפחות נפתלי למשפחותם ופקודם 45,400 אלה פקודי בני ישראל 600,730 וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור לאלה תחלק הארץ בנחלה במספר שמות לרב תרבה נחלתו ולמעט תמעיט נחלתו איש לפי פקודיו יותן נחלתו אך בגורל יחלק את הארץ לשמות מפות אבותם ינחלו על פי הגורל תחלק נחלתו בין רב למעט ואלה פקודי הלוי למשפחותם לגרשון משפחת הגרשוני יחס משפחת הקהתי למררי משפחת המררי אלה משפחות לוי משפחת הלבני משפחת החברוני משפחת המחלי משפחת המושי משפחת הקורחי וקהת הוליד את עמרם ושם אשת עמרם יוכבד בת לוי אשר ילדה אותה ללוי במצרים ותלד לעמרם את אהרון ואת משה ואת מרים אחותם ויוולד לאהרון את נדב ואת אביהו את אלעזר ואת איתמר וימות נדב ואביהו בהקריבם אש זרה לפני אדוני ויהיו פקודם 23,000 כל זכר מבין חודש ומעלה כי לא הותפקדו בתוך בני ישראל כי לא ניתן להם נחלה בתוך בני ישראל אלה פקודי משה ואלעזר הכהן אשר פקדו את בני ישראל בערבות מואב על ירדן יריחו ואלה לא היה איש מפקודי משה ואהרון הכהן אשר פקדו את בני ישראל במדבר סיני כי אמר אדוני להם מות ימותו במדבר ולא נותר מהם איש כי אם כלב בן יפונה ויהושע בן נון واتقرافنا بنوف tzilafchad بن حيفر بن גלעד בן מכיר בן מנשה למשפחות מנשה בן יוסף ואלה שמות בנותיו מחלה נועד וחוגלה ומיתה ותרסה ותעמודנה לפני משה ולפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני הנשיאים וכל העדה פתח אוהל מועד לאמור אבינו מת במדבר והוא לא היה בתוך העדה הנועדים על אדוני בעדת קורח כי בחטאו מת ובנים לא היו לו למה התגלה שם אבינו מתוך משפחתו כי אין לו בן תן לנו אחוזה בתוך אחי אבינו ויקרב משה את משפחתן לפני אדוני ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור כן בנוף צלפחד דוברות נתון תיתן להם אחוזת נחלה בתוך אחי אביהם והעברת את נחלת אביהן להן ואל בני ישראל תדבר לאמור איש ימות وبين אין לו, והעברתם את נחלתו לביתו, ואם אין לו בת, ונשאתם את נחלתו לאחיו, ואם אין לו אחים, ונשאתם את נחלתו לאחי אביו, ואם אין אחים לאביו, ונשאתם את נחלתו לשארו הקרוב אליו ממשפחתו וירש אותם והייתה לבני ישראל לחוקת משפט כאשר צווה אדוני את משה ויאמר אדוני אל משה עלה אל הר העברים הזה וראה את הארץ אשר נתתי לבני ישראל וראית אותה ונאספת אל עמך גם אתה כאשר נאסף אהרון אחיך כאשר מריתם בי במדבר סין במריבת העדה להקדישני במים לעינים הם ממריבת קדש מדבר סין וידבר משה אל אדוני לאמור יפקוד אדוני אלוהי הרוחות לכל בשר איש על העדה אשר יעשה לפניהם ואשר יבוא לפניהם ואשר יוסיפם ואשר יביאם ולא תהיה עדת אדוני כסון אשר אין להם רועה ויאמר אדוני אל משה קח לך את יהושע בן נון איש אשר רוח בו וסמכת את ידך עליו והעמדת אותו לפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני כל העדה וסווית אותו לעיניהם ונתת מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני אלעזר הכהן יעמוד ושאל לו במשפט האורים לפני אדוני על פיו יצאו ועל פיו יבואו וכל בני ישראל איתו וכל העדה ויעש משה כאשר ציווה אדוני אותו ויקח את יהושע ויעמידהו לפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני כל העדה ויסמוך את ידיו עליו ויסווהו כאשר דיבר אדוני ביד משה وابتقرافنا بنوف צלופחד בן חפר בן גלעד בן מכיר בן מנשה למשפחות מנשה בן יוסף ואלה שמות בנותיו מחלה נועה וחוגלה ומילכה ותרסה ותעמודנה לפני משה ולפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני הנשיאים וכל העדה פתח אוהל מועד לאמור אבינו מת במדבר והוא לא היה בתוך העדה הנועדים פתח אוהל ולפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני הנשיאים וכל העדה פתח אוהל מועד לאמור אבינו מת במדבר והוא לא היה בתוך העדה הנועדים על אדוני בעד קורח כי בחטאו מת ובנים לא היו לו למה התגרה שם אבינו מתוך משפחתו כי אין לו בן תן לנו אחוזה בתוך אחי אבינו ויקרב משה את משפטן לפני אדוני ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור כן בנוף צלופחד עוברות נתון תיתן להם אחוזת נחלה בתוך אחי אביהם והעברת את נחלת אביהן להן ואל בני ישראל תדבר לאמור איש ימות ובן אין לו והעברתם את נחלתו לביתו ואם אין לו בת ונשאתם את נחלתו לאחיו ואם אין לו אחים ונשאתם את נחלתו לאחי אביו ואם אין אחים לאביו ונשאתם את נחלתו לשארו הקרוב אליו ממשפחתו וירש אותה לבני ישראל לחוקת משפט כאשר צווה אדוני את משה ויאמר אדוני אל משה עלה אל הר העברים הזה וראה את הארץ אשר נתתי לבני ישראל וראית אותה ונאספת אל עמך גם אתה כאשר נאסף אהרון אחיך כאשר מריתם במדבר סין במריבת העדה להקדישני במים לעיניהם הם ממריבת קדש מדבר סין וידבר משה אל אדוני לאמור יפקוד אדוני אלוהי הרוחות לכל בשר איש על העדה אשר ישראל לפניהם במריבת קדש מדבר סין וידבר משה אל אדוני לאמור יפקוד אדוני אלוהי הרוחות לכל בשר איש על העדה אשר ישראל לפניהם ואשר יבוא לפניהם ואשר יוסיעם ואשר יביאם ולא תהיה עדת אדוני כצאן אשר אין להם רועי ויאמר אדוני אל משה קח לך את יהושע בן נון איש אשר רוח בו וסמכת את ידך עליו והעמדת אותו לפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני כל העדה וסווית אותו לעיניהם ונתת מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני אלעזר הכהן יעמוד כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל נתת מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל נתת מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני אלעזר למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני אלעזר הכהן יעמוד כל עדת בני ונתת מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל מהודך עליו למען ישמעו כל עדת בני ישראל ולפני אלעזר הכהן יעמוד ושאל לו במשפט האורים לפני אדוני על פיו יצאו ועל פיו יבואו וכל בני ישראל איתו וכל העדה ויעש משה כאשר ציווה אדוני אותו ויקח את יהושע ויעמידהו לפני אלעזר הכהן ולפני כל העדה ויסמוך את ידיו עליו ויסווהו כאשר דיבר אדוני ביד משה וידבר אדוני אל משה לאמור צו את בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם את קורבני לחמי לאישי ריח ניחוחי תשמרו ריח ניחוחי תשמרו להקריב לי במועדו ואמרת להם זה האישה אשר תקריבו לאדוני כבשים בני שנה תנינים שניים ליום עולה תמיד את הכבש אחד תעשה בבוקר ואת הכבש השני תעשה בין הערביים ועשירית האפה סולת למנחה בלולת בשמן כתית, רביעית ההין, עולת תמיד העשויה בהר סיני, לריח ניחוח תשק לאדוני, ונזכור רביעית ההין, לכבש האחד בחודש, הסך נסך שחר לאדוני, ואת הכבש השני תעשה בין הערביים, כמנחת הבוקר וכניסתו תעשה תשק ריח ניחוח לאדוני. וביום השבת שני כבשים בני שנה תמימים ושני עשרונים, סולת מנחה בלולב השמן, ונזכור עולת שבת ושבתו על עולת התמיד, ונזכר ובראשי חודשכם תקריבו עולה לאדוני, פרים בני בקר שניים ואיל אחד, כבשים בני שנה שבעה תמימים ושלושה עשרונים, סולת מנחה בלולב השמן לפר האחד ושני עשרונים, סולת מנחה בלולב השמן לאיל האחד, ועשרון עשרון, סולת מנחה בלולב השמן לכבש האחד, עולה ריח ניחוח תשק לאדוני, ונזכם חסי ההין יהיה לפר, ושלישית ההין לאיל, ורביעית ההין לכבש יין, זאת עולת חודש בחודשו לחודשי השנה, ושעיר עזים אחד לחטאת לאדוני על עולת התמיד יעשה, ונזכור ובחודש הראשון ב14 יום לחודש פסח לאדוני, וב15 יום לחודש הזה חג 7 ימים מסעות יאכל, ביום הראשון מן החודש כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו, והקרבתם תשע עולה לאדוני, פרים בני בקר שניים ואיל אחד, ושבעה כבשים בני שנה תמימים יהיו לכם, ומנחתם סולת בלולב השמן שלושה עשרונים לפר, ושני עשרונים לאיל תעשו, עשרון תעשה לכבש האחד לשבעת הכבשים, ושעיר חטאת אחד לכפר עליכם, מלבד עולת הבוקר אשר לעולת התמיד תעשו את אלה כאלה, תעשו ליום 7 ימים לחם שריח ניחוח לאדוני על עולת התמיד יעשה, ונזכור וביום השביעי מן החודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו, וביום הביקורים בהקריבכם מנחה חדשה לאדוני בשבועותיכם, מן החודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו, והקרבתם עולה לריח ניחוח לאדוני, פרים בני בקר שניים איל אחד, 7 כבשים בני שנה, ומנחתם סולת בלולב השמן שלושה עשרונים לפר האחד, שני עשרונים לאיל האחד, עשרון לכבש האחד לשבעת הכבשים, שעיר עזים אחד לכפר עליכם, בלבד עולת התמיד, ומנחתו תעשו תמימים יהיו לכם, ונזכם ובחודש השביעי באחד לחודש מן החודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו, יום תרועה יהיה לכם, ועשיתם עולה לריח ניחוח לאדוני, פר בן בקר אחד איל אחד, כבשים בני שנה 7 תמימים, ומנחתם סולת בלולב השמן שלושה עשרונים לפר, שני עשרונים לאיל, ועשרון אחד לכבש האחד לשבעת הכבשים, ושעיר עזים אחד חטאת לכפר עליכם, מלבד עולת החודש ומנחתה, ועולת התמיד ומנחתה, ונזכיהם כמשפטם לריח ניחוח אישי לאדוני ובעשור לחודש השביעי הזה מצוות קודש יהיה לכם ועניתם את נפשותיכם כל מלאכה לא תעשו והקרבתם עולה לאדוני ריח ניחוח פר בן בקר אחד איל אחד כבשים בני שנה 7 תמימים יהיו לכם ומנחתם סולת בלולב השמן 3 עשרונים לבת 2 עשרונים לאיל האחד 10 לכבש האחד ל7 הכבשים שעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד חטאת הכיפורים ועולת התמיד ומנחתם ונזכם וב15 יום לחודש השביעי מקרא קודש יהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו וחגותם חג לאדוני 7 ימים והקרבתם עולה ריח ניחוח לאדוני הרים בני בקר 13 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים יהיו ומנחתם סולת בלולב שמן 3 עשרונים לפר האחד ל13 פרים 2 עשרונים לאיל האחד לשני האלים ועשרון לכבש האחד ל14 כבשים ושעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד עולת התמיד מנחתה ונזכר וביום השני פרים בני בקר 12 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים ומנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד עולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזכם וביום השלישי פרים 12 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים ומנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר חטאת אחד מלבד עולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזכר וביום הרביעי פרים 10 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים מנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד עולת התמיד מנחתה ונזכר וביום החמישי פרים 9 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים ומנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר חטאת אחד מלבד עולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזכר וביום השישי פרים 8 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים ומנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר חטאת אחד מלבד עולת התמיד מנחתה ונזכר וביום השביעי פרים 7 אלים שניים כבשים בני שנה 14 תמימים ומנחתם ונזכם לפרים לאלים ולכבשים במספרם כמשפטם ושעיר חטאת אחד מלבד עולת התמיד מנחתה ונזכר ביום השמיני עצרת תהיה לכם כל מלאכת עבודה לא תעשו והקרבתם עולה אישי ריח ניחוח לאדוני פר אחד איל אחד כבשים בני שנה 7 תמימים מנחתם ונזכם לפר לאיל ולכבשים במספרם כמשפט ושעיר חטאת אחד מלבד עולת התמיד ומנחתה ונזכר אלה תעשו לאדוני במועדיכם לבד נדריכם ונדבותיכם לעולותיכם ולמחותיכם ולמזכיכם ולשלמיכם.
All right. So let's see. Is that? Yeah, that's 29. So on that note. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נתן בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be